Chapter 1. That Which Should Not Open.
"Can only change things if you take risks, Aiden," he whispered. His father used to say that all the time. If he were still alive, he would probably die from fright at the risk his son was about to face. Aiden looked up to gain a better view of the torch. It hung from the cave's ceiling, immeasurably distant, like an unreachable glass sphere. Its ever-burning flame shifted colors with the passing hours, the only measure of time for the residents of the mines. A few scratches and designs deliberately marred the perfection of the clear jewel. Runes. They remained unclear no matter how hard Aiden squinted his eyes, distant even from the tallest of the residences, or, maker forbid, the Overseer Tower. The gate was not, though most wished it was further away, thrown to the abyss for all they cared. Aiden was not one of them. He hurried along the ruins, ducking from shadow to shadow, in the cover of the crumbling houses all around him. The early light was reassuring, for it guaranteed the adults were still at the mines, but only the Maker knew where the sovereigns, the so-called district overseers, prowled in wait for an excuse to commit violence. Better safe than sorry. Aiden spat on the ground. Bastards. No one came to the cursed ruins, not by accident, not by intention. Few were brave, or fool enough, to even contemplate the idea. The mere thought of approaching anywhere stained by the forbidden light of runes sent shivers down the spines of the common folk. Well, not mine, Aiden tried to convince himself. But the consequences of being caught sure put caution in his steps. The threat of the execution of an entire bloodline, excision, as the sovereigns called it, was enough to instill reason into even the most reckless of fools, yet life tended to drive people into corners sometimes. When it did, reason and caution were all but thrown to the wind, and survival was all that mattered. Aiden's belly protested. He gritted his teeth, cementing the resolve to do what most miners would never dare to attempt. Soon the gate stood in front of him, a massive door wrought in metal darker than the purest piece of coal, a chunk of craftsmanship so tremendous no human hand could have crafted it alone. It towered over even the highest of the crumbling ruins, what once had been houses, almost reaching the ceiling itself. Something deep inside the young boy yearned to uncover the mysteries of the runes. If this goes well, if I manage to draw the runes, we'll be rich. Aiden could already count the coins he was about to make, but it was the pleasure of discovery that pushed him to take the risk in the first place. With a determined nod, he grabbed the shoddy notebook concealed inside his pants and the precious piece of coal he had been saving for this very occasion. With his eyes glued to the gate, the runes seemed to draw themselves into his paper as he copied them to the best of his limited ability. Only I can see them. No one else so much as glanced at the runes without suffering a tremendous headache as far as he knew. All everyone else could see were blue blurs of light. If there's something wrong with me, only the Maker knows. Aiden flipped the few remaining pages as he drew, trying to save space. Paper was not cheap or easy to come by in the district after all. If he ran out before accomplishing his mission, it would be hard to get a return on his investment. For ages, the gate had remained shut. Come to think of it, Aiden did not remember anyone saying the thing had ever opened at all. A loud metallic whine made him look up. A curtain of dust fell from the ceiling as the gate did something it was not supposed to, something which defied both reason and common knowledge at once. It started to open. What the abyss? Aiden stared, petrified, as the massive, rune-inscribed remnant moved like a slumbering beast on the verge of awakening. No, it's not supposed to do that. He tensed, preparing to run, his heart sinking to the bottom of his stomach. Though he cursed his stupidity, he knew it did no good. The situation had already spiraled out of his control. He leaned against the wall, pressing his hands to his temple. It's my fault, damn it. Why did I have to come here? Dust fell on his head, and the realization struck Aiden like a brick. If Aiden were caught in the ruins, there would be consequences. If he were caught with a book filled with runes, blood would be spilled. He tried to run, but the rumbling ground made the ruins, already in the worst possible condition, a nightmare of falling debris and collapsing buildings. The wall that he had been leaning on crumbled forward, stealing his balance with cold accusation. The notebook fell from his hand, but he caught it with the other. Ah! A brick smashed him in the head. Aiden pushed against the ground, trying to stand up, slowly coming to his senses. Warm blood ran down his nose. He blinked away tears, already crafting a cover story that his mom would certainly not buy. I messed up. Again. Why did I even come here? Stupid. Aiden stood up, legs shaking like rotten wood, and looked up only to see the gate destroying the ruins of the ruins in its path as its door opened. It was good nobody lived in those, or they would wake up to their deaths. The notebook fell from his limp hands. This was worthy of an excision, not just the usual mess. The sovereigns would stop at nothing until the culprit behind the disturbance was found. Dan? Mom? If the sovereigns know I was here, they'll kill them all. The pain of his broken nose and a split lip lay forgotten in the chaos. His heart lurched, almost seemed to stop, as what had been sealed for ages now stood open. It was like the bottomless maw of a titanic beast. There was no end in sight, nothing beyond it. But the opposite might as well be true, if there was a way to pierce the darkness beyond the haven. Outside the cave Aiden called home. Even as guilt and terror strangled his breath, he could not help but wonder what mysteries lay outside the mines. It had to be a door to the birthplace of all sovereigns, Elysium. But maybe, just maybe, it led somewhere else entirely. The small part of his mind not seized by the sheer terror of the excision pondered those questions. It had to be a place better than the mines. It doesn't take much to beat that, he thought, as a pounding headache formed in his temples. Heavy footsteps reverberated from the depths of the gate's impenetrable darkness, drawing closer with every passing second. Something was coming. Someone. Aiden yearned to move, but curiosity and an unhealthy measure of fear held him still. Just one look, he told himself. Just a peek. What walked through was not a creature of nightmares, unlike the beings woven out of sovereign magic. To Aiden's disappointment, it was just an elderly man, shriveled, bloody, and on the verge of death. He looked older than a piece of rotten leather, his face aged enough to defy the natural course of life. It was hard to believe someone could live that long. The eldest in Aiden's district was only 30, but this man looked old enough to have met death itself. The white-haired elder favored one leg, grimacing at each step as blood flowed from a gaping wound on his throat. There was a hole in his knee and a burn mark on his shoulder. He might be old, injured like he had taken a severe beating, but that was the least of Aiden's concerns, for the man was tall. His height easily doubled that of any miner. Maker's mercy, he's a sovereign. The gate sealed shut behind him with a stone-crushing force. The man dropped to his knees, vomiting blood on the floor with a vigor that contradicted how close he must be to passing. Something stirred within the crimson pool, thick and scaly. Alive. It twisted amidst the blood, thrashing as if gasping for breath. Bile rose in Aiden's throat as he laid eyes on what resembled worms. Red worms, though their size was much bigger than anything he had ever seen. One of them lunged at the old man, its vicious pink fangs glistening in the air, ready to take his fading life. Aiden shouted a warning out of instinct. "Watch out!" The sovereign disappeared alongside the oversized worm. "Abyss, take me," Aiden blurted out. Even after blinking a couple of times, he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. "Where in the damned thing?" the sovereign snarled behind him. "Repugnant creature." "Maker, protect me." Aiden turned around slowly, clenching every muscle in his body to stop them from trembling. The old sovereign stood behind him as if nothing had happened, as if his teleportation was a common feat. He held the worm in his hand with a firm grip unsuitable for a decrepit elder. "He can use magic," Aiden screamed inside his head. "That's the only way." Sovereigns who were blessed by the touch of the arcane could perform things beyond comprehension. Aiden was not versed in their magic, but disappearing into thin air sure as the abyss was something only one of them could do. The sovereign's black eyes stared at Aiden, but his gaze soon turned to the book abandoned on the floor. Aiden also looked at it, a weird feeling festering in his gut. It might have been nothing, but he did not remember it falling so far from him. A brick to the head could confuse even the brightest minds, and Aiden's was far from brilliant. "It's time, Korvax?" The elderly man looked up, seemingly talking to himself. "So it begins. Not just a sovereign, he's also crazy." Aiden made every effort not to breathe. The last thing he needed was to anger a crazy being capable of ending his life in an instant. "I'm dead. Maker, please, please keep him away from my family." Before Aiden reacted, before he uttered excuses to save his family from excision, the sovereign vanished again. But Aiden was ready this time. He turned around, expecting to find the elder facing his back. Nothing. No one was there. Not convinced, Aiden inspected his surroundings, desperately seeking any trace, wishing to find none, hoping the matter was done. Nothing. Not a soul. Thank the Maker. When Aiden reached his neighborhood, the torch burned with an eye-watering brilliance, signaling the coming of a new day. His eyes stung, but that had nothing to do with the runic remnant hanging above all its citizens. Pain radiated through his body with every step taken, with every ragged breath that came out of his swollen nose and split lip. I could have died. Death was not even the worst possible fate. He knew that from experience. Excisions were rare, but when they happened, the wounds on those who remained never healed. Aiden yanked the notebook from inside his pants with more anger than reason, more strength than necessary. But there was also curiosity amidst the fear. Flipping through its few pages, he saw the meager amount of runes registered, their meaning unknown, their uses even more so. 6 runes. A near-death encounter with a sovereign from beyond the gate, and all he had to show for it were 6 runes. Abyss, take me. It'll have to do. If he inscribed them on stone, someone might buy it. And if he could inscribe them into metal, even Big Red, the underboss of the mid-market, would jump at the opportunity to acquire them. Anything that had runes on it had to be handed over to the authorities. Keeping remnants was forbidden, as per the Maker's decree, and his enforcers did not treat with kindness those who broke the law. Yet, he could do it, if he was careful. The key was to keep the supply low, to not raise the suspicions of the sovereign overseers, or other people. Wincing in pain, Aiden pushed the door open and entered his home. All the houses in the district were built in stone, including his. Dark gray bricks cut and molded by unknown means. Magic, perhaps. The floor was cold to bare feet, but the feeling of warmth and safety was enough to fill empty stomachs and ward off bad memories. Aiden looked at the portrait of his dad, which hung on the wall next to his bedroom. Shameful as the thought was, sometimes he wished to just throw the thing away. Memories brought more pain than comfort, but the thought of forgetting how his dad looked was too bleak. His carefree smile would never change so long as the portrait did not fade. Aiden was unsure if that was sad or comforting. Perhaps both. Wiping away the tear that trailed down his cheek, Aiden mustered a smile. Nobody was home except Dan, Aiden's brother. His mother was at the mines, as usual, only to return after the torch went dark, and that gave him time to work on his bludgeoned face. The last thing Aiden wanted was to explain what had happened near the gate. A few steps took him to the kitchen. It was simple and cozy. It was home. A cooking pot hung cold above the ash-filled pit where precious coal had long since become dust. Aiden's empty stomach rumbled with hunger, but mealtime was still a long way ahead. A patchwork carpet sat in front of the fire pit, scraps of old clothes sewn together to harness any sort of heat that might chase away cold feet. A soft yawn drew Aiden's attention to the bedroom. The little brat is up. Sudden movements were bound to draw his brother's attention, so Aiden tiptoed to the water bucket next to the wall and cupped a handful to splash against his bloody face. Dan would not shut up if he saw the dried blood. I have to get rid of it, fast. Aiden wiped his face clean with the inside of his shirt, but the water on his lips stung like a rat's bite. A resounding gasp echoed from across the room. Mom's not gonna like that, Aiden groaned, renewing his efforts to get rid of the evidence. Let me see, Dan tugged impatiently on his brother's shirt.
Aiden turned only to wince when he saw Dan's worried expression and brown, tangled hair less tidy than usual. His eyes were still swollen with sleep, but they opened wide as he got a good look at his older brother's face. It's not that bad. Aiden shook his head with confidence. Right? The silence and widening of small brown eyes were answers enough. Their mother would not believe any stories Aiden crafted, least of all the truth. I crashed face first into the ground, Mom. But it only happened because I saw the gate opening and a half-dead sovereign walking through. It was the truth, but abyss take him if it didn't sound like the rambling of a madman. Are you all right, Dan's voice softened with concern. Yeah, Aiden forced a grin. It's all right, I'm good. Just tripped, Dan. Tripped? Dan scoffed. No way Mom's gonna buy that. Well, it's the truth, Aiden sighed. Most of it, at least. But Dan did not need to know that. They hurried along to the bedroom, a place absent of prying eyes or windows, where Aiden unceremoniously collapsed on the pile of rags he used as a bed. Dan knew about his ability to see the runes, an unfortunate slip of his caution from years ago. Not even Aiden's mother knew. The best-kept secrets were known to few, his father assured. The knowledge about the gate was one of them, and Aiden decided to take it to his grave. Listen, you little brat. Help me with Mom, and I'll show you something cool, Aiden said, and Dan's ears perked up. Deal? Dan looked unsure, his usual haggling face. So Aiden pulled out the notebook from his pants and offered it to his brother. Little eyes lit up with excitement as Dan pounced on the book, but Aiden pulled it back with hard-earned experience. You're gonna back me up on this. Aiden pointed to his face. Deal, Dan shouted, covering his mouth with a hand a moment later. Deal, he said again, in a lower tone, but the enthusiasm was still there. Flipping through the pages with a straight face, Dan examined the drawings, and for one moment Aiden felt hope emerging within him. Can he see them now? He swallowed dryly and stifled the embers of hope so they didn't cause disappointment as usual. Ugh, Dan winced, blinking several times before closing the book.
Still can't see them.
It was not a question. Aiden knew some things never changed.
Nope.
Dan did not hide his disappointment. He looked away, his eyes chasing something invisible in the room.
It's all blurry now. I hate the black spots. Black spots, go away!
Least you didn't barf on the bed again. Aiden flicked his brother's forehead.
Hey!
Dan's cheeks grew pink.
You promised you'd forget that.
Dan rambled on about other kids, ranting about petty disputes, but his voice lay forgotten in a distant corner of the room.
No one else can see the runes, just me.
That had been true since Dad had found out, and it was unlikely to change. It was common sense that if one looked at the torch for long, they got dizzier than getting punched in the face. But when Aiden looked at it, he saw symbols crafted with intent and beauty. Sometimes they almost seemed to make sense. Almost. Aiden gave up on trying to understand why he was different. As long as he did not stand out, it did not matter all that much. The nail that sticks out the most gets hammered down, or so his dad used to say. More like excised.
Here,
Dan kept on talking.
Does he ever shut up?
Aiden grunted.
Here!
Dan planted a slap on his brother's head.
Ow!
Aiden stood up, hand eager to give his brother a well-earned beating.
Daniel, you little shit!
Care to explain? An angry voice interrupted him. It was his mother's berating tone, and it was filled with fire.
Mom?
Aiden grimaced. What happened this time, Aiden? She put her hands on her hips, the stance of an inquisitor.
The Heather boys? Gambling? Scamming people on the mid-market?
Silence stretched out between them as Aiden thought of an excuse.
He fell on his face.
Dan burst into laughter, ending Aiden's chances once and for all.
He got mad 'cause I used all his coal.
He pouted, eyes on the brink of shedding tears.
He beat me again, Mom. I is so mean to me.
Irina looked at him, shook her head, and sighed.
Aiden might have been born with eyes that could see runes,
but his brother was born a genius of deception when it came to convincing their mother. Perks of being the younger sibling. Did she buy that? Aiden stood, stunned. Dan, you beautiful brat. I owe you one. His brother smiled back, careful so that their mother did not see it, and winked. You know coal is expensive, Dan, she whispered and brushed Dan's messy hair, nudging him toward Aiden. Tell your brother you're sorry. You two shouldn't be fighting over silly things like this. Aiden ended up having to apologize for a non-existent beating, but that was a cheap price to pay. Before Irina had the chance to find out the truth, he changed the subject. Mom, is everything good? It's not even late light yet. Did the sovereigns suddenly become kind, or what? The abyss will melt before that happens, Irina scoffed, looking at him as if he had just said something weird. Did you really forget? Nothing short of the Maker's decree could stop the mines. Wait, there's something else, Aiden corrected himself. There was a day when something like that happened, though it only came every 10 years, so it was easy to forget. The Ascension. It was the sole chance at a life in Elysium, the home of the sovereigns, the only opportunity to get out of the mining district and have full bellies and warm, real beds. It was also the day Aiden's father had passed, the day that got him killed. Chapter 2. The Day of Ascension. The murmur of an excited crowd overpowered all other noises near the place where the fate of common people changed, the steps to Elysium. People enveloped the empty area, but only a steady stream got through the 4 gates in the fence that kept hope at bay. A pair of sovereigns dressed in pristine white vestments guarded each entrance, their towering height making adults seem like children from afar. A dais forged of smooth stone stood directly below the torch, carved without adornments or useless garnish. Its beauty lay not in its form, but in the hope it instilled in the residents of the mines. Ascension. Standing in the center of their homeland, Aiden saw more of the things he had forgotten in the hectic passage of the days spent in hunger. Walls of stone on all sides, asphyxiating like a prison, far too small for the number of people it sheltered. The ceiling was not much higher than the Overseer Tower, a magnificent spire built by sovereigns that was off-limits to the common people. It's no better than a cave, but better than the gloom. "Let's go," Dan urged for the 10th time. "Not yet," Irina snapped at him, her voice uncharacteristically stern. "Wait a little more." Even Aiden's mother could lose her temper when provoked enough. She examined the crowd with pursed lips and a frown on her forehead, her hopeful smile gone. "Mom, what's wrong?" Aiden followed her gaze. Irina's concern had become palpable when her eyes reached the dais. Aiden did not take long to notice the number of sovereigns that guarded the place. It was almost as if they sought something, for only those who were sufficiently inspected at one of the 4 gates were allowed entrance to the square. The line of thought froze in Aiden's mind. The sovereigns knew about the gate. There was no need to guard all the gates with such vigor, to inspect every miner that passed through, unless they were looking for something. Someone. The old sovereign. Sweat formed on Aiden's back as he contemplated the consequences of the white-robed men finding out about his involvement with the gate's opening. They know about me? No. No way. But he could not be certain of that. Nothing was guaranteed when the sovereigns touched the arcane and unleashed their magic. "Abyss, take me! Why so many?" Irina whispered a curse under her breath. "Best we go back home," Aiden suggested with a trembling voice. "As if he can," his mother scoffed. "You know damn well that's not happening. Can't give them a single reason to get heavy-handed. Not one. Got it?" Irina looked at her sons, the warning clear. Aiden did not need the reminder. Only a fool would provoke the ire of a sovereign. Every miner knew that. For the most part, Aiden was no fool. "Don't stand out. Keep your head down," he said to himself on the way to the entrance, holding hands with his brother and mother so none of them drifted apart. "State your names and assignment." A stern, impatient voice made him jump to his feet. "Irina Greystone, my lord. Coal refinement," his mother said without delay, her firm grip making Aiden wince. "These 2 are my sons, Aiden and Daniel Greystone, unassigned." The sovereign hummed to himself as he flipped through the pages of his clipboard, but Aiden only saw the longsword sheathed at the man's belt. It was thin for its length, but the unadorned handle spoke of a weapon forged for a simple purpose. Keep us in check. He shivered just thinking about it. "Greystone, reason for coming today?" the sovereign asked. "What?" Aiden's mouth dropped wide open. "How about not getting murdered, you stupid bastard?" None of the people gathered had any choice in attending today's ceremony, not unless they wanted to test the sharpness of those swords. "Interesting. Do you have anything to add, little rattling?" Black eyes turned to Aiden. Aiden's knees buckled as something immaterial slammed into his shoulders. It was heavy, as if he was carrying 2 bags of refined coal on each arm. But try as he might, he failed to see what pressed him down. "What the abyss? Look at me when I talk to you, rattling!" The sovereign's voice boomed, but it failed to travel far in the crowd. The people in line hesitated. Meddling in the business of the emissaries of Elysium was a death sentence, so they endured the naked abuse in silence and fear. But Aiden saw how knuckles turned white from tight, indignant grips all around him. Aiden had to look at the Sovereign, but he did not know if the man would take that as an offense, so he glanced up at his mother. Irina was pale, shock and hesitation making every muscle in her body tremble. The insurmountable pressure forced Aiden to take a knee. My lord, my son didn't say nothin'. Please, we mean no disrespect." The Sovereign raised his hand and slapped her in the face, sending a trail of blood splashing against the ground alongside a few teeth. It was dismissive, a normal backhanded slap with little emotion behind it. But Irina went limp. "Mom!" Dan struggled, but Aiden clasped his hand. Aiden stared at his mother, transfixed. Blood dripped from her mouth, and 2 yellow teeth stood out in the pool of red and saliva. The embers of rage within him grew hotter by the second. His trembling limbs steadied. "Mercy, my lord!" Aiden swallowed down his rage, for he knew it would do no good against one of them. It disgusted him to lower himself to the man who had struck his mother, but he had no choice. "I didn't mean to insult." The Sovereign smiled, as if admiring a peculiar animal, something lesser than human. He was enjoying himself. There was no rhyme or reason behind his actions. He was merely bored. Aiden understood that. So he dropped to his knees, hating himself for forcing his younger brother to do the same. "Mercy, please." He locked eyes with the man, burning his features into memory. "Is there a reason for your delay, Calandor?" A woman approached the Sovereign. Calandor. I'll remember that. "Nothing substantial, Saika." Calandor hesitated, but his voice did not lose its annoyance. "Well, nothing yet. I was in the middle of interrogating the Ratling about the unusual spikes in his heartbeat. All this spectacle for an abnormality in your blood sense." The air crackled under the weight of her voice. A veil of pressure, heavier than the previous one, fell on Aiden's shoulders. Calandor's face paled as his knees bent slightly. Sweat dripped down the side of his head. Aiden realized he was not the only one suffering the effects of the woman's magic. "I'm surrounded by idiots. What did I ever do to incur this fate, Maker?" She massaged her temples, making the golden strands of her hair shine under the torch's light. "The creature is but an infant. Did it ever occur to you it might be terrified just from the wanton use of your presence? Did that thought ever cross your mind, Calandor?" "Creature? You're the creature?" Aiden stopped himself, fear making his stomach drop. He looked around for any evidence that they had heard his thoughts, but the Sovereigns had already forgotten about his family's presence. "They can't hear me." "You are correct, of course, Saika. The pattern seemed akin to panic, and I thought perhaps the Ratling had something to disclose about the gate. Clearly, I was wrong." Calandor bowed to the blonde woman. She departed, ignoring the offered apology. "I swear, what did I ever do to deserve this?" Her words gave Calandor a blush of embarrassment. Aiden did not expect another Sovereign to intervene on their behalf, but the indifference, the unnecessary cruelty, ate at his guts. It was an ingrained contempt that made common people doubt their worth. It reminded him of why every citizen of the district hated the Sovereigns with a passion. It reminded him of what they had done to his father. "Move along now, Ratlings. I do not have all day, and I do not look kindly on the delay you have caused me." Calandor waved them away. Aiden and Dan helped Irina to her feet, escorting her closer to the steps of Elysium. Her feet dragged across the stone in lethargic confusion. Aiden walked with a newfound coldness in his heart and a suffocating shame that made his impotence clear. I didn't do anything. Couldn't do anything.
Just imagining what his father would have thought about his inaction was enough to steal the innocent smile off his face. Weak. A ratling. Could have been worse, Irina sighed. Ain't that the truth? A familiar voice approached. Grit your teeth and move along. You'll be just fine. All the miners had a tight bond forged under sovereign oppression, but Mel and Irina were different. They had been friends since childhood. That was no small feat, with the gloom mine's increased mortality rates that hung above their heads like an unsheathed blade. Mel, Irina took a deep, ragged breath. Seems like you're in one piece. Dear, Mel motioned to her husband, Tom. Help her walk. Can't have the boys getting tired. Tom approached with a dark frown, a snarl barely restrained between his teeth, but he did as she asked. Aunt Melissa whispered lies to Dan, the sort of things everybody told themselves to make reality easier to endure, trying to pull him from his wide-eyed paralysis. It's gonna be all right. Aiden mocked Melissa's comforting words. Mommy is good now. He gritted his teeth. Lying was not comfort. Not when it was the fruit of deeply ingrained indoctrination, meant to make the common people believe they were lesser than human. That's a dangerous look you got, boy. Aiden did not know when Tom had stopped carrying his mother, for the man now walked beside him. Cut that out right now. Calloused hands gripped Aiden's shoulder, and his tone brooked no disagreement. Aiden slapped the hand away. After what they— Shut up! Tom silenced Aiden with a hand over his mouth, his grumpy expression shifting to fear as he pointed to his ear. Rage burned in his gaze, but shame and fear kept him still. They can hear us. Aiden understood the message. Provoke the crowd with cruel treatment and abuse of authority, then leave them to their own devices. It was a thinly veiled trap set by the people dressed in white. The sovereigns wanted them to voice their protests, for their ears were ready to listen. Swallowing anger and the bitter taste of shame, Aiden kept his head low, knowing he could not hide the hatred on his face as well as Tom. Silence! A voice thundered inside Aiden's head. It was louder than a pickaxe striking a vein of coal, commanding words that did not seem to traverse the air, but rather originate inside the mind itself. Know your place, ratlings, the voice said. The miners fell to their knees, unable to control their legs. Stand up, Aiden tried to shout, but not a single muscle responded to his command. Another will wrested his freedom away. Dan stared with terrified eyes at his brother. Gonna be all right, Dan. Aiden was glad he could not speak. The last thing he wanted to do was lie to his brother. This power defied all reason, birthed new legends, and surpassed old ones. Good day, citizens of the Catalyst District 99. It was the woman called Psyker. I, Estefania Veron, will be conducting today's ascension. If her name was not Psyker, then perhaps that had been a title. It was easy to understand. Customs like that were uncommon in their district, but there was something Aiden could not wrap his head around. How come she's speaking with her mouth closed, he thought, bewildered by the feat that defied all common sense. It was unreal, disconcerting. The Maker, in his eternal wisdom and benevolence, has declared. She spoke in a hurry to get it over with. May he reign for 1,000 years more, and may we bask in the light of his protection. Her eyes never rested on any of the kneeling miners. Estefania closed her eyes for a moment. Something fluttered in the air, a sense of unease, something that did not belong. When the sovereign opened her eyes, they shone golden like the torch itself, and all kneeling citizens stood up. Get back to kneeling, Aiden roared. Something budged inside his head, his finger twitched, but the pressure that restrained his freedom tightened with renewed force. "Praise be the Maker!" Aiden screamed at the top of his lungs, and so did everyone else besides the sovereigns. "Shut up! May we bask in the light of his protection. Shut up! Shut up! The Maker weaved the haven from his flesh and power to shield us from the dangers of what lies beyond." Estefania frowned, her eyes narrowing, searching for something amidst the crowd. "Those unable to appreciate his sacrifice, who would risk our very existence, shall meet the fires of his wrath. You serve as the cogs in the delicate structure we, sovereigns, direct, and I assure you that such devoutness has not, will not, escape His Majesty's notice." The sovereign opened her arms, the previous threat still etched on her features. Raising her head to gaze at the torch, she physically spoke for the first time. "Behold, for your reward has come. Be grateful for the honor it bestows upon your existence." The torch hummed, its light shifting from yellow to the feared blue color of runes. The brilliance condensed into tiny spheres that drifted down, as if accompanying the wind's whimsical flows, and headed for each of the citizens waiting below. The selection had started. "Here it comes. Please be us. Please be us." The motes of blue, once feared for their forbidden nature, were now welcomed with an eagerness that nothing in the mines could evoke. They trailed down, drawn by something unseen, carried by an invisible hand, until one of them touched Aiden. It was cold enough to cause discomfort, but the prospects of what was promised suppressed the sensation. "It is decided," the sovereign sighed with relief. "Behold the chosen, those whose great honor it will be to step into Elysium." That fast? Aiden turned around to look at who they were, at the glow that shone in the corners of his eyes, but he froze in disbelief when his sight fell on Dan. Blue light emanated from his brother and mother, as if they had become smaller versions of the torch. Yes! Aiden looked at his hands, but did not see the glow. Perhaps the selected could not see their own light. "We did it!" Aiden shouted, all the hatred for the sovereigns forgotten in an instant, dissolved like a bad dream exposed to the light of a future in Elysium. "I can't believe this! We're gonna ascend, you little brat!" Aiden hugged his brother, tousling his hair with excitement. Irina did not join the embrace. She stood transfixed, a look of pure horror on her face. "Come on, Mom!" Aiden beckoned with tears of joy in his eyes. "We're gonna eat all the stuff we want! Elysium! I can't believe this!" "No!" A scream strangled itself out of Irina's throat. Aiden expected to see happiness on her face, but confusion, horror, and finally pleading were all he witnessed. "This has to be a mistake! Lords, please!" she cried. Something was wrong, Aiden felt in his gut. "Why are you not glowing?" Dan looked at him, puzzled. Chapter 3. Those Left Behind. The crowd grew silent. Some were bound to voice their indignation at not being selected. Others might cheer for those who got lucky. But this time was different. Not even a whisper. They pondered the same question that stole the ground from under Aiden's feet. How's this possible? The Ascension selected a family, a bloodline, mothers, fathers, and their sons. So, if the motes of light selected Irina and Dan, Aiden should have followed suit. It was common sense, a fact written in stone, as immutable as the runes that shone in the obsidian gate. Aiden's eyes wandered absently from face to face, seeking an answer in others, anything that might confirm this was all just a bad joke. Melissa and Tom looked at him with shock. Farther away, two boys his age stared dumbfoundedly at him. One was burly, the other skinny. The Heather boys, as his mother used to say. his enemies of sorts. They looked away, and that hurt Aiden more than a beating. Pity from them. "Lords, he's my son!" Irina shouted, all the fear of sovereign wrath lost in the desperation that cracked her voice. "My son! I'm not going without both my boys!" She grabbed Aiden by the arm and pulled him close. "Stop it, Irina!" Aunt Mel tried to shush her, eyes wide. Dan started sobbing. "Enough!" Estefania Veron commanded. "I gave birth to him. He's my blood." "This gotta be a mistake," Irina snarled back at the sovereign woman. All at once, the citizens around Aiden stepped back, except Tom and Melissa. When a sovereign said it was enough, it was common sense to obey. If they told someone to jump, then the abyss might turn hot before a minor did not comply. But Irina did not care for that one bit. She would not abandon her son because of a silly misunderstanding. "Enough!" Golden light shone within Estefania's eyes. She spoke not with her voice, but inside their heads, and her tone was far from satisfied. Aiden's knees crashed against the ground, his mouth sewn shut. Those gathered in the plaza followed suit, for there was no choice. Aiden noticed how this time the pressure was overbearing, but his mind had only a single question. "She's not my mom?" It was the only explanation. The Maker did not make mistakes. The torch, which operated under his might, was also beyond such concepts. "I'm not her son. But how?" Aiden looked at his mother, at the genuine horror and denial on her face, and understood Irina asked the same question. She never knew. "Dad, what in the abyss did you do?" "The Maker made his choice. There cannot be a mistake, you dirty ratling," Kalandor scoffed, his annoyance bordering on aggression. "Perhaps you have lost count of the number of cubs you produced, or the number of men you slept with, but that is not a matter that concerns us." "How did I ever slight you, Maker?" Estefania whispered. Kalandor coughed, looking at the woman with a tinge of fear, and stepped back. "The torch traced the ties which lay dormant in your blood, Irina. Whatever was your other name," the psyker sighed. "I shall not speculate on its outcome, like my most intelligent subordinates, for knowing the truth would change nothing. You, Irina, and you." The sovereign hummed with a pensive frown. "Irina's son. Yes, that will work. The two of you, and you alone, were chosen. You have 1 minute to say your goodbyes. Kindness within cruelty. It seemed even sovereigns felt pity. Finally, we are done." "Ah, thank the Maker," the psyker sighed. Without words of protest, without so much as an expression on their faces, all the other miners besides Aiden's family left with abrupt, unnatural steps, as if someone pulled strings to control them. The sovereign stared at nothing in particular, eyes shining like golden spheres. "We aren't going anywhere, son. Don't mind the lady. We're not leaving without you, Irina told her son. "Don't matter what they say. You're my son. My son." Aiden bit his lip to hold back the tears. Dan hugged his brother's waist, his little head bobbing up and down in agreement. "Mom, they said—" Aiden tried to argue, to urge them to leave, to obey the sovereigns. Irina and Dan would live a life beyond the limits of a miner's imagination. A better life. Eat meat every day, sleep on a proper bed, wear decent clothes. They have to go. I can't ask them to stay. But make her forgive him, Aiden felt relief when his mother reassured him of her decision. It also shamed him to his core. I'm so selfish. Tears fell like water from a broken tank. But I don't want to be alone. It is time, the Sovereign declared. We aren't going, Irina started, but froze midway. Dan stiffened and let Aiden go. He walked past his mother with clouded eyes and a mechanical gait, making his way to the dais. The rage that had filled Irina with resolve abandoned her body in a defeated sigh. Moments later, she followed the path of her younger son. Mom! Aiden grabbed her sleeve, but his mother did not flinch. Miners, sovereigns, Aiden looked for anyone that could make this nightmare end. He did not want to be alone, but worst of all, he could not bear the thought of never seeing his family again. Screw them. To the abyss with the Maker. They are my family. He stepped forward to go after them. The psyker glanced back, the amusement in her eyes gone. Do not, child. My companions will not overlook your impudence as I have. Aiden froze, unsure of what to do. Her warning was clear. If he disobeyed, the sovereigns would kill him. Estefania Varen raised her head to the torch. The blue flame inside the crystalline sphere quivered, its elusive movements building momentum until it raged like a pyre in the wind. A solid pillar of light shot down from it, enveloping Irina, Dan, and all the sovereigns on the dais. When it was gone, not a sign of Aiden's family remained. He fell to his knees and sobbed. Reasoning rang hollow. I just need to get selected next time.
Even though Aiden tried to convince himself otherwise, he knew he faced long odds. Tears dropped to the gray stone below, giving it an even darker tone. I hate them, Aiden whispered to himself as he cried. He did not dare say it out loud, for fear of one of the two sovereign overseers of the district catching wind of his words. Do you? I suppose that's only natural. Ah! Aiden swung a fist behind his head with more surprise than anger. No one stood behind, but he had heard someone right next to him. Bawling like a lost child. You're disappointing, son of Corvax von Astreus. The voice again. It sent chills running all over his back, for Aiden remembered whom it belonged to. Rolling away, he swung his head up to look at the speaker. His entire body froze, as if Estefania had once again used her powers to steal his freedom. The elderly man from before, once drenched in blood from injuries incurred in the beyond, stood over Aiden with a frown of displeasure. He was taller than a miner, but shorter than a sovereign. His clothes were plain brown, worn but without holes, the sort commonly sold at the fair. There was only one reason for one of them to wear such clothes. He wants to blend in. It's you. Aiden directed all his bottled-up anger at the elder. This is all your fault. All because you opened that damned gate. I wouldn't go around spouting such careless words. You never know who might be listening. Aiden swallowed hard. The elder was right. Who in the abyss is Corvax? He asked, redirecting the topic to less dangerous grounds. Who else but your father? But I suppose he used a different name. Will, if I'm not mistaken. The elderly sovereign scoffed. The irony in that. You knew him? Yes. The elderly man sighed, crossing his arms and closing his eyes as if to recall a memory. Not a good one, judging by his souring expression. In another life, he was a friend. It's a shame he passed away before I could give him one more beating. The elder stuck a hand in his pocket and brought out a simple black ring. "It was your father's. Now it belongs to you." He offered it to Aiden. The ring glistened with a dark light, as if someone had transmuted coal into metal. No scratches, not a single imperfection marred its fluid surface, which shifted with a black substance that neither felt wet nor stuck to the finger. Metal was a rare thing in their district, jewelry even more so. Will had been a miner, so it was impossible for him to afford something of this nature. Not to mention Aiden had never seen his father wearing it. It's a scam. Dad was not friends with a sovereign. You can go to the abyss, you decrepit geezer. Of course, Aiden did not voice his concerns in quite that manner. The elder, though more approachable than most, was still a sovereign who was plenty capable of snapping him in half. The elder raised a white eyebrow at Aiden, throwing a pointed look at the ring. "No thanks." Aiden turned and walked away. "What do I need a stupid ring for? To get stabbed and robbed at the mid-market? Shove it up your ass, geezer." "The life of those you hold dear will depend on this ring," the sovereign said. Aiden stumbled. Rage filled him in an instant as he turned around, ready to fight the old man to the death. "How dare you talk about my family?" A shiver raised the hairs on the back of his neck, for emptiness was all he found behind him. He's gone. The black ring alone remained. The torch had dimmed to a dour orange by the time Aiden made his way back home. That's what it used to be, anyway. His feet pushed through the streets as if weighted by heavy bags of dirt, but that did not bother him all that much. The longer it took to get there, the better. Nobody waited for him there. It doesn't matter if I get there at all. The shadows bent at every corner, the only company on his way back. All the miners were back at work, but he dreaded the moment Melissa and Tom sought him out. Aiden wanted nothing more than to be left alone. Today was a sacred day to many, a mourning day to a few, the worst day to him. He rolled the black ring between his fingers. It was smooth, pretty, useless. Nothing more than a ticket to get into trouble. But the white-haired sovereign's words had gotten to him, whether he liked it or not. So Aiden decided to hold on to it, even if the man spouted nothing but lies. Whenever he heard a voice or someone speaking, Aiden turned into an empty alley and kept going, head low. Some spoke of him, expressing their pity and dissatisfaction at not being chosen themselves. Some spoke of his mother, their words filled with poison and accusation. Aiden wanted to cut all this senseless gossip at the root, come swinging and talk later, but he was tired. Nothing makes sense anymore. Their words, cruel or not, held reason. If Irina isn't my mom, then only Dad knows the truth. Except he was dead. Their expressions, the terror and denial, had been real. Aiden knew when his mother lied, and that was not one of those times. How could Dad do this to us? To me? The way she screamed and begged the sovereigns, the rage that burned in her eyes, told him Irina might have been asking the same question herself. Ashes, Dad. What kind of mess did you leave behind? The skin on his face was stiff with dried tears. No time for self-pity. If the geezer is speaking the truth. But his words might as well be part of a cruel sovereign plot to deliver further torture. Aiden hated the doubt that made him second-guess every step he took. Not daring to put the ring on his finger, Aiden stowed it in his pocket. The sound of conversation caught his attention near his home. The door was wide open, and the clatter of things being thrown to the floor echoed amidst laughter. Bastards, picking the leftovers like rats.
It was no wonder the sovereigns called them ratlings. Perhaps there was a measure of truth in it, though Aiden was reluctant to admit it.
With gritted teeth and white-knuckled fists, Aiden entered his home, ready to spill blood. Not even hours had passed, and they already thought his belongings were up for grabs. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to knock some teeth out, if only to relieve his rage. "Hey!" Aiden choked on the word as he saw them, as he saw him. Pristine white vestments, a giant stature that made them tower over adults. The two sovereign overseers. They had to bend their backs so their heads did not hit the ceiling. But Aiden only had eyes for the man in the back, the blonde-haired sovereign with a sharply trimmed beard and blue eyes colder than a windy night. Hatred stole all reason as Aiden saw the man who killed his father. Chapter 4. A Blood-Stained Inheritance. The darkness of the room obscured Aiden's expression as he stared at the two sovereigns. The duty of an overseer was maintaining order and investigating accusations of crime, and few were fool enough to do anything that might draw their attention. For them to come out was a matter most uncommon, but today was not a regular day. The ascension ceremony still echoed in the defeated murmurs of the unchosen. "Greystone." Overseer Corvanus turned to face him, hands behind his back. "What brings you here?" Aiden almost snapped back an insult at the sovereign's ridiculous question. It had to be a provocation. "Why do you think, you stupid fucker?" Instead, he took a deep breath and controlled his rage. "It's my home." "Wrong." The other sovereign, Overseer Trevor, shook his head. His hair was black and trimmed short, while a square jaw aided the scowl that never left his face. The sovereign had always been impatient, but the look on his face today had a tinge of danger mixed into it. "This house is assigned to Irina Greystone and her family. Last I heard, you're not her son," he said. "She's not your mother," Trevor snapped. "Do us a favor and fuck off, Ratling. Whenever I've to deal with your ilk, my skin always gets itchy. I'm allergic." Aiden simmered. His heart pounded in his ears like drums. Deep breaths. His stomach burned painfully. "You piece of shit." Deep breaths, Aiden. He wanted to lash back, but there was no point. The rage subsided, his thoughts becoming sharper. A day would come when the two sovereigns paid for their actions. But it was not today. Aiden had no means of achieving anything more than a painful death. "I'll pack my things," he said. "No, you won't," Trevor started, but Overseer Corvanus interrupted him. "Be quick about it, Greystone." Overseer Corvanus waved, shooing him away. "Do you wish to file another death to the Ministry of the White Garden when the Ratling dies of cold, Trevor?" "No, I don't think so." Trevor shot Aiden a glare before falling silent. With his head down, Aiden made his way inside the house's stone confines, more aware than ever of the frigid stone beneath his bare feet. The warmth is gone. A sigh escaped him as he entered the bedroom, wary of watchful eyes and the dangerous curiosity of sovereigns. There's only one thing I need to get. The rag bed was untouched, likely because of disgust rather than respect. Good. Better to suffer their contempt than the consequences of being caught with the drawings of runes, he assured himself, before plunging his hand into the familiar spot and retrieving the book. "Well, well, well," Overseer Trevor laughed. "What do we have here?" Aiden turned around, hiding the book behind his back and inside his pants, sweat immediately gathering on his forehead. The perfect image of someone caught red-handed. Did he see it? Aiden did not dare meet the overseer's eyes as the man struggled to fit inside the tiny room. "Don't be shy, little ratling. You can show it to me."
Overseer Trevor approached with a predatory smile. Despite his size, he moved without making a sound. "Come on, let's see it." "See what? I don't know what you mean." Aiden stumbled back. "Must you torture the poor creature, Trevor? Are you going to inspect him for any dirty rags he decides to take?" Corvanus voiced his displeasure in the kitchen. "Let it go so we can be done with this." "Not this time." Trevor's voice lost its scorn and playful tone. "His heart's telling me a lot of things. I know this tune well, Corvanus." A smile split his features. "Oh no, he caught me. I better hide this or I'll get in trouble," something along those lines. "And I've to say, now I need to see just what the rattling is hiding." "Blood sense. He's hearing my heartbeat." "Are you certain?" Corvanus frowned, taking the matter seriously for the first time. "Oh yes. This one's hiding something important. Something dangerous." Trevor took a step forward. "Something taboo." In and out. In and out. "Breathe." Aiden tried to control his breathing, to steady his heartbeat, but the damage was already done. Sweat dripped from his forehead into his eyes, reminding him of his split lip with a sharp stab of pain. "I gotta go. Now." He inched away from the man until his back touched the wall. Nowhere to run. Aiden took a deep breath and decided to risk it all. Can only change things if you take risks, Aiden. You know, little ratling, there are things that can get you killed. But I suppose you already know that, given what happened to your father. He was smart for a ratling, always treated his betters with respect and subservience. Trevor threw Corvanus a look. Quite the surprise when he attacked a sovereign on duty. Maker's mercy, what sort of rabid beast bites the hand that feeds it? "The kind which needs to be put down," Corvanus said matter-of-factly. The controlled rage almost exploded, but Aiden subdued it with an icy grip. It was not the first time someone mocked his father's death, but by the Maker, it would be the last. There are also crimes that'll get you more than a slap on the wrist or a blade through the neck. Nasty stuff, those. Things worthy of an excision. Trevor placed one massive hand on his shoulder. Opening the gate is one of them. Aiden's heart skipped a beat. "He knows about the gate, Corvanus," Trevor shouted, distracted by the possibility of finding the clue they had been looking for. That's right. It was all the cue Aiden needed. A plan formed in his head. "I saw the gate opening, my lords. But I swear I didn't have anything to do with it. It was all that man." "Maker protect us all," Corvanus said, closing his eyes. "Out with it, you cretin. Who's that man? What did you see?" Trevor's eyes quivered with fear. Aiden knew his fate was already sealed the moment the sovereign sensed the fear in his heartbeat. Proof meant nothing to them. After a night spent under their torture, Aiden suspected he would confess to being the Maker himself. "They're gonna kill me no matter what I say." A man walked through the gate. Aiden ignored their incredulous shouts, bringing the book forward and opening it so the runes were visible only to him. He dropped this book. The sovereigns looked at him as if transfixed, their attention fully focused on the book Aiden held in his hands. Before any of them had a chance to react, Aiden pivoted it toward them, shoving the notebook in their faces. The reaction was instant and unavoidable. Sovereign or minor, it did not matter. Trevor's hand on his shoulder fell as he collapsed onto his backside. Corvanus blinked through tears and stumbled backward. Aiden grabbed the book, ducked low to avoid Corvanus's blind swing, and ran. "That's not gonna hold them for long. 30 seconds, if I'm lucky." The wind hit his face as the roars inside the house haunted his maddened run. The puffs of his breathless gasps somehow overpowered the loud beating of his heart, but not the sound of stone walls caving under the sovereign's rage. "Aiden!" Tom shouted behind him. "Wait!" Aiden threw him a glance. "Sorry, Tom, but it's better if you stay away from me." It lasted no more than a second, but the man seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, his steps slowing until he gave up with a heavy nod. "Greystone!" The shout echoed through the entire district. Aiden shoved the notebook into his pants, and the dark ring slipped out, pinging against the stone. He caught it as he ran, snatching it mid-bound, as if the Maker himself had bestowed him the grace of a thief. "Can't lose you, can I?" The ring stayed in his hand. Attracting attention would not be a problem where Aiden headed. No sane person would willingly head closer to the gate. "Just until I lose them." With a resolute exhale, Aiden shoved the ring onto his finger. As Tenri's circlet initiated. "Ah!"
Aiden threw a blind punch behind his head and missed a step. He heard a man's voice just over his shoulder, but it belonged to none of the sovereigns he knew. None of that mattered, as Aiden crashed hard against the ground, his knee and shoulder burning hot. "Who's that?" Aiden picked himself up and ran faster than before, sparing only a glance back to ensure no one was following him. No one. Thank the Maker. The ruins replaced the residential buildings within moments as he fled. Am I going crazy? I could have sworn somebody spoke just now. Maybe I'm losing my mind. Welcome, Draven von Astrace. Shit, who? Aiden was ready this time. It was not a whisper over his head, but a voice that spoke inside his mind. Sovereign magic. Words formed in the corners of his vision, floating in thin air and matching his pace with effortless grace. Who in the abyss is Draven von Astrace? He read the text. Wait, I can't read. Nobody had ever taught him how to do it, yet he understood every single word as if studied in Elysium. Magic. It's gotta be magic. Awaiting catalyst. Get out of my head! The black ring on his finger grew colder, its dark surface swirling with increased momentum until it became uncomfortable. It hissed, and before Aiden could do anything, it popped like a bubble, spreading an inky dark liquid on his hand. What the fuck? Aiden shook his hand, trying to fling the substance off, but it didn't work. The movement failed to wrench a single drop of the strange liquid free. Instead, it spread further up his arm, melding with his skin, merging with the flesh, until it was gone. Maker's mercy. I hope this thing isn't poison. Aiden didn't know what in the abyss the mad geezer from the beyond had given him, but it was something that touched the arcane forces held by the sovereigns. He was certain of it, for there was a foreign presence behind his thoughts, a feeling unlike anything he had ever experienced. It was closer to the awareness of a limb. Aiden flexed it like a muscle. Draven von Astraeus. Providence. None. Path. None. Words forged of blue light manifested before his eyes, the hue familiar, like the glow of runes. Aiden skimmed the glowing text, worried he was going insane, but none of it made much sense, except the name von Astraeus. It was his father's last name, according to the mad sovereign. There! Trevor's snarl shattered his hopes of fleeing. The sovereign ran with unreal speed, his feet devouring the ground in great bounds that cracked the stone. A sphere of blood hovered over his hand, vibrating with every step Aiden took, guiding the sovereign in his chase. Damned magic! Why don't you play fair? Corvanus followed close behind, his eyes devoid of sympathy or mercy.
I will handle this, he rasped.
Purple energy emerged from his skin, flowing like strands of lightning that crawled over his pristine clothes like serpents. His steps did not just crack the stone beneath him, they caved it. With a deafening explosion that sent pebbles flying, he was gone. Before Aiden reacted, stray stones struck his face, sending him sprawling onto the ground. Warm blood trickled down his chest in fresh bursts of pain. The world spun. His ears rang as muffled voices called to him. An enormous pressure pinned him against the ground. Aiden could not breathe, could not think. He struggled to understand what had happened. A massive hand grabbed him by the neck, lifting him high into the air, high enough he saw the rooftops of the ruins. An effortless display of strength. Overseer Corvanus's blue eyes stabbed bloody holes through him. He opened his mouth to say something, but all Aiden could hear was the deafening ringing in his ears. Aiden blinked, his confused gaze slowly sharpening as the dust cloud settled around them. The Sovereign stood at the center of a crater in the stone, but he could have sworn no such thing existed in this area. Not unless he made it. The Sovereign shook his head, raised a hand, and slapped Aiden across the face. It was as if someone had started a fire using his cheek as fuel. It burned with an intensity to wake even the dead, much less the stunned. The presence swirling dormant inside Aiden's head twitched. He spat blood and a broken tooth. Shit, I'm dead. They had him. He was going to hang for what he had done. Why did you make things harder? Corvanus looked at him with clear displeasure. Trevor arrived, his sphere of floating blood still hovering above his palm. With a smile and a clench of his fist, the magic dissipated into the air. Kind of you to leave your blood behind, Ratling. I'm not sure we could have caught you without your help. Corvanus glanced at him from the corner of his eye. Answer my question. What question? You didn't ask anything. Aiden gasped for breath. What are you? Corvanus tightened his grip on Aiden's neck, choking the words into silence. Never mind, Greystone. You can keep your secrets, if you must. The blue-eyed Sovereign nodded. All the information we need will come when they send in the Evoker. He's insane. How can I say anything like this? It doesn't make sense. Aiden's eyes bulged. Let me speak, and I'll tell you, I swear. Corvanus pried the book from Aiden's pocket, handling it as if it had the plague. Evoker? Trevor whistled. Damn, Corvanus. That's a bit heavy-handed coming from you. He looked concerned at the mention of that word, almost fearful. Aiden sweated all the more. Whatever scared a Sovereign was not something anyone would look forward to facing. What do you expect? The gate just opened, and this child, Ratling, has a whole book filled with runes. Corvanus watched as Aiden's face turned purple from lack of breath. Let Elysium handle this. But first, we'll make him a lesson for those who dare bite their master's hand. Those were the last words Aiden heard, before everything turned dark. Chapter 5. The Equality of Pain. Icy fingers enveloped Aiden's heart in a tight grip. Pain brought him back to the world. He gasped for air like a dying man, opening his eyes to the blinding brilliance of the torch and the murmurs of the crowd. The hand slipped away from his heart, allowing him to breathe without the wide-eyed panic of ill-acquired sleep. What in the abyss was that? Aiden tried to bring his hand forward to see if his chest was wide open, but something held them behind his back with the bitter touch of metal. Chains. It did not take a genius to understand the situation he was in, or the death that loomed behind his head like an unsheathed blade. The reason you're called here again, the second time in a day, is simple. Overseer Travor's familiar voice cut through the murmurs. A grave crime was committed, one which demands punishment of the same severity. Crime? What choice did you bastards leave me? The fiery rage within his guts started to boil. Blinking away the brightness, Aiden took in the view. People, all residents of the district, gathered once again on the steps of Elysium, not a shred of hope on their faces this time. The spectacle they watched was of a different kind. Aiden saw the horror plastered on their faces from where he stood chained on the dais. That's not how I wanted to come here. No one else would ascend today. If the abyss was below the haven like everyone claimed, today Aiden would descend. He snarled at the irony. Aiden Grayston was found in possession of a forbidden remnant, Overseer Corvanus spoke. The gasps of the crowd were deafening. Not only that, but he resisted arrest and assaulted a sovereign. According to blooded decree, the sentence is 10 lashes for resisting arrest, 20 for the assault. 30 lashes? Just kill the boy already, someone shouted from the safety of anonymity. There ain't a minor alive who can take 20 lashes and survive, my lords, a rotund man shouted over the whispers. It was Big Red, the only citizen of the district who ate enough to become fat. Maker's mercy, my lords, Maker's mercy. I have not finished, Ratling. Speak again, and perhaps it is your skin that shall be taking the punishment instead. Corvanus did not raise his voice, yet the words silenced the crowd as if the psyker had used her magic once more. Big Red stared at Aiden for a moment, an unuttered apology on his clenched jaw, then looked away. Thanks, Red. He did not expect anyone to stand up for him, not with 2 sovereigns already looking to spill blood. Travor stepped forward, producing a brown leather whip. The weapon was kept pristine for the most part, yet darker, encrusted spots marred its cleanliness. Dark brown. Old blood. Travor smiled, tracing his finger along the whip, savoring its texture, tasting the flavor of what was to come. The illegal possession of a remnant is punished by excision, he said. Excision? That's ridiculous. Melissa's shout fell short as Tom tackled her to the ground, pressing a hand firmly over her mouth. However, Corvanus raised his hand to stop the murmurs of protest. Aiden has no familial ties, as attested by the torch, which invalidates the excision. His sentence shall be 30 lashes, followed by execution. Ain't that the same fucking thing? Someone shouted. The miners murmured their agreement, yet no one dared to voice it louder. See, Corvanus? The Ratlings think they can even talk back to us. Travor frowned, the whip unfolding as it hit the ground. I'd say a few more examples are in order today. There is no need to make matters worse, Corvanus shot him a glare. Turning back to the crowd with all the authority, dignity, and unveiled cruelty of a sovereign, he said, I will grant the prisoner the right to his last words. He walked next to Aiden and spoke in a tone meant for their ears alone. Apologize for what you have done. Show respect, and I will overrule the lashes. I will give you a painless death. You can't be serious. Travor almost dropped the whip. Corvanus looked at him, purple light staining his blue eyes. The black-haired sovereign swallowed hard and averted his gaze. The last thing Aiden expected was kindness from a sovereign, much less the one who had killed his father. To say the gesture surprised him was an understatement. That's way too late, Corvanus. Where was your pity when you killed my dad? Fucking bastard. The more Aiden thought about it, the angrier he became. Aiden was alone after the torch chose his family. Robbed of a home, devoid of means to survive,
Perhaps death was mercy. "Don't fuck with me!" Was he so pitiful that even a sovereign hesitated to get heavy-handed? Was his life so meaningless that they wanted to get the execution over with just to avoid wasting time? Fuck him. Fuck all of them. All of you bastards can go eat coal. "I'm sorry." Aiden's voice trembled as he spoke to the crowd. A moment of silence stretched before he continued. "I'm sorry for not offering my neck to be chopped. You pieces of shit. Who do you think you are?" Corvanus sighed and closed his eyes. "If I'm gonna die, then I won't be taking this shit anymore." Resisting arrest? Want me to kneel and lick your shoes? Go fuck yourselves. Every single one of you sovereign bastards can go to the abyss. His brown eyes had turned bloodshot. Some people in the crowd nodded, while others shuffled uncomfortably. "You think you're so above us miners, but you still eat and shit just the same." Aiden let the rage inside him speak, the years of oppression that never found an outlet to escape. Until now. "Just because you're taller, it means you're better than us? You bastards only know how to take. You look at us like we're some nasty insects, not even worth stepping on." Spittle flew from his mouth, but Aiden did not care. "My dad, my family, my home."
You took everything from me already, and now you want my life? You know what I'm really sorry about? That I can't kill you myself. Abyss, take me. I'd sell my soul to make sure every single one of you sovereign fuckers died a horrible death. The gasps were loud enough to shake the ground, but that did not stop Aiden. Overseer Trevor watched with wide-eyed wonder. No one had ever displayed such rebellion in the open, much less in front of two overseers. Aiden's outburst might have taken him by surprise, but elation soon followed, for the punishment for such defiance was not something Corvanus could overlook. Not this time. "That's what you get when you let these ratlings think they are human," Trevor chuckled. "Proceed with the sentence, Overseer Trevor." "Wait!" Tom barged forward, pushing his way through the crowd. "My lord, the kid ain't thinking straight. He just lost his family. I'm sure those are just empty words he's spouting. He ain't really mean what he said," Tom pleaded. But he knew deep down it was too late for that. "Tom, sorry I'm leaving such a mess behind." "Execution is too much, lords. Let me take the lashes in his place. He's just a kid. He ain't got a single hair on his ass, much less knows what's right or wrong. Please." "Silence, ratling," Trevor warned. "This isn't a debate. The sentence is final." "But that ain't right," Tom shouted, falling to his knees and turning his attention to the other sovereign. "Overseer Corvanus." Trevor swiped his hand in the air. Red mist surged out from his skin, condensing into a thin, solid edge before shooting forward. Aiden heard the sound of wind being cut, followed by a wet thud. He struggled to process the sight before him. Tom's head rolled across the ground, leaving a sinuous trail of blood in its path. It hit the bottom of the dais, where it stopped. His jaw was frozen open in protest, in pleading, in horror. "Any other ratling wish to bargain?" Trevor sneered, not even looking at the life he had taken. Slain. He merely smiled. It sent shivers down Aiden's spine. "Dear!" Aunt Mel ran to her husband. She stopped in front of his body, her eyes drifting from his torso to his severed head. Tears streamed down her face as she let out a scream. Tremors coursed through her body as she struggled to stand on unresponsive legs. She cradled the headless torso of her husband. "Noisy." Trevor waved his hand once more.
Another head fell to the ground. "No!" Aiden thrashed against the chains. The metal bit into his skin, drawing blood, yet the pain felt distant, foreign. The awareness in his mind trembled. "They didn't do—" Trevor planted a slap on Aiden's face. It lacked any actual power behind it, a casual admonishment, yet the entire world inverted upon itself. He gagged on his own blood and broken teeth. The Sovereign looked satisfied. "By all means, scream, ratling," Trevor smiled, patting him on the head. A moment later, he wiped his hand with a disgusted expression. With a single motion, he ripped off Aiden's shirt as though it was rotten paper. The whip went high into the air and came crashing down with a crackling pop. Molten fire ripped through skin and flesh. It felt as though someone had decided to use Aiden's back as a canvas for a drawing, but the piece of coal chosen still burned hot. The pain spread like a pulsating, bright line until he could no longer tell where it began or ended. Aiden held back the scream. "It's all my fault. I should have kept my mouth shut. It's my fault." He looked transfixed at Mel and Tom. Dead. It was his fault. He bit down the scream. Another lash came, and this time he did not have the power to resist it. "There you go," Trevor snickered. "But you can do better than that, can't you?" The whip struck again and again. It was the only thing that remained. Everything else fled before the pain.
Only the whip, Trevor's provocations, and Aiden's blood-curdling screams made sound in the world. Not a single miner dared to voice protest, but he did not blame them, not after what happened to Tom and Mel. The 10th strike broke Aiden's rib. The 15th broke his spirit. The 16th should have killed him, but Aiden survived, somehow. It confused miners and sovereigns alike, as following strikes seemed to have a lesser effect even with the increased violence. Aiden had vowed to get revenge against the sovereigns. Kalendor, Corvanus, Trevor. But those delusions no longer mattered. He would abandon everything just to make the pain stop. Abyss take him. He would sell his own family if it meant putting an end to it. No! A piece of his mind anchored itself inside his soul. Never. All the pain, all I went through. They'll feel it one day. As Trevor struck harder, the pain grew weaker. Aiden had long since stopped screaming, gritting his teeth instead. Something within demanded retribution. He was not sure if it was the awareness or his guilt. Vengeance. Even if it took a day, a year, a decade, a lifetime. His thirst for it would not fade. The foreign part of his mind resonated with the hatred, but what he could hear most clearly were the words whispering inside his head, the text that appeared in front of his eyes. Catalyst achieved. "Come on, don't be shy," Trevor roared in frustration. The pain vanished. Information flooded Aiden's brain as the blue light of runic symbols manifested in front of him. It swirled and condensed into a thin, square sheet of ethereal material made physical, of light crafted into an unseen glass. Another lash came. A malevolent grin split Aiden's face. Trevor looked at the whip, displeased at the meager amount of flesh stuck to it. "You're a tough little ratling. Creepy, too, I'll give you that. But don't worry. I'll make this one count." The Sovereign held the whip with one hand, the other hovering above the blood-stained instrument in a practiced motion. Red mist poured out of his palm, revolving around the whip like a whirlpool. Trevor trailed a finger along the whip's length, forcing the mist into the leather. Small red thorns sprouted from it, resembling a vine. "I won't kill him," Trevor said, before Corvanus could object. Don't be jealous. I know he's your kill, not mine. The magic-imbued whip blurred as Trevor's arm moved at an impossible speed. It struck Aiden in the chest, breaking his bones. Red thorns ripped his flesh to pieces, biting off the skin like they possessed a life of their own. A wet scream tore itself from his throat as the thorns detached, burrowing under his skin like snakes swimming in blood. The sovereign magic pierced his flesh and thrashed beneath his skin. Blood pooled under his knees as Aiden dropped forward, not a single ounce of strength left to sustain him. Ah, Trevor inhaled deeply. No. That's what I call a day of fulfilling work. He grabbed Aiden by the neck, bringing him closer to have a good look. We're the same, you say? The one holding the whip couldn't be more different from the one who receives the strike, even if the maker himself willed it otherwise. You ratlings live in caves, content to eat scraps, to dress like beggars, eager to serve. The overseer shook him by the neck, as if concerned Aiden would lose consciousness. It's your destiny, the sole purpose for which you exist. Open your eyes, ratling. In what world is a sovereign the same as you? Aiden coughed blood. Right. We aren't the same. Aiden let his blood-stained smile surface. But pain doesn't care. The awareness inside of him unfolded into the world, into the hand that strangled the life out of him. Overseer Trevor's horrified expression was the last thing Aiden saw. By the Maker, that's not a bad way to go.
Chapter 6. He Who Ventured Beyond One. The sound of bones breaking was deafening. Drops of blood splashed against the ground, some even flying toward the distant, silent crowd, tamed into cowardice by the promise of death. Helvin did not blame them. Not many would look death in the eye and give it a bloody smile. Unlike Aiden. Perhaps I was wrong. The boy's crazier than his father. Helvin watched, mingling with the crowd, though his height surpassed a miner's. Nobody noticed his presence. Everyone was too busy staring wide-eyed as one of their own, no more than a child, was savagely beaten. Pathetic. Ever since the rebellion in the first district, their fire and will to live seemed to have been bred out completely. Helvin thought it was a shame, but also unavoidable, for a regular miner had no way of facing the might of a sovereign, much less an Empyrean who wielded blood magic. Once a resident of Elysium, with sovereign blood running through their veins, had their soul heightened to the six paths, they were no longer human. The arcane changed someone like an irreversible tide. Those who resisted that force soon met death. Helvin glanced at the pair of headless bodies lying, forever silent, on the pale stone floor. The Sovereign, an Empyrean of the blood path, knelt in front of Corvax's son, his hand gripping the boy's neck as if to choke the last strands of life from his puny body. The boy might have some guts, but it was nothing but anger. Helvin doubted if Aiden would ever raise his hand against a sovereign, even if given the means to fight. He reeked of fear. He might be one of Corvax's sons, but he is not the one I'm looking for. What a waste of time. I'll have to get the ring back. Helvin readied himself to leave for another catalyst district, when something changed in the boy. A shiver rang through his core, loud as the evening bell, strong as the current of wind that whistled silently. It can't be. Helvin infused his body with Hexion. The sensation was subtle, enough to escape the notice of most Empyreans, even those trained by the Magisterium Arcana, such as Trevor and Corvanus. But Helvin had passed that threshold centuries ago. Aiden cackled as the sovereign in front of him fell to his knees, a guttural howl ripping from the depths of his lungs. He thrashed on the ground, his hands clawing at his chest and tearing the white uniform from his muscular frame. His nails dug deeply into his skin, carving bloody trenches from one side of his ribs to his neck. By the fallen god, there's no mistake. That has to be a providence. But to awaken it without being heightened, it's unpredictable. It won't synchronize well to his path. But maybe that's what Korvax was looking for. Helvin let the Hexion inside his Astra form into an art. Did you see this all along, Korvax? The screaming stopped. Trevor took a knee, inspecting his chest. There were no wounds except those he had inflicted on himself. What? He breathed raggedly. Huh? The sovereign gathered himself, closing his eyes. Helvin sensed the Hexion being used. The amateur doesn't even have his Astra properly shielded. Nevertheless, the wounds on his chest closed in less than a minute. A greater reverence wasted in these caves. What did you do? The fool's voice carried more panic than command, heedless of those who overheard. Aiden had long since lost consciousness. Answer me, ratling! Trevor kicked Aiden's limp body. Forget it, Trevor. We'll know after the evoker arrives. Corvanus watched the boy with wary eyes. Red mist congealed into Trevor's hand, shaping itself into a curved blade made of blood. The blade descended toward Aiden's exposed neck with the speed of an arrow in flight, trailing a red blur that cut the air in an inaudible whistle. Chronos' domain unfolded from within Helvin's Astra, the core of his power, as the art slowed the natural flow of time to a crawl. The blade froze mid-strike. Everything stopped. Pain almost made the elderly sovereign release the technique. It was too soon after his incurred wounds. But he had no other choice. Years ago, the two sovereigns standing on the dais would have posed no more threat to him than minors. Oh, time erodes all things. Now, were he to fight them, Helvin suspected he would lose. Helvin walked through the crowd in quick strides, careful not to touch anyone, lest the burden of his Chronos domain would become too much to bear. With a single leap, he landed on the dais in front of the boy, breaking the chains restraining Aiden with his bare hands. Thank the fallen god you're unconscious, boy. Helvin threw the blood-soaked child over his shoulder, sighing in relief as the boy's dormant will did not conflict with Chronos domain's influence. Without another thought, Helvin mustered all his strength and ran. His art was on the brink of failing, and if he was still in sight when that happened, they would both die. Chapter 7. A Binding Vow. Aiden woke up. Not dead. Not yet. But where am I? Wherever he was, it was dark. No cracks in the walls allowed light through, which was uncommon in the district. Perhaps someone escorted him out to another place, maybe where the so-called evoker was to arrive. He hoped not. His unresponsive body was not reassuring, but that was a trade-off Aiden was willing to take. He was alive, after all. The lightless place he found himself in was warm, soft, peaceful, unlike his last moments. Maybe I'm dead, and this is the abyss, Aiden mused. He did not feel pain, which was not a good sign given the beating he had taken. It's not as bad as I thought. The sound of Overseer Trevor's screams had been sweet music to his ears before he lost consciousness. Aiden was about to touch the awareness in his mind, for the glowing texts were the only holders of information regarding the magic he had unleashed upon the Sovereign. Maybe it was a proof he still lived. You're awake! And still alive! An enthusiastic giggle approached from the darkness. I was a bit worried you wouldn't make it, truth be told. Ah! Aiden tried to get up, urging his body to run. They got me, Abyss. He felt the dormant magic in his mind, touching it as if it were a limb. Empty. He knew he could not unleash the same attack again unless its reserves were full once more. Hey, shh! A hand brushed against his forehead. You're safe now, Aiden. It was a woman's voice. It did not belong to Trevor or Corvanus. The evoker. It had to be. Damn it. Aiden let the awareness unfold in front of his eyes. He needed to understand the magic he now wielded if he wanted a chance at surviving. Draven von Astreus. Dyad vessel. Corruption. Lesser. Path. None. Dyad vessel. He focused on the words, witnessing as they rearranged themselves into a unique pattern that expanded in front of his eyes. Dyad vessel. Corruption. Lesser. Release on thy enemies all the suffering unleashed upon thyself.
Aiden recalled the fleeting memories of how the Providence worked, associating it with the glowing runes that confirmed his gut feeling.
I can't use it. Not now. It needs to... I need to get hurt first.
It seemed even magic had limitations, for it also needed time to recover after each use.
But it can still absorb. The more he thought about it, the more the magic workings resembled a bucket, one that, oddly enough, stored pain rather than water. Aiden could only use the bucket if it contained something. Light blinded him suddenly. Aiden blinked away tears as his eyes adjusted to the newfound brightness. The silhouette of a massive woman sitting beside him was the first thing he saw. Sorry, a little warning might have been better, the woman chuckled. Oh well, a bit of temporary blindness is the least of your problems anyway. Another sovereign. Unsurprising. She wanted information about the Beyond and the rune book, though her nonchalance made him question that thought. Who are you? Aiden still could not move, but his mouth worked just fine. I'm not dead. Yet. I'll die before giving up anything. You took the beating of a lifetime, or so I'm told. She ignored the question. All right, I'm sensing a little tension between us, Aiden. The woman laughed, her eyes shifting from him to the wall. I wasn't really expecting you to give a hooray or anything, she harumphed, standing up to tower over Aiden. A little thank you wouldn't hurt, though. Maker's blessing, Myra, you saved my life? Thank you. Thank you so much. My body doesn't hurt, even though a couple of sovereigns nearly beat me to death. Thank you, Myra. You're the best. Aiden's mouth dropped open. What? Enough, Myra. It's good that his trust doesn't come easy. Someone else spoke. We meet again, boy. Aiden's eyes darted to the other side of the room. A wrinkled, white-haired, decrepit old man rested against the wall with arms crossed. The sovereign from the Beyond. He approached Aiden, but his white hair and aged skin did nothing to mask the presence pressure he emitted. It was hard to describe, but the look on his face and the certainty of his steps put Aiden on guard. There's much to explain and little time to answer questions, the elderly man said, frowning. This is you. He held a mirror facing Aiden. A disfigured creature lay on the bed, a proper bed, not one made of rags. Aiden closed his eyes, trying to run from the reality, from what remained of his broken body. It did him no good. With a trembling sigh, he opened his eyes again and stared back at his reflection. Aiden lay broken in the comfort he once dreamed of, his lips slipping open to the side, exposing countless missing teeth. A deep cut ran down his chest, twisted trails spreading from it like roots. It's me. Rather than despair, Aiden only felt fury. Tell me, boy, are you heightened? The old man asked. I'm a what? Aiden stuttered, confused. No clue what kind of nonsense you're crapping out through your mouth, you sovereign piece of shit, he snapped at the elder. This situation was the old sovereign's fault. None of it would have happened if the gate had remained shut. None of it. Aiden did not know who the man was, but he already hated him with every ounce of his being. His family, however, was more important than hatred, and he needed to find a way to find them. He's not lying, Gramps, Myra nodded. The sovereign looked unconvinced, but chose not to press it. If I'm alive, it's because you need me, Aiden broke the silence. The sovereign needed him, so his best chance of saving his family was to find out whatever he could about his situation. My family. You said they were in danger. Yes, they will die in a year or so, the elder nodded. What? The shackles holding his body dormant snapped as Aiden stood up and grabbed him by the arm. Say that again. Ah! Myra took a step back, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. Use your providence on me, and I'll cut off that arm, the sovereign said. He glanced down, unconcerned, but the threat in his chilling tone was clear. Shivers crawled under Aiden's skin as he released the elder's hand. You can't restrain an unheightened minor boy, Myra? The white-haired man shook his head. I've been blocking that damned trace for hours, you heartless geezer. Myra wiped the blood from her mouth, a maddened look possessing her eyes. You know my reserve isn't that great. I'm just a median reverence. Do this, Myra. Do that, Myra. After you heal him, block the trace, Myra. After you block the trace, make sure he's not dead. Abyss below, woman, the man from the beyond took a step back. I just asked. So she's the reason I couldn't move. Aiden did not understand how sovereign magic worked, but whatever hold Myra had on him injured her once broken. And how the abyss does he have this much will, Helven? She asked. Helven ignored her. My family. Other questions could wait. Why did you say that? They got into Elysium. Why would they be in danger? Nothing in this world comes free, Aiden. Helven looked lost in memory, but it only lasted a moment. I'll only help you if you help me first. What do you want? Aiden suppressed the hostility in his tone. Pledge yourself under my service. Swear to obey and follow my instructions. No. Aiden did not hesitate. Myra laughed, while Helven looked taken aback. Is this geezer stupid? Who in the abyss would agree to that over some shady rumors? Aiden restrained his temper, but he failed to understand how anyone would dare offer such terms. Perhaps the old man was a swindler, or thought Aiden was stupid. I'm not keen on becoming a slave just because you said some obscure nonsense about my family, Aiden scoffed. You want me to take your word for it? No thanks. They're probably safe and sound in Elysium. What if that's a lie, boy? Helven waved his hand before Aiden could reply.
And make no mistake, you would not become a slave. You already are one. Aiden narrowed his eyes. What do they call your kind, boy? Helvan took a deliberate pause. Ah, yes. Ratlings. Send you to the mines, pay you with scraps, beat you bloody for the slightest mistake. Yup, sounds pretty much like a slave to me, Myra said with more enthusiasm than necessary. Aiden gritted his remaining teeth until he tasted blood. They're not wrong. The Maker knew the kind of hardship the miner families had to endure. It was something etched in their blood so deeply it had become normal. Somewhere along the way, they had settled for the injustice, choosing to forget a life once lived with dignity. You need this ratling, don't you? There was no bargain between two parties that did not respect each other, or so Aiden's father used to say. So either show me some respect, or kill me, like the sovereign you are. Anger provided no answers. It only clouded judgment. Aiden's mind was crystal clear, devoid of emotion, but he was tired of games. Enough was enough. Interesting. A smile adorned the corners of the sovereign's mouth. It was the first semblance of pleasant emotion he had displayed. A deal, then. Not a vow of servitude, but of partnership. You can call it a transaction if you want. You help me, and I will help you. How can I know you're not lying about my family? Aiden hesitated. Helvan was the only person ever to question the safety of Elysium, but he was also the first who might have seen it firsthand. No other sovereign would lower themselves and speak to a minor when not necessary. Helvan's words, truthful or not, held weight. You can't. Helvan paused. Unless you're a wielder of the blood path, an Empyrean that reads lies from people's hearts. But I don't think that's the case. Well, it hardly matters. The words, once written on a binding vow, will require me to comply. He produced a piece of leather from his black robes. Aiden swore the scroll was too big to fit in the elderly man's pocket, but he chose not to focus on the thought. You still haven't said what you need from me, he pressed. There was no way out of this. Aiden did not dare gamble his family's life. Lie or truth, Aiden bit the hook with enough strength to shatter his teeth. Oh, Maker, let this ugly geezer not be a swindler. You will infiltrate the Oran House, a minor sovereign family, the same one who holds your family. Helvan examined Aiden for a reaction, but found nothing. There have been some rumors about a secret meeting known only to Viren nobility, but no information about what is being discussed. They have my family? Aiden solidified his resolve, certain he would follow the sovereign's direction. Still, the plan itself did not sound feasible. Me? A minor? It sounded ridiculous as Aiden voiced it aloud. I might be small, but sovereigns aren't blind. You just said Elysium is not safe for us. They'll kill me. Aha! That's where I come in, Myra said, her eyes flashing red. I'm gonna make you look like a sovereign. Maybe you'll even be as strong as one. Probably not, though. You see, I've been practicing, but no one has survived so far. Helvan cleared his throat. I shouldn't have said that. Well, forget I said that. I feel quite confident this time. Her smile faltered. Probably. Truth be told, it's more like 50-50. I'm dead. Fear the unknown as he might, those people had saved Aiden's life. That was something he could not discredit. Rescuing a criminal from the hands of two powerful sovereigns was no easy feat. If they did that, saving his family might not be impossible. And I only need to sell my soul for that. Not bad. I'll take it. Helvan opened the leather scroll. Gold sheeting encased the edges, with maroon-red words written on it. Words. Aiden did not know how to read. I, Helvan Karamonder, vow to assist Aiden Greystone in locating and rescuing his family, should there be a risk to their lives in the coming period of 1 year. In return, Aiden Greystone will assist me by infiltrating the Viren nobility to gather information about their meetings. The Sovereign extended the scroll to Aiden. All you need to do is say your full name and that you agree to these terms. That won't work, Aiden shook his head. Abyss take me, he is a swindler. You think I'm stupid? You put a time on saving my family, but not on me helping you out? Helvan frowned, but did not retort. Instead, he tapped a finger on the page, and the words disappeared. Set your terms then, boy. Just say them out loud while holding the contract. You don't need to know how to read. The scroll felt warm in Aiden's hands. It throbbed, pulsating with a rhythm, a heartbeat. But Aiden dismissed the oddity.
He was dealing with sovereign magic. Attempting to understand it was not the right choice. He doubted anyone could understand it. He's giving me the power to set terms. Is he stupid? Still, Aiden abandoned the idea of trying to get the better of Helvin, or to swindle him to a disproportional deal. It was foolish even for him. Organizing his thoughts, making sure to eliminate any loopholes on his end, Aiden spoke. Aiden Greystone, swear to infiltrate the Oren house, was it? Helvin nodded. And gather information about what they're up to for 1 year. In return, what was it again? Helvin Salamander? Karamonder, the Sovereign snarled. Salamander. Myra burst into laughter, holding her stomach while pointing at the old man. In return, Helvin Karamonder will help me save my family from whatever threatens their lives for 1 year. It was a stretch. Not only did the terms force Helvin to rescue, but also to protect them for 1 year. But Aiden had to try. The ink appeared on the contract, coalescing into unintelligible little characters that made no sense.
He had a feeling they were truthful, but it was either that or another elaborate scam. Whatever threatens their lives, Helvin hummed. Your father must have been busy teaching you to take advantage of others. Like fraudster father, like son. What about gathering information? You're not bad yourself. Probably taught the profession to my great-grandfather or something. Aiden scoffed. Helvin drew a dagger from one of his sleeves in a swift motion. Aiden's eyes widened. It's a joke! Instead of plunging the weapon into his exposed chest, the Sovereign used it to cut the tip of his finger. The bloody thumb made contact with the scroll, leaving a red fingerprint on it. Soon, Aiden's bloody print left its mark on the leather. Ugh, you should probably put that thing away. Myra promptly stepped away. What are you? The scroll caught fire suddenly. The heat burned Aiden's eyebrows. With a yell, he threw the thing on the ground, where it turned to nothing but ashes in moments. A thick cloud of black smoke twisted in the air as if alive. It divided into 2 portions, one shooting toward Aiden and the other toward Helvin. Aiden ducked away with a yell, falling out of the bed, but the smoke followed. It entered his nostrils with a rancid smell of burnt flesh that brought tears to his eyes. He coughed, trying to expel it from his lungs. Something changed inside of him. A compulsion, a foreign will. Deep within his soul, a contract now required him to go to the Oren house, wherever that was, infiltrate their midst, gather information. It was a silent voice that never stopped talking, compelling him to take steps toward that path. The witnesses of the beyond welcome you, Aiden. Helvin nodded, seemingly unfazed by the smoke that entered his throat. Rest well tonight, for tomorrow you die, so a new sovereign is born.
Chapter 8. The Birth of a Sovereign. Whatever had kept the pain at bay had vanished alongside Myra. Sleep eluded Aiden as the pain wrestled him awake every time his eyelids dared to close. He was unsure if that was a blessing or a curse. The hurt fueled Dyad Vessel, constantly supplying its torturous reserves, but the lack of sleep took its toll. Aiden slept on his side, his back sensitive to even the slightest touch. It surprised him what an exhausted mind could overpower. Torn flesh, broken bones, loneliness. Someone visited him in the night, and they took the pain when they left. Thank the Maker. Aiden remembered seeing shoulder-length red hair shining like embers in a fire, but that might have been a trick of his tired mind. When the darkness came again, he welcomed it. Aiden woke up, confused. The ceiling differed from before, white instead of pale gray.
The bed was no longer warm and comfortable, but a frigid, metallic frame, binding his arms, legs, torso, and neck, and he could not move. His restraints trapped him. "What the abyss?" Aiden shouted, as he realized his clothes were also gone. Panic carved a bottomless pit into his empty stomach as his mind imagined the worst possible things that could happen. "Fuck this." Aiden mustered all the strength in his body to break free, ignoring the blood that gushed from the reopened wounds, but failed to break free. "Shh, it's all right," Myra whispered above. "We're just about to get you all disguised for the, you know, infiltration stuff. Make you a sovereign, remember?" 4 people murmured to the side, all wearing white robes with masks that covered their faces. Aiden felt the displeasure in their frowns, but that was the least of his concerns. "All right, yeah," he shivered. "Who are those guys?" "Don't worry about them. They are just here to help me," she said, while putting on gloves. "Our Reverence's reserve is, well, not great, so I'm gonna need some help to make sure you don't end up dying." It was the second time she mentioned the dire consequences of failure. Maker's mercy, what did I get myself into? Aiden wanted to run, but it was too late for that. They're bound by vows to forget all about this procedure. Once their jobs are done, we'll never see them again. Myra hesitated, her hand hovering above Aiden's chest. "Helves told me about your ability. Can you not do that to me?" After a brief hesitation, Aiden nodded. Hurting the person who held the key to his chains was not wise. Myra shoved a large piece of leather in his mouth. "Bite on this." Aiden's questions were silenced into muffled whimpers that escaped his torn lips. Never in his life had he prayed so hard for salvation, or admonished himself for the consequences of his reckless decisions, but it was past time for regrets. "All right, guys," Myra clapped to gather the attention of the masked sovereigns. "Open up your reserves and submit your will to mine." "All of us?" One of them scoffed as if hearing a joke. "I thought we were taking turns. Surely you don't think you can handle the will of 4 reverences?" "Look, guys, if you don't want to comply, break the contract," Myra said, and the chuckles turned to silence. "That's what I thought. Now shut up and do what I say." Red light illuminated the white walls of the room. It ignited from the mist pouring out of the 4 masked people in the corner. Myra muttered something under her breath, a deep frown taking hold of her features, and took a deep breath. All the mist entered her body. Her eyes gained a deep crimson color resembling a ruby, unlike the usual soft caramel. Even her hair brightened to a brilliant shade of red. Strands of lightning bearing the same color crackled on her skin, traveling erratic paths from her body to the ground in a sizzling stream of pure sovereign magic. "Ah," she sighed with a trembling smile. "Time to start." She pressed her hand above Aiden's heart. "This will hurt. A lot." "I wish I could put you to sleep. Save both of us some trouble, but I gotta monitor you during the procedure." Myra winced at the horrified expression taking over Aiden's features. Molten metal poured from her hand. It entered Aiden's flesh, burning, ripping it apart, remaking it. Brown eyes bulged out of their sockets as the pain overwhelmed him in a second, even though Dyad Vessel worked ceaselessly to lessen it. The room grew dark, the pull of unconsciousness dragging his eyelids closed. It was a relief from the pain, something too tempting to deny. The torture diminished to a whisper. Aiden embraced the darkness, the escape. A cold hand squeezed his heart once, twice, thrice. "Ugh!" he gasped through the leather in his mouth. Cold sweat sizzled on top of his burning hot skin.
Just 1 minute. He begged for rest, but realized Myra would not grant it. This pain was something he needed to endure. There was no running away from it. Fire burned his muscles, boiling out the impurities within his flesh, cleansing his body from the inside out. Invisible hammers broke his bones, while the heat mended them together. Aiden screamed until he lost his voice. "I think you broke the rattling," one of the masked men said. The leather in Aiden's mouth came loose, as did the restraints. But instead of returning the stolen freedom, they granted nothing more than a chance for rest. "Good morning, sleepyhead," Myra chirped. The voice made Aiden wince. The cold metal pressing against his back told him where he was. Something on his face made Myra's smile falter, probably the undisguised terror. The four people stood silent at the corner, as if to keep distance from the red-haired madwoman. Aiden did not blame them. He wished to do the same. "Ah," she hummed to herself. "Not feeling up to it?" "Who likes to get tortured?" Aiden let out the bitterness and fear he felt. Without a word, Myra started to untie his body from the table.
She stood to the side, arms crossed, and motioned him to stand up. Aiden did as he was told, while a part of him wondered if he could just run away.
"My family needs me." His shoulders were suddenly heavy. "Just a little longer."
Aiden followed the red-haired sovereign to the long mirror next to the door.
His body felt wrong, though he failed to understand why.
Aiden looked down at Myra.
"Wait, how come Abyss take me? I can see the top of her head."
He faced the mirror, gazed at the skinny, naked sovereign who looked back at him. His body was thin and gangly, all skin and bones. His hair was brown, and his eyes followed suit. That was secondary to the scar that traced a cruel red line from his right shoulder to the left side of his belly.
"Is that me? What did you—"
Aiden did not know what to ask. Perhaps he should thank her, but showing gratitude to a sovereign was beyond him.
"Nothing special, really."
Myra flashed a proud smile as she examined his body.
"Removed the gunk from inside you, extended your bones, nourished your muscles with Hexion. Nothing all that difficult. Though you almost died a couple of times."
Aiden chose to ignore the last part.
"Hexion? I'm a sovereign now?"
"Nope," Myra burst into laughter. "You're just the tallest miner ever." She pushed Aiden with a soft touch, nothing but a playful tap. It felt as if somebody had pushed him with their full strength.
"No strength to back that height, see? You can't run any faster than a miner. Well, you'll probably be slower now." She frowned. "If you want to stop now, that's all well and good with me. But you'll get a broken bone every time a sovereign looks at you."
Aiden swallowed his fears, refusing to let them control him. He needed to get stronger to rescue his family, and the new looks alone were not enough to bridge the gap between a miner and a sovereign.
"Do it."
Aiden walked back to the table, devoid of hesitation. Fear might still flood him, but he refused to let that control his future. Aiden lost track of the times he lost consciousness. Muffled voices were the anchors that guided him back when darkness beckoned.
"Abyss,"
Myra snarled.
"I shouldn't have done this.
Someone get Corvanus here, now!"
"Corvanus?"
Aiden muttered, confused. He remembered seeing a vial of silver liquid and a large syringe with a bright needle. The pain was so intense that his mind played tricks on him. He saw Overseer Corvanus assisting Myra in dealing his punishment.
"Maker's mercy, Myra."
Even the voice was familiar. "Why is the child bleeding from everywhere?"
"Mistakes happen, all right?"
she retorted, with a tinge of panic.
"Now shut up and help me."
Something pierced Aiden's stomach, burrowing its way to his heart.
In one moment, his sense of self was intact. He was Aiden Greystone. In the next, he was something else. He smelled the blood in the air, felt it, craved to devour it. Memories pulled him to a place of hunger. The moon shone red in the night sky. A hole in its center pierced the moon's celestial body, revealing bright stars in the distance. It was a proud, defiled reminder of its old glory. The hemomorph wandered the world, dreaming about its next meal alone. Ah, what it would feel like to drench myself in the warm life of those who crossed me. Humans. But the actions of its brethren and the Shavitri had all but extinguished the last remnants of the people that once called this place home. The foolish ones who dared to open the rifts were long gone, while the remaining ones had been wised up by the death of their ancestors. Hard to find. Decades had passed since he last saw a human, but he did not stop hoping. A wave of Hexion passed through the hemomorph, a presence. Who dares? As long as it did not belong to a Shavitri, the creature did not need to fear it. This was his territory. He would find the insolent cur and make them pay for their intrusion. Ah, it's good that you were so close.
A voice spoke from behind the hemomorph, sending shivers straight down its spine. Saves me the trouble. Now, friend, kindly hand me your core. The hemomorph spun, weaving Hexion into crimson armor around its body, condensing it into a thin blade at the tip of its tail. Its presence unfolded into the world, but it might not have bothered. A raven-haired man had sprouted out of nowhere, his eyes black as the obelisk. The hemomorph might once have cheered for his luck, but age had made him no longer a fool. For a human to face him meant one thing. He's no prey. The man vanished. Archon! In its last moments, the hemomorph wondered what one of them was doing outside the haven. Before death, it cursed its core with the full force of its will. Aiden let out a gasp. What kind of dream was that? Its details, the sheer lucidity, made it seem like a memory. But that can't be right. There had been no ceiling above his head, only something called the sky. Instead of the torch, a broken sphere called the moon hung above the living like a broken remnant. There were so many questions, but no one to answer them. No one except Helvan. Aiden stared at the ceiling. Dull gray, musty stone. The usual. The room was devoid of windows and doors, but it was still bright. Shadowless bright. It was small compared to his previous bedroom, but the bed was just as comfortable, if smaller. Wait. No doors? How am I getting out? How did I get here? Deep claw marks tore the walls as if a rabid animal had vented all its pent-up hatred on the unfeeling stone. Aiden started to sweat. He looked from side to side but found no trace of danger. He was alone in the plain stone confines. Myra? Aiden hesitated. Helvan! No one replied. No one came. There was only silence. Dyad vessel revolved in his mind like a sphere, its capacity filled to the brim, a testament to what Aiden had gone through. After everything they did, he deserved at least someone to answer his questions. The lack of respect was infuriating, but it was nothing a miner was not used to. Helvan! Aiden punched the wall, and the stone caved under his fist. Abyss, take me. He looked at his hand, unscathed, no pain. He punched the wall again. The stone crumbled under the strength of the blow. What kind of power is this? Good to see you made it back.
Helvan appeared out of nowhere, striking a dreaded resemblance to the memory Aiden had just lived through. "Is this how you treat a partner?" Aiden snapped at the elderly man. "I never left. You're the one that left me here." "You really don't remember?" Helvan sighed, ruminating on his next words. "You've been here for a month, Aiden." The ground might as well have fallen from under Aiden's feet. The words left Helvan's lips, but their meaning took a few moments to sink in. Looking around the room, he once again saw the claw marks, and the realization made him shiver. I did that. The hemomorph did that. He had no proof, yet he knew the creature was one with him now. "Come, there's a lot of things you need to know. Even more that you must learn." Helvan winced, looking around the room as if searching for where Aiden was. "But that can wait. Unlike you, I can't see in the dark."
Chapter 9. Catalyst. District 99. Realization fell over Aiden like a bucket of cold water. He did not know if the truth should terrify or amaze him. A lot of questions remained unanswered, but in front of him was a man who held the answers, who knew the truth, unpleasant as it might be. Aiden took his hand. The world shivered for an instant, then changed. The musty, ravaged walls and a decorated office replaced the suffocating prison cell he had woken up in. An amber wooden desk, polished to a shining luster. A similar set of chairs, one in front of the desk, the other behind it. A globe of yellow light hung from the ceiling, nothing but a small mockery of the torch, its soothing brilliance providing color to the world. A painting, confusing in its swirl of colors and symbols, depicted a battle between a white-furred humanoid creature and a black-haired swordsman. But none of that caught Aiden's attention more than the bookshelf to the side. So many. Books of all shapes and sizes, bound in leather, some even wrapped in metal. They called to the curiosity he had been born with, promising answers to questions he never thought to ask. "Have a seat," Helvan motioned to the chair. He fixed him with an impassive face, his eyes examining something only he was aware of. The silence in the room was chilling. His scrutiny made Aiden uncomfortable, but he did his best not to let it show. "Say, Aiden, what do you think about the painting?" Helvan asked. "Messy." Aiden examined the painting, but the random symbols took away from the scene. "The white thing, whatever it is, doesn't seem to like the guy with the sword." Helvan looked stunned. It was as if Aiden had provided a deep insight into the mind of the painter, for the elderly man nodded and produced a smile. "You can see it. I was right. I knew it," the old man muttered. "I mean, they look like they're about to kill each other." Aiden frowned at the reaction. It did not fit Helvan's attitude, not as far as he knew him. What's so shocking about that? What? Helvan looked back at the painting, but quickly turned away with a sickly frown. "Ah, yes. A conversation for another time, Aiden. That's not what you want to know, is it?" Aiden swallowed the dry lump in his throat. "No. My family. You said they're in danger. But Elysium is supposed to be a paradise where you can eat your fill, sleep in actual beds, that sort of thing. Why are they in danger?" "All true," Helvan said with a nod. "If you are born sovereign." "But," Helvan silenced him with a raised finger. "What do you think a catalyst district is, Aiden?" He continued to speak without pause. "It's a factory. Common knowledge, right? But what does it produce?" "Coal," Aiden said with a frown. "Wrong." Helvan pointed up to the light sphere in the ceiling.
That doesn't require fire or coal to feed its flame. Neither do most of the heat sources in Elysium. Coal was a straightforward material, at least in Aiden's eyes. The residents of the district mined it in the Gloom Caves. Some lucky few were even granted a portion of it, depending on their performance. It was something essential for their daily lives, for one could not start a fire without it. It was a constant reminder of their dependency, an incentive to wake up every day and perform grueling work. Yet the overseers restricted those of insufficient age from going to the mines. That made little sense, even though it was essential. Even when authorities harshly punished adults who failed to meet their quota. Even when mining that single resource was the purpose of their existence. Purpose. Aiden shivered at the thought. They never needed the coal. People. He closed his eyes as a dark realization fell over him. The Catalyst District produces miners. People. And they harvest us during Ascension Day. That's why they don't allow kids to mine. Can't have their products be damaged. The daunting truth in Aiden's words elicited no more than a dispassionate nod from Helvan. Why? Why do they need us? Aiden was forced to reconsider everything he once took for granted. I'm afraid I can't tell you, Helvan sighed. That's a load of shit. Abyss, man, you promised answers, Aiden snapped at him. Frustration made his grip tighten on the chair until the polished wood broke. Aiden paid it no mind. During heightening, every sovereign is forced into a binding vow. It's built on the very remnant that grants them access to the arcane. Impossible to avoid. A frown wrinkled his aged face further. Even if I could tell you, I'm afraid the knowledge would only harm you. A binding vow? That's just convenient. All those who know are forced to keep the secret. The rest all assume miners are brought as servants. Nobody even questions that. Helvan shook his head at Aiden's indignation. Why should they? No one in Elysium cares about what happens down here. Aiden heaved a sigh. Helvan was right. Every miner knew none of the sovereigns bothered to do more than what duty required of them. As long as a miner did not make their tasks harder, it was not unheard of for the overseers to stay at their towers for months. I could set fire to this place, kill every miner, make this place a wasteland, and it wouldn't mean a thing to Elysium. It happened before, after all. A dark shadow cast over the old man's face. More than once. No, that can't be right. I've never heard of something like that. Not in your district. Helvan must have seen the distrust on Aiden's face. He motioned to a book on the shelf, forgetting Aiden did not know how to read. The Rebellion of Catalyst District 1. Wait, what do you mean by 1? Aiden shot to his feet. There are more than one? That's right. Your home isn't that unique, boy. Besides the gate, there's nothing irreplaceable about it. The old man glanced at the broken chair, but did not mind. There are 99 other Catalyst districts. Yours happens to be the 99th. Aiden fell silent. We'll continue this tomorrow. Helvan stood up and walked to the door, motioning for Aiden to follow. Think about what I have disclosed to you. For thought is the light that guides the victorious, and impatience is the killer of fools. The sound of a muffled impact shook the ground. Grunts of pain echoed in the long hallways as Aiden followed Helvan along what had once been dark tunnels. Now, the darkness gave way under his unnatural sight. The walls rumbled. Light spheres hung from the ceiling, illuminating the path ahead and casting shadows where their brilliance did not fully reach. Nothing escaped Aiden's eyes, be it shadow or complete darkness. Everything was but a shade of gray. A muffled grunt of pain echoed in the corridor. Aiden yearned to learn the full extent of what he was capable of, but there was too much going on inside his mind. Now's not the time. He glanced at Helvan, the old man's height shorter than he remembered, and shook his head. Prying answers from the sovereign was no simple task. Somebody uttered a nasty curse. Helvan stopped in front of a plain, wrought metal door. All the noise originated from behind it. He opened it, motioning for Aiden to follow inside. The ceiling was higher inside the room, several paces above even the tallest sovereigns. The area was circular and wide, with weapons organized into wooden racks at the edges. Smooth stone, similar to the material in the steps of Elysium, formed the floor. Splashes of blood were the ornaments that adorned the floors and walls. Two people noticed their intrusion. One was a sovereign man of similar height and age to Aiden. His hair was black, cut short close to his scalp. He was a shirtless, bloody mess, with muscles adorning his lean physique, stringy and refined into tight cords that rippled under his skin. The other made Aiden flinch on instinct.
She had shoulder-length red hair tied behind her head, caramel eyes that were observant, inspecting him as a crafter would their masterpiece. A cheerful yet chilling smile played on her lips. Myra.
Aiden!
She approached, excitement written clearly on her face and arms open for a hug.
So good to see you.
Aiden tried to step behind Helvan, but Myra was faster. She enveloped him in a tight hug that sent uncontrollable shivers running through his body.
Myra,
Aiden forced a smile.
It's good to see you.
That grumpy man didn't let me visit you. Can you believe that?
Her eyes stabbed at Helvan.
Truth be told, I wasn't sure you'd pull through.
Aiden silently thanked Helvan for keeping her away from him. 1 month of his training is already wasted. I take it you understand what to do, Myra, Helvan spoke.
Yes, sir. Of course, my lord.
Myra saluted before whispering,
Don't mind him. He hates when people have fun.
The other sovereign walked toward Aiden. Who's the skeleton? These guys been starving you or something?
Skeleton.
Aiden glanced down at his arms. He did look thinner than he used to. Aiden. He extended a hand. The other sovereign, to his surprise, shook the hand without disgust. Name's Finn. You could say I'm the boss around these parts.
Finn is a recruit, same as you, Aiden.
Helvan shot him a glare. Though his training has started before yours. They're all yours, Myra. I have better things to do. Helvan departed, leaving only Aiden, Finn, and Myra in the room.
Myra, do this. Myra, do that.
She mocked Helvan's rasping voice.
I swear, ever since he came back as an old man, he's been all bossy and bitter.
Came back as an old man? Aiden exchanged a glance with Finn, but the other man shrugged. This woman is not right in the head. Anyway, boys, there's a lot for you to learn. Myra clapped to get their attention. Especially you, Aiden, but we'll get through that. Etiquette. How to not get your ass handed to you. How to go about without getting caught. That sort of thing. But let's start with the easy part. Fighting! A maniacal grin overtook her features. Finn, you will spar against Aiden. I just want to know what he's capable of, so don't play around breaking any bones or causing any injury I'll need to heal. Got it? Might be better to give him something to eat first, Finn said, throwing a concerned glance at Aiden. I'm not hungry. Wait, that's weird. It had been a month since he last ate anything, unless Helvan had fed him while he had not been himself. Aiden was certain that was the case, for the alternative was far too bizarre to consider. Really? That's odd. The old man didn't feed you anything, Myra said, shattering Aiden's hopes. Finn moved as Myra spoke. He pivoted his body forward, fist cutting through the air in a blur of explosive movement, and shot a straight punch at Aiden's gut. Air rushed out from his lungs as he doubled over and dry-heaved onto the floor, another indication of an empty stomach.
What The abyss, he coughed. Wake up, skeleton boy. The fight started the moment she said so. Finn turned his back in clear provocation. Come on! This can't be all that you got. The short-haired sovereign smirked and beckoned Aiden with one hand behind his back. A challenge. A mockery. Underhanded bastard. Aiden had never been in any fights, only one-sided beatings that ended up with him on the floor. But this time, he yearned to be the one to teach a lesson. Closing his fist, Aiden raised his guard and shortened the distance with measured caution. Finn raised an eyebrow and relaxed his shoulders. His arm twitched as he threw another punch at Aiden's face. Aiden rolled to the side. I saw that coming. Something struck him in the belly. It was the same spot Finn had hit before, a message that ridiculed his efforts and denounced his lack of skill. All right, that's quite enough.
Myra pulled Aiden to his feet with one hand. Not much of a fighter, are you? That's putting it lightly. This guy can't fight to save his life. Finn snorted a laugh. No idea you guys recruited amateurs like that. Aiden felt his face coloring to an uncomfortable crimson. Finn's words might be rough and provocative, but it was the undisguised truth. His performance had already been embarrassing enough, so he chose not to give a meaningless comeback. The assessment, if it could even be called that, ended without ceremony. Myra left after showing him to a plain, small room that could barely fit him. A comfortable bed, if tiny, was stuck to the sculpted monotone stone. A table and chair, crafted from a type of black wood that resembled coal, adorned the opposite side. The bed was as soft as he imagined, but Aiden did not let himself appreciate it. Everything felt out of control. Events spiraled around him, their consequences unknown. The gate, the beyond, the ascension, the ring, and now I'm some kind of spy. Aiden massaged his temples. He felt way out of his depth. What are these people thinking? The secret organization, the witnesses of the beyond, had goals he understood even less than the previous monumental events of the past few days. I need a moment to take a breath. But he knew that was a luxury he could not afford. Myra had told him of the rigorous training ahead, advising caution to avoid injuries she could not heal. But Aiden let the warning enter one ear and leave the other. He needed to catch up to Finn if he wanted to have the strength to fulfill his binding vow. He needed to get stronger. If all that blocked his path was just a little pain, Aiden refused to flinch. I don't break that easily. Aiden snapped his fingers, turning off the light sphere. Do your worst, Myra.
Chapter 10. The As-Tenri Circlet. The flow of time streamed by, ethereal and traceless. Without the torch's light shining above Aiden's head, a measure of the day was determined by how long he endured Myra's grueling training, rather than the shifting hue of the remnant's flickering flame. Weeks of etiquette and basic hand-to-hand combat lessons, nothing more than the red-haired sovereign beating Aiden and Finn half dead, and he started noticing his progress. He could now hold his own against the fellow recruit during a short sparring session. Sometimes. Aiden knocked at the metal door once. No reply. The man inside must have been busy. The few times he had seen Helvin during the training lessons had all ended in the postponement of his promise for answers, but Aiden thanked him for it. His avoidance provided plenty of time to dwell on the questions he needed answers to. There were so many. Come in, Aiden. Helvin's raspy voice came from inside. Someone replaced the broken chair, a victim of Aiden's impatient grip, erasing all memory of their previous encounter. Helvin sat behind the desk, his focus on the many papers strewn across the polished wood. I hope you forgive me for not seeing you earlier, but there were other matters that needed my attention. He motioned to the chair. Try not to break it this time. No promises, Aiden said with mild embarrassment. Still getting used to my body. Myra tells me you're making significant progress, Helvin said, flipping through a stack of papers and picking one up. His eyes darted from line to line as he read. Demonstrates high levels of pain tolerance, stamina, and a will to improve. Next steps of his training will begin tomorrow. Myra isn't the kind to praise without cause, just so you know. Never mind that. Aiden waved away the discussion. He was here for answers, not idle talk. How did you know my father? Helvin flinched at the question, raising his head from the documents before saying, Now that is a long, long story, one which I don't have time to share. But suffice to say, your father was one of us. You can't mean... A member of the Witnesses of the Beyond, yes, Helvin sighed. A smuggler who knew far too much for his own good. Korvax could get into places no one else could, not even me, and steal things no one dared to attempt. The revelation stunned Aiden into silence. His father had never struck him as that sort of man. He was a hard-working miner, confined to the gloom caves for the better part of his days to provide food for their pot. A smuggler? If there had ever been a hint of that part of him, Aiden had been too young to notice. I've never seen Dad do anything like that. Aiden suppressed the doubt in his tone. And what would he even smuggle from the mines to Elysium? Helvin chuckled as he watched the moment Aiden pieced the puzzle together. That's right, boy. Your father didn't take things from the mines to Elysium. Quite the contrary. But he was a miner, Aiden protested. You can't go there unless you ascend. Are you sure? Helvin raised his eyebrow, looking Aiden up and down. You claim to be a miner yourself, but you're taller than me. Those hands of yours could break a chair with no effort, almost like a sovereign. If we can make a miner look like a sovereign, perhaps making a sovereign into a miner is not impossible. Helvin's words echoed in the small room, like a pickaxe striking stone. A sovereign into a miner? Aiden's vision blurred. Dad was a sovereign. All along? Korvax, or Will, was the successor to the Astreus house, and a dreamer without equal. With each word Helvin uttered, Aiden's world crumbled further. That ring you've got? It was one of his cargoes. What got him killed? That makes me... No! Refuse the reality as he might, there was no outrunning the truth. The blood of sovereigns ran through his veins. I'm half sovereign. The reason I didn't get selected at the Ascension. But what about Dan? Aiden grabbed at the contradiction like it was his lifeline. He was chosen, and he's my brother. Sovereign blood ran thin in his veins, unlike yours. Helvin sighed, considering what to tell him. The torch's light shines only on those whose affinity to Hexion is poor. You are the exception. That is all there is to it. Aiden wanted to flee the room, but the same curiosity that had prevented him from turning tail and running when the gate opened now urged him to stay. Hexion. The breath of the arcane. The fuel that ignites the magic wielded by sovereigns. Helvin paused, throwing a deliberate look at Aiden. It is the same energy that powers the runic remnants. Like that black ring. Aiden remembered the old man referring to his providence the day he was rescued. What in the abyss is that thing? It's an Az-Tenri circlet, a soul-bound item forged in the age of fallen gods with the sole purpose of enhancing the power of an Empyrean. Sovereigns heightened by the arcane. The tone of his words became puzzled. You're not supposed to have unlocked a providence without undergoing heightening.
The ring had activated the moment it entered his finger, without so much as expressed permission. But the providence only emerged after his unfortunate capture at the hands of Travor and Corvanis.
Can you teach me?
No, I won't teach you how to use your providence. It can cause more harm than good. You haven't even tried to learn by yourself, Aiden. Know that some answers are only retained through experience.
He's right.
Aiden had been reluctant to use the providence during his training with Finn and Myra, since they were not truly his foes. But that did not excuse him from never trying to figure out the workings of his power. Deep down, Aiden was afraid of it. He wanted answers, but feared their repercussions would change him.
Leave now, Helvan said. Myra is expecting you. The training room was not silent. 3 new people, all dressed in plain gray robes, stood in the corner, their conversation tightly kept within their private circle. They were tall, sovereigns at a glance, possibly half-breed impersonators, Aiden thought. Heavy was the burden of knowledge, doubt, hesitation, anger. Aiden just wanted to punch something, someone. He yearned for the simplicity of training the flesh, where one either won or ended up bloody on the floor. Simple sounded good after all he had learned.
Aiden, good to see you're not late. Finn approached with a grin. He still had a bruised eye, and a split lip showed Myra had just lectured him. Any idea what's going on with them? I was hoping you did, Aiden shrugged. Your guess is as good as mine, man. Probably some crazy idea of training from that mad woman. Finn glanced at the door with apprehension. Aiden examined his frame, eyes, demeanor, anything that might give him a clue to Finn's real nature. Nothing about him resembled a miner, yet Aiden knew he had been one. He did not act like a sovereign. His behavior was crass and unbothered. Did they also put you in a cell after making you look like one of them? Aiden nodded to the 4 sovereigns at the back. A sovereign, I mean. Finn stood silent for a moment, his face showing no indication he understood the question. Say, do you fancy apples, Aiden? Never had one. Aiden understood the other boy's meaning at once. Not much of that going around where I came from. Just potatoes and coal. Abyss, take me! You're a miner? Finn's eyes bulged out of their sockets. Myra said I was the only one that survived. Same as you, but from a different district. This is fucked up. Finn pulled Aiden to the farthest corner. Myra isn't right in the head, I'll tell you that. She might also be one of us. I can recognize the scars when I see them, he spoke in a hushed tone. But what do you mean by cell? The door opened behind them. Myra entered the training room, hands behind her back, and an unusually serious expression on her face. The 4 strangers went silent at her presence. I taught you the basics, how not to embarrass yourselves too much during a fight, but there's only so much you can learn with hugs and lectures. The excited grin returned to her face, sending a shiver coursing through Aiden's skin. Knowledge can't hold a breath to the real thing. Isn't that what we're doing when you beat us up all day? Finn scoffed and slapped Aiden's shoulder. Right, Aiden? You idiot. Aiden tried to move away from the short-haired man, drops of sweat trickling down the back of his neck. You don't provoke that woman. Myra grinned from ear to ear. Oh, come on. You know I won't hurt you too much, right? I need to fix that. She beckoned to the distant sovereigns. You 4, the old man promised you what? 1,000 low-grade Hexion cubes for assisting in their training? That's right. The largest one of them stepped forward. How about this, then? I'll pay you 10 cubes for each of their bones you guys managed to break. Myra nodded to herself, proud of her idea. Silence fell in the room like a deadly sword. 10 cubes! The big man shouted. The one with a rotund belly counted on his fingers, excitement growing as he grasped the true value of Myra's offer. The smaller, thin man chuckled.
What's the catch, Weaver? Simple. If any of them remain standing after 1 hour, you won't get paid at all. Myra crossed her arms and beamed. Are you trying to scam? The fat sovereign shut up as the tallest of them waved a hand. Against kids? He inspected Aiden and Finn. I'm not saying no if you want to pay us more, but what happens if we snap their necks by accident? You understand, stuff like this happens. I'll be watching. Myra narrowed her eyes. The man swallowed and looked away. You've got yourself a deal. See? Finn elbowed Aiden in the side. Forget about not being right in the head. She's downright insane. You provoked her. Aiden wanted to strangle Finn. No, I didn't. Good luck, boys. Myra walked to the side of the room. What are you guys waiting for? Fellas, stay away from the neck and head. The tall sovereign, their leader, spoke to the others. The money is tempting, but we need to keep it safe so the cubes keep flowing every day. Got it? His back faced Aiden. The sovereign spoke as if he were discussing what manner of fancy clothes to buy, not at all the tone one should have before committing acts of violence. Rather than horrify Aiden, his casual cruelty made him happy. That is a sovereign. Aiden brought the awareness to the forefront of his mind. I don't need to feel bad about this. Whatever blood flowed in his veins, sovereign or minor, it did not determine the kind of person he was. An inheritance paled to the familial bonds and companionship he had developed with his family and the people in the mines. Never again. Aiden was done letting this kind of person trample over him. Nudging Finn with a hand, he ran at the men in a soundless sprint. Finn tackled the speaker to the ground, his fist crashing into the man's face until his blood joined the dried spots on the stone. Aiden jumped mid-sprint, sending a flying kick straight into the chest of the thin sovereign, who fell to the ground wheezing for breath. The fat one turned in alarm, ready to rush to his companion's aid. Aiden met him with a fist to the gut, planting his knee on the man's face as he doubled over. 2 down. Something crashed against his ribs. A boot smacked him in the face. You fucker! A flurry of kicks to his ribs followed an angry shout. Get up, Aiden! A pained growl cut Finn's voice short. Aiden witnessed the thin man getting to his feet and tackling Finn to the ground. The tall one recovered moments later, joining his companion in beating up the stunned kid. They forgot all their talk about avoiding the neck and skull and the howls of rage that echoed amidst the bloody stone. Enough! He caught the pudgy man by the leg, bringing him down with a punch to the groin. The sovereign's howl drew the attention of his friends, who abandoned Finn's unconscious body. Aiden had no time to be concerned. A punch broke his nose. Another one burst the air out of his lungs. If he did not finish his fight now, there would be no chance of escaping. He called upon the power that hibernated in his mind, commanding it to unleash its reserves on the man on top of him. Dyad Vessel obliged. Its capacity was drained in an instant. The pudgy man collapsed to the ground with a soul-piercing roar. The smell of piss filled Aiden's nostrils as his attacker shook uncontrollably on the ground, foam bubbling from his mouth, hand scratching at his chest. He went still with a last whimper. The Providence resumed absorbing the pain that rained down on Aiden. The multiple cuts, broken bones, and bruises that had once drowned him in agony dwindled to a muffled noise in the background. Aiden stood up with a blood-stained grin on his face. The 2 remaining sovereign hesitated for a long moment after observing what happened to their companion. Good, as long as they fear. The men roared and charged at him in unison. Chaos ensued in the training room. 2 men piled on top of Aiden. He felt his arms snap under a powerful grip. Someone kicked him in the crotch. A flurry of punches hit his face. Shit!
Aiden urged Dyad Vessel to act once more. Nothing. The Providence was dormant, recovering after its previous activation. I'm gonna die. Darkness encroached on his vision. Muted pain laced his body. A vengeful grip strangled the breath out of him. The call of the abyss was strong, and Aiden was too weak to avoid it.
Chapter 11. Illusion of Morality. Weeks passed in a mixture of broken bones and spilled blood. Myra healed broken bones with the help of the other masked sovereign from the operation room, but some wounds not even her ethereal hand could mend, for they left scars too deep to perceive. Before he realized it, Aiden looked forward to every reading, writing, and etiquette lesson. It was a breath of fresh air amidst the daily violence. After countless attempts and groveling on the ground with broken bones after failed strategies, the secrets of Dyad Vessel unveiled under Aiden's relentless experimentation. No matter how much he tried, the Providence, if completely emptied, would not activate again for a day, but it never stopped gorging on the pain. It thrived on suffering. It grew after each use, becoming stronger, increasing its capacity. It was hard to notice at first, yet the progress became clearer as the days turned into weeks. Dyad Vessel was expanding. The Sovereign Trio had become hesitant to move against Aiden. None of them wanted to end up on the receiving end of his mysterious power. That gave him an advantage he was more than ready to grasp. "What's the matter, fatso?" Finn roared a provocation from the safety of Aiden's back. "You gonna shit yourself today? Wear a diaper for all our sakes, man." "Shut your mouth, you fucking brat," their leader, the tallest of the trio, silenced Fatso with a glare. None of them had ever introduced themselves, and Aiden saw no need for courtesy. They fought each other, and that was all he needed to know. Fatso, Skinny, and Boss, Finn had given them names of his own choice. The three spread out in a line, each man equidistant from the others, and began their encircling approach. It was nothing new. Aiden understood they would lose if the trio surrounded them, Dyad Vessel or not. If they remained on the defensive, defeat was assured. Aiden did not fancy the prospects of that. Without warning, he ran at Fatso. Finn followed behind in wordless synchrony. Pouncing at the man, Aiden threw a half-hearted punch at his face. Fatso stumbled back, eyes wide, his body inching away as if Aiden had the plague. He was not wrong. All it took was a single touch for the Providence to work. The first one to taste Dyad Vessel's fury would fall to the ground unconscious, which was nothing to be embarrassed about. A broken bone was excruciatingly painful by itself, but several broken bones singing their thundering tune all at once was more than most people could handle. Aiden sidestepped, moving away from Fatso as the man broke their formation in panic. He leaped at the most dangerous fighter, Boss. With a snarl, the Sovereign aimed a testing kick at Aiden's knee. Playing it safe, huh? He had figured out long ago how the ability worked. With a grunt, Aiden allowed the kick to strike true. Boss flinched in alarm, not expecting the blow to land. Too late. Aiden doubled over, grabbing the Sovereign's leg in a tight hold, and tore away the fabric of his pants with his bare hands. "No! Motherfucker, not me!" Raw screams replaced his words, sheer agony honing his pitch to resemble the grinding metal grinding onto the reservoir of Dyad Vessel, willing the Providence to not release its full capabilities, a trick he had learned the hard way. 1/3 of its capacity was enough to disable most people on the receiving end. 2/3 left. Boss punched Aiden in the face with little strength behind the blow. This guy's tough. But the damage was already done. That punch cost him his balance. "Now, Finn!" Aiden shouted. Finn leaped at Boss, kneeing the Sovereign in the face and breaking his nose with a stream of well-placed punches. Aiden turned to intercept Fatso and Skinny. "Fuck this!" Fatso rushed forward. Aiden ducked under Fatso's punch with practiced motion, stepping forward and planting his elbow into the man's crotch. He grunted in pain, but didn't collapse. Aiden stepped back, taking care not to fully commit to a single attacker. Skinny rushed at Finn. Sneaky bastard. Aiden rolled away from Fatso and tackled Skinny to the ground. Something hit him in the back of his neck, a huge weight smashing him against the ground. Shit, how's Fatso this fast? He felt pinned under an insurmountable weight. "Ha ha ha! I got him, boss!" Fatso roared, raining down backhanded punches. I messed up. The plan's as good as shit now. Immobilized, at the mercy of Fatso's revenge, Aiden had no choice but to use Dyad Vessel. It was a waste to use it against the slowest of their bunch, but it was that or be out of commission. Finn was strong, more skilled than him on all accounts, so he could hold off a weakened boss by himself, maybe even beat him. But he would be helpless if Skinny reached him. A giant fist clobbered Aiden in the eye, clouding his vision. He grabbed at the Sovereign's leg blindly, letting his fingers tear through the layer of protective clothes Fatso wore. Another, more desperate punch landed. Aiden willed Dyad Vessel to action. 1/3 left. He pushed Fatso off him as the man convulsed. Jumping to his feet, the dizziness faded with the aid of regained focus. He rotated his body, sending a kick at the Sovereign's temple. Fatso went still. A pungent smell wafted in the air as his pants darkened a shade. "Abyss take me," Skinny grumbled on the side. "I knew we shouldn't have accepted this job." Boss lay unconscious on the ground, as did Fatso. Only Skinny remained. A deep sense of fulfillment overtook Aiden. Weeks. It's finally over. After grueling training, several days of pain beyond comprehension, they had finally won. It was over. "Nice job with the gloom touch." Finn punched Aiden in the shoulder. "I gotta say, it feels good to win for a change." "Win?" The voice did not belong to Myra, their silent overseer. It was Helvan who spoke, his tone filled with disappointment. "One of your foes still stands, while all three draw breath." "How did he get here?" Aiden swallowed dryly. "Sovereign magic." "You can't be serious, Helvan." The implication of his words took Aiden aback. "Why would we kill Finn?" Helvan cut him off. "I've gathered some information regarding your father. Do you know what to do?" Myra stood silently. Hey, this is not part of the deal!" Skinny shouted in protest. Finn walked toward their leader's unconscious body, unfazed by the shouts in the room, and raised a foot in the air. "Finn, stop!" The foot crashed down on the man's throat, with a wet crack of broken bones. The Sovereign twitched, his body jolted awake, then went still. His chest no longer rose to draw breath. Dead. Just like that, with casual proficiency. "What are you doing?" Aiden paled when he met Finn's cold eyes. "You killed him." "I sure as the Abyss did." "Didn't take you to be soft-hearted toward these people, Aiden." Finn frowned, his jovial tone frozen in ice. "Did they treat you well in your district?" "I'm proud of you, an educated little ratling." Without waiting for a reply, he approached Fatso with deliberate steps. "It's kill or be killed, Aiden. I thought you knew this by now." His foot descended once again, killing the Sovereign instantly. "We can't." Aiden's words fell dead as someone held him in a chokehold. Who? He looked from side to side,
trying to find the missing sovereign, to no avail. Finn crossed his arms, looking at him with expectancy. He said nothing, but words were no longer necessary. "Take one more step, and I'll kill the boy." Skinny's deafening shout spilled over Aiden's ear. "Very well." Helvan's calm sobriety overtook the man's despair. Relief filled Aiden as the elderly sovereign spoke. It was about time to put an end to the madness, to the unnecessary blood spilled in the training room. Aiden might hate the sovereigns, but he had never killed one of them. His new appearance might resemble theirs, and the strength he now wielded belonged to their kind. But he was not one of them. "Kill the boy, and I'll let you go," Helvan said, shattering Aiden's hopes. "Double the agreed payment added to what 3 have earned daily." The grip on his neck turned deadly. Aiden felt his neck pop as Skinny grunted in agreement. Fear jolted his body and mind awake like never before. The ridiculous idea of morality abandoned Aiden's thoughts. All that mattered was survival. He refused to die. It was kill or be killed. Dyad vessel unfolded into the world. The sovereign's grip on his neck loosened. A primal instinct overtook Aiden's body. When he came back to his senses, Skinny no longer moved. His body was cold. What? Aiden looked at his blood-soaked hands. What did I do? Aiden sat in silence. Myra had escorted both trainees to a larger room with 2 beds and a set of desks, but the ample space only made him all the more conscious of his actions. Finn had been right. Kill or be killed. No fancy ideas remained once one's life was in danger. Still, the reality of what he had become, or perhaps what he had always been, was daunting. The door opened as Helvan strolled inside with 2 thin books tucked under his arm. His face was expressionless as usual, but the long look he gave Aiden glinted with approval. It made him sick to his stomach. The approval of a sovereign felt like a slap in the face. "Congratulations, young men," he said with a thin smile that never reached his eyes. "I think you're ready for the next step." "No!" Myra, who had been quietly reading a book, stood up in alarm. "Helves, they aren't ready!" "Were you ready?" He took her astounded silence as his answer. "No one ever is, Myra." He brought his hand forward, opening it to reveal nothing. For a moment, Aiden was confused, but that feeling soon turned to shock. Out of nowhere, a fist-sized transparent sphere appeared in Helvan's palm.
"What the abyss?"
Finn blurted out. The sphere was polished, flawless. It shone with an unhealthy green light that smelled faintly of death, but the color only lasted a fleeting instant. The emerald hue dissipated, replaced by a pure, swirling obsidian hue that reminded Aiden of the Oz-Tenri circlet. It was an all-consuming black. "This is a warp crystal. A bridge between this world—" "What's a bridge?" Finn interrupted. Helvan took a deep breath, but the message in his eyes was clear. Even if Finn were 10 times the fool, he would not dare interrupt the man again. "A warp crystal is a connection between our world and the sixfold corridor, the place where all heightened sovereigns, known as Empyreans, draw their magic from. An endless corridor that loops within itself, without end, without beginning," Myra muttered, her eyes distant. "If you think about it too hard, you'll probably end up crazy. Stuff like that isn't meant for people like us to understand, truth be told." Helvan nodded. "Finn, Aiden, this is your final test." Helvan looked at the warp crystal for a long moment. "If you are worthy, then you'll walk the sixfold corridor,
and find your path. What if we don't? Aiden saw the hesitation in the elder's eyes. Then you'll never return. Helvin did not hide the truth. Unable to die, forever wandering the empty halls of the corridor. It's not a fate I would wish upon others. Nevertheless, within this warp crystal lies the secret to Empyrean power, the key to holding your fate in your own hands. Wealth, happiness, revenge. Finn burst to his feet and touched the warp crystal. The moment his skin came into contact with the mysterious, color-shifting material, he vanished without a trace. Helvin continued as if nothing had happened. All is within reach, if you succeed. That's normal? Aiden swallowed the lump in his throat.
Neither Myra nor Helvin displayed any emotion at Finn's disappearance, so the phenomenon must have been something they already expected. But Aiden could not get over the fact that his friend, if they were even close enough to be called that, had vanished into thin air. Indeed, Helvin remained unshaken. Time in the sixfold corridor does not flow like it does in the Haven. Years there might be no more than seconds here, sometimes minutes. It's not constant. Yep, Myra chirped. But everyone, well, most people know that if you're not back in 6 hours, then you aren't coming back at all. I'll go grab something to eat while we wait. Want something, old man? Helvin ignored her as she left. Helvin, if this is the last test, when I come back, you'll give me some answers. Aiden stood, moving to stand face to face with the elderly sovereign. Helvin paused. The warp crystal was a gamble. It had the potential to provide a path to power, but it could just as easily lead to a fate worse than death. None of those paths were guaranteed. However, Helvin nodded to Aiden's request, as if he had not a shred of doubt in the young man's return. I'll be waiting, Aiden, he said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Your path will be harder than most, but I trust you'll find your way, as I have. Aiden touched the warp crystal, and the world twisted around him. Darkness swirled into a vortex, the irrevocable pull of the unknown, dragging his body into the sixfold corridor. The pull came to a stop. Aiden's bare feet touched the coldest stone he had ever stepped on. But that was not what chilled him to the core. When he opened his eyes, he faced a man, a creature, with molten metal for eyes.
Chapter 12. The Sixfold Corridor. Its skin was silver, like a polished sword. Golden hair forged in fire, brushed back into a loose bun, giving the 2 obsidian horns that sprouted from its temples ample room. Whatever the creature was, it towered over Aiden as if he were back to being a minor. The simple white robes that adorned its gigantic frame felt out of place, mundane compared to the regal appearance of gold and silver that adorned its physique. I hath awaited thee, last fragment, the silver giant uttered in a booming tone. Time for explanations I hath not, for mine presence shall be marked by those who linger in the beyond. Maker, protect me! Aiden took a step back. The creature blinked in confusion before bursting into laughter. Surely thou jest. Why wouldst a hunter shield its prey? Commit not the same folly twice, last fragment. I am named Astagon, keeper of the sixfold corridor, the one who watches, the third heir of creation. The giant gave an almost imperceptible nod. It is well to meet thee once more, old friend. Astagon guarded a doorless, dark corridor. No bricks formed the obsidian floor, though swirling, interconnecting spirals and intricate carved lines adorned the walls surrounding Aiden. There was no light other than the creature's burning eyes, but that proved no impediment for one capable of seeing in the dark. I don't think we've met before? Aiden could not make sense of Astagon's ancient tongue.
This is the first time we meet, last fragment. But it is also the 6th.
Astagon opened his arms wide, his voice thundering as though it were the heavens themselves.
I have known thee since the beginning of creation, when the stars first did shine in the vastness of the void. We have discoursed upon this matter countless times, as a written bond that may not escape the prison of karma. What in the abyss are you babbling about? The words slipped from his mouth unbidden, as if a force compelled him to speak his mind. Stop with the damn riddles. What sayest thou? Astagon blurted out in surprise. His mouth hung open with unsaid words. Confusion, surprise, excitement, sadness. Aiden saw a variety of emotions flitting through Astagon's sculpted face, but they changed faster than reason. Astagon gazed at Aiden, through him. A warm veil wafted past. Apologies, last fragment. It seems I misread the flow of time. Do you understand me now? Aiden nodded. You're finally making sense. I didn't mean to say that. The 6-fold corridor compels its visitor to speak truthfully, old friend. This is not a place for falsehoods. Astagon brushed his hand against the wall with intimate care. A beautiful creation from a master long gone. A shiver ran through his silver skin. Astagon fell to his knee with a grunt, pain etched plainly on his face. The call of the abyss is strong, old friend. Even in this place, I cannot fight its pull. When Astagon raised his head, there was no fear in his eyes. My job is fulfilled. He might have killed me, but Korvax's hope will live. You know my father? Aiden grabbed Astagon by the shoulder, but let go with a wince. The silver skin's cold aura almost froze his hand solid. Are you all right? The usurper's bonds on my soul are deeply rooted. He will not rest until I have vanished from this realm. Astagon punched the ground, lifting himself with visible effort. The cracks in the black stone mended as if nothing had happened. With my last shred of power, Astagon touched his index finger to Aiden's forehead, I bind you to the 6-fold corridor. A foreign presence entered Aiden's body, disappearing without a trace into the deepest confines of his soul. He could have dodged the hand, avoided the painful touch, but Aiden decided to trust the silver-skinned giant. Walk your path, Aiden. The giant's body became translucent. Rely not on your physical senses, for the flesh can never reach the truth. Rely not on knowledge, as the mind cannot understand eternity. Who are you, really? Aiden spoke in a hurry. I don't understand anything that's going on. Astagon regarded him with a soft smile. I am many things, was many things once, but only one of them truly matters now. He placed a hand on Aiden's shoulder. I am a friend. He vanished as the last words left his lips. Only the 6-fold corridor remained. The walk down the unguarded tunnel proved insufficient to take Aiden's mind away from the absurdity of the previous events. Helven did not disclose much about the warp crystal, only that it would lead to a place called the 6-fold corridor, the root of sovereign power. More like the origin of even more questions. The silver-skinned creature, Astagon, implied his presence here was abnormal, yet Aiden wondered if the elderly man knew about him. Probably. There's a lot he's hiding. His words carried the riddled tone of someone treading dangerously close to breaking a binding vow.
every sentence crafted to produce answers while avoiding the consequences of backlash. Aiden understood what he needed to do, more than ever. Get stronger. The weak had no right to live in a world where the strong ruled with an iron fist. Empyreans wielded miracles with their bare hands, spoke to their minds, robbed their bodies of free will with but a whisper. It was impossible to oppose that when your greatest weapon was an empty stomach. It was no wonder his district never thought to revolt. What could they accomplish but a certain massacre? Aiden was surprised others had tried at all. During the weeks of excruciating training, he had learned to rein in his fear, to accept the pain, and let it sharpen into a weapon.
Pain had molded him into what he had become, but it was not nearly enough to put him on equal footing with trained warriors. Dyad Vessel made that gap smaller, but the Providence had limits. I need more. Power to create blades out of thin air, a way to disappear between steps like Helvan did, a body capable of soaring into the air like Corvanis had. The meager power he had accumulated paled to the arcane might of a heightened sovereign, of an Empyrean. Aiden walked with the determination to find the source of their power, ignoring the statues of heroes immortalized in their glorious moments that adorned each side of the corridor. If it took eternity to find it, then he would walk forever. Hours passed as he dived deeper into the endless corridor. Perhaps it took no longer than a minute. Aiden had no way of knowing. Time behaved oddly in the sixfold corridor. His body did not tire, nor did hunger or thirst shave away at his sanity. His thoughts remained untouched by fatigue, unshackled by the chains of bodily needs. Time isn't passing. It was a guess, but Aiden felt confident in his assertion. The idea sounded outlandish at first, but it made more sense the more he pondered it. If time held no sway over his life, he could walk in the corridors forever, lost without a measure of time, alone with his thoughts. No wonder Helvan had warned him about it. Don't rely on your senses, Aiden said to himself. Asthagon had used his last moments to give him advice. Aiden did not know the man for long, but trusted his words. It had to mean something. He closed his eyes, threading the empty halls without the aid of his sight. Aiden did not stumble or falter. It was as if something deeper than his five senses guided him, something which he could not place a finger on. He walked without stopping, until he felt a tug inside his heart. Opening his eyes, he saw a door carved into the wall at his side. It was black as obsidian, dark like the color the warp crystal had assumed when rested against Helvan's palm. With a touch, he knew the eternity of wandering would end. A path to power. A mere acknowledgement was enough to undo the boundary between the strength hidden behind the door and him. He walked away without another glance. Don't trust the mind, He believed Asthagon's words, took them to heart. Aiden refused to open the door unless that little piece of himself, the one deeper than flesh and mind, accepted it. Years passed, or perhaps not a moment had gone by. Aiden stopped caring. He had long ago ceased thinking. Only one goal filled his mind, and he would not stop, need not rest, before that was done. A door that resonated with his truth, with his soul. When Aiden opened his eyes once more, he stood in front of a white door. It whispered its promises to him as the black one had, but his soul remained unshaken. Its aura conveyed a deep sense of familiarity and potential, something strong enough to rival most Empyreans. It pleaded its might, asserting to him its unparalleled power. Its aura eclipsed the obsidian door. No. Aiden strode past it with a sigh, trying not to contemplate the possibility of being wrong. Numerous other doors manifested in the time he spent in the six-fold corridor. Purple, followed by golden, then green. None of them resonated with his soul, yet he knew any of them would open before him. One left. The six-fold corridor had its name for a reason. It did not hold an infinite number of doorways, even though its length was endless. It held 6 doors. Aiden had no way of telling if other people faced so many choices. Is it normal? It might be part of a test, for all he understood. If some doors were fake, their paths leading to nothingness, then this place was twisted beyond comprehension. A last door manifested itself in front of him. It was red, with rectangular inlays that pulsed like the blood of a living being. The door itself seemed to be made of blood, reminding Aiden of Overseer Trevor's hovering sphere, but the material on it was far too concentrated. It almost looked like a precious gem, a ruby. The aura it emanated was the weakest he had felt. It promised power, less grand than the obsidian or white doors, but it guarded the same secrets that enabled the miraculous healing of broken bones that Myra flaunted as her own, or the magic Trevor used to track him down. Did I make a mistake? Aiden thought to himself, falling to his knees. He felt tired suddenly, despite the corridor's mysterious properties. I shouldn't have trusted Asthagon. Aiden tried to convince himself of that, but his heart beat with a vigor he had never experienced before. Deeper than his flesh, something called to him, urging him to open the door. It was the weakest among all others, but it resonated with him to an inexplicable degree. His skull throbbed at the mere thought of not choosing the door. Inside his chest, a hunger burst into existence. It spoke to him, its intention clear even though it could not form words. "Shut up already," Aiden chuckled bitterly. I know. That's the one." His heart roared. The memory of the beast under the red moon resonated with his soul. After an untold amount of time spent wandering in the corridor, the presence inside him had become a reassuring comfort, something Aiden had grown to rely on, all based on the words of a stranger. He raised his hand, wishing he were making the right choice, knowing that he had never had any choice at all. Within himself, there was only truth. Lies were a construct of the mind. And at that moment, Aiden did not think. He simply reached out and touched the crimson door. The world twisted upon itself as the crimson door opened without a sound. Light assaulted Aiden's eyes with a ferocious crimson intensity that yearned for the taste of fresh blood. With renewed resolve, he walked through the portal into another world.
Looking up, he stumbled, for there was not a ceiling above his head. Nothing constrained the endless horizon. That's the sky. Aiden remembered the word from the caustic memory, the half-real, half-dream impression passed down to him by the creatures whose heart somehow beat on his chest. Endless and uncaged by the prison of stone. Aiden gazed upon freedom for the first time in his life and understood the weight of the shackles that bound his people. A sky was not needed for life. Neither were the pink clouds that floated unhurriedly on the vast canvas stretching above the dark soil below. It was not necessary, yet he felt a keen pain from being robbed of it. The sources of light were hard to look at, 3 burning orbs of crimson fire suspended on the horizon. Tears trickled silently down his face. It's not fair. Their world was a cruel place, yet nobody tried to change it. It was disheartening to think they lived in the confines of a cave, when somewhere else, a place he had known for minutes, shone with the radiance of perfection and freedom. Why? Aiden did not understand why the people of the Haven would settle for caves. But I'll find out. Something trickled inside his lungs, diving into his blood, reaching every corner of his body. A living energy that never quite mixed with his flesh. It reached deeper than what was material, seeking the source of what made Aiden himself. The soul. Aiden followed the Hexion, as Helvan had called it, navigating its path until he stood in a place of pure darkness. Nothing existed within it, nothing but himself. But from the emptiness, the first rays of light burst into life as the red energy arrived. It settled at the center of his being, like the burning spheres of light that illuminated the strange crimson world outside. The once immaterial sphere tentatively assumed a shade of darker red. It spun with graceful rotation, gaining color until it resembled a ruby.
It was small, frail, but it emanated a power Aiden had never felt before. With nothing but a nudge of his will, he approached the precious jewel. Magic. The key to Empyrean power. Aiden brushed a hand against its surface, feeling the call of home, of the Haven. The ruby shone brighter, rotating faster, creating an unseen vortex that drew him in with relentless force. Aiden closed his eyes and embraced the pull. Chapter 13. The Blood Path. Stale air entered Aiden's lungs as he returned to the room, to his world. It had been a long time, but his body did not register the passage of time as his mind did. He looked up at the ceiling and realized how much he had lost in a moment. With a sigh, Aiden sat on the bed and ignored the concerned looks of Helvan, Myra, and Finn. 6 hours, Helvan rasped. You had some of us concerned. Finn chuckled. I always knew you'd come back. Weren't you just saying he was a goner? Myra shook her head at Finn's embarrassed face. It's all well and good to have you back. Now spill it. I was back in a few minutes. What can I say? They call me a genius for a reason. Finn crossed his arms with a proud smile. White door showed up out of nowhere. Felt like I walked in that damned place for hours, though. Myra whistled. The dream path. Not bad. It's the most unpredictable. You're either really strong or super weak, truth be told. But hey, don't let that get to you. You'll be fine. Probably. Finn's expression soured. Hours? Aiden couldn't help but chuckle. It sounded like a blessing if he ever heard one. He was unsure how long he had braved those empty halls, but it had to be years. It sure as the abyss felt like it. The only thing standing between him and insanity had been the sixfold corridor's mysterious nature. What's so funny? Finn turned away from Myra with a decided harumph. What did you get? More questions than answers, Aiden said absently. Helvan remained silent, but his eyes never left Aiden. The aura that emanated from the old man brushed against him, harmlessly passing through his flesh. Just as the feeling caught Aiden's attention, it disappeared without a trace. A small smile tugged at Helvan's lips. Myra caught the look. A violent breeze burst out from her, freezing Aiden within an instant. How? Her mouth dropped open. How do you have an Astra? Aiden had never seen her so shaken. Oh, what? Are you also going to speak in riddles? Aiden snapped back. Also, Helvan hummed to himself. So he still lives. Which door chose you, Aiden? Red. Aiden wanted to ask about Astagon, but the slight shake of the old man's head stopped him. What's an Astra? It sounds a whole lot like Astraeus. Allow me to start from the beginning. There's much you need to understand, Helvan said. The human mind can't fathom the workings of the sixfold corridor, but some of our wisest have come up with a simple analogy.
Each person, each soul, is born with an affinity, a predisposition to adapt to the greater powers beyond this world. The 6 doors of the corridor. It's only possible to attune to one path, no matter how you try, no matter what you do. His words faltered as the shadow of a memory passed through him. With the exception of the man known as the Maker. The Maker is real? Finn blurted out, taken aback. I thought he was just a dumb story made up by the sovereigns. He is real. The severity of the old man's tone was off-putting. Listen, you two. Listen well. If you ever learn his name, you must never say it out loud. Aiden remembered the words said by Astagon. Why wouldst a hunter shield its prey? Helvin shared the same sentiment. For some reason, a mystery Aiden was not sure he should utter aloud, the Maker was not merciful, as the stories told. Why the abyss not? Finn gave voice to Aiden's doubt. Is he shy or something? Speak his name only if you're tired of living. But don't think death will be swift. He watches over the abyss, and that place is worse than people make it out to be. Helvin nodded as he saw understanding dawn on the grim faces of the young men. You asked what an astra was. Aiden nodded. It's a reservoir of hexion within oneself. But you can think of it like a door that connects you to the realms stranded in the 6-fold corridor.
Open that door, let the hexion flood you, and you can wield the strength held only by the most prestigious of sovereigns. Empyrean magic. So we can do the same thing you and Myra do? Aiden asked. True power. The strength of an Empyrean. It was what he needed to get his life and family back. How do we do it? Not quite. Touching one of those doors makes one attuned, yet only those who are heightened can bend Hexion to their will and channel it to perform the Empyrean arts. Helvin hesitated. Well, that goes for Finn and the rest of normal people, at least. Myra paced the room with a bone-shivering enthusiasm. But what about Aiden? I've never heard of someone forming an astra without undergoing heightening. Gramps, what's going on here? It's rare, but not unheard of. Helvin turned his attention to Aiden. But I don't recommend you try anything yet. Your astra is too frail, even compared to the weakest reverences out there, the lowest ranking an Empyrean can be. Straining it at this point will cause instabilities in your foundation. It doesn't seem like that bad of a trade-off, Aiden thought. To put it in a way even an idiot can understand, you will never beat the weakest Empyrean if you ignore my warnings. The old man held a severe frown, the weight of his words falling onto Aiden like bags of coal. And those who hold your family are far from weak. All right, I won't force myself or anything. Aiden needed no more incentive than that. First he got that gloom touch, and now this. Don't you ever get tired of pulling shit out of your ass, man? Finn threw his hands in the air in frustration. Why in the haven are you even complaining? Myra smacked him on the head. You just attuned yourself to one of the most powerful of the higher paths. Well, maybe. So please shut your mouth now. Hey, Finn protested, but the bitterness on his face melted away. Higher paths? I like the sound of that. It was Helvin who answered. Time, dream, and chaos. Those are regarded as the higher paths. Blood, mind, and soul are called the lower paths. The names might give the impression that some are stronger than others, and for the most part that is true. But never underestimate any Empyrean. I have lost count of the times a Kroner, an Empyrean of the time path, died at the hands of a psyker, the old man sighed. Legend has it, the Maker himself was first attuned to a lower path. Helvin produced a glass cup from thin air.
Providence. It's either that or he's using some sort of magic. Another transparent flash appeared in his hand. Opening its lid, he poured a thick liquid that resembled water into the cup. Myra accepted the cup. This stuff is highly sensitive to Hexion. It will detect what sort of paths you are attuned to, but not only that, it's also going to tell me how strong your affinity is. If you're not shielding your soul, that is, Helvin added. Myra dipped her finger into the thick, watery substance. Tendrils of color spread from her finger, painting the liquid a dark shade of pink that almost reached red. She stared at it for a long moment, disappointment clear on her face. Well, my attunement to blood is not that great. She bit her lip. Coloring the primer red means my soul is attuned to the blood path. Black for time, white for dream, purple for chaos, green for soul, and golden for mind. Stronger affinities will cause much more pronounced reactions. Check this out. She offered the cup to Helvin. The old man shook his head. I don't think so. Grumpy old man. Myra promptly turned away from him. Finn? The short-haired man stood up, reached for the cup, and dipped his finger into the primer. The pink color faded as the liquid returned to its transparent appearance, but it lasted only a split second. The color turned a hazy white, and before Finn could say anything, a rat jumped out from the cup, running up his arm with nimble grace. Shit! Finn stumbled and fell onto the bed. What the abyss? Where did the little shit come from? The little creature was nowhere to be seen. How's this even possible? Aiden took a step back. Did he create that rat? Just what can Empyrean magic do? It came out from the cup. Not bad, kid. Not bad at all. Helvin looked genuinely surprised. Greater affinity. It's not often we see it with the dream path. To manifest a living being out of dreams is not something any dreamer can do. Aiden knew Helvin rarely distributed praise. For him to say that, the talent displayed by Finn must be something worth a lot to the sovereigns. Finn flushed, either at the compliment or his earlier embarrassing display. Excited already? Myra extended the cup to Aiden. Just a ceremony, really. I know you're going to be attuned to blood, probably with a higher affinity like Finn. Aiden dipped his finger into the cup, wanting nothing more than to get this over with. He needed to learn how to use this power as soon as possible, not waste time in useless sovereign rituals. What's the use of a test if we already know the result? The primer flashed, then tendrils of blood burst from his finger like lightning. The liquid turned red instantly, and the glass exploded in Myra's hand. By the abyss! Myra gasped. The once clear liquid became as solid as a ruby, but somehow it started to move, to wiggle. The head of a small snake peeked out from the ruby. It opened a tiny jaw, hissing at the red-haired sovereign, before pouncing at her. Red mist poured out of her skin. Her eyes flashed red as Myra extended a finger to point at the creature mid-motion. A sphere of blood shot out from her index finger, obliterating the snake before it could touch her. The sound of stone breaking echoed in the silence. Aiden turned his head to see a clean hole in the wall where Myra's magic had struck. Helvin regarded the shards of glass with a raised eyebrow.
The core of a humomorph seems to have elevated your affinity higher than I had anticipated.
A sinister smile split his lips.
The affinity of the last fragment molded by the innate potential of a blood beast. Things will get interesting. Last fragment. It was the same name Astagon had called him. What do you... Aiden closed his mouth, sealing the unasked question, for Helvin had vanished from the room. Truth be told, I've never seen anything something like that.
It's beyond greater affinity, probably caused by the core we put inside your heart. Myra nodded to herself.
You did what?
Aiden put a hand over his chest. His heart beat once, twice, thrice. Was it always like that? He tried to reassure himself, but no heart ever beat 3 times like that. It was odd, unnatural. Is something wrong? Myra moved closer with a knowing smile. Don't worry about that too much.
No,
he stammered. Everything is fine. The last thing Aiden wanted was to be on that metal table again. Dark sight, weird heartbeats, just what in the abyss am I? He watched as Myra left the room, but held no illusions about her ignorance. If Trevor and Calandor had heard his heartbeat, then Myra was no different. She knows more than she's letting on. Aiden lay on his bed, eyes closed in pretend sleep. He did not need his sight to see the texts projecting in his mind from the Aztenry circlet, a remnant capable of replicating the miracles achievable by Empyreans. Astagon, the Beyond, the Blood Path. There was nothing he could do about mysteries he did not understand. Helven had recommended he postpone any experiments with his Astra for now, but the Black Ring was different. Aiden was its sole master, and as far as he was concerned, there were no crippling side effects to using it. The blue screen came to life with but a nudge of his will. The words appeared on the floating sheet of dreamy light. Some of them were unfamiliar to him, but not all.
His reading lessons with Myra were yielding results, and the Aztenry circlet itself conveyed the meaning of any words he failed to decipher. Draven von Astreus, Dyad Vessel. Corruption, Median. Blood Path, Reverence, Lesser. Aiden suppressed a groan at the displayed name. Draven von Astreus. It did not take a genius to know that had to be his birth name, his real name. Still, it felt foreign, wrong. He much preferred Aiden. Aiden knew how to activate Dyad Vessel as readily as commanding a limb. Even the partial release learned after rising from first ring to second ring felt natural. It was the difference between a light jab and an all-out punch. Aiden felt the providence growing in size and power with each use, every time it drank more of his pain. The fuel for its progress was pain and retribution. No matter how much he yearned for a simple life, Aiden knew he would never grow stronger without conflict. "Any luck with that Astra thing?" Finn's voice brought him back to reality. He held the book provided by Helven, flaunting his flawless ability to read. A bitter twist on his pursed lips, however, suggested he was not content with whatever answers he had found amidst the confusing symbols. "I haven't tried. What the old man said was, I don't know. Might as well wait another day. It's not like I want to cripple myself or something." Aiden leaned back against the cold stone. Talk about a mood killer, that wrinkled geezer. I keep trying to feel it. The Hexion. That's what the book calls it. But there's nothing inside of me. No Astra. Finn sighed, throwing the book aside. "But you have one. Can you feel it?" "Yeah. It's like a ball of fire in the center of my soul, I guess." Aiden dwelled on the feeling, tracing it back to its origin. It did not take much effort. It's like a limb, there all the time, but you only notice if you're looking for it. Finn picked up the book again, an excited grin on his face. The 3 tenets of Hexion: channel, imbue, and emit. The will of an Empyrean bends the Hexion around one's soul, weaving the patterns inscribed within the subconscious into arts. Aiden did not know what that meant, and judging by Finn's expression, neither did he. To channel Hexion is a matter of instinct, Finn read the passages with renewed vigor. Merge your intent with the dormant will within your astra and beckon the Hexion to claim its inner space.
Oh! Oh!
Aiden closed his eyes, clenching his jaw in concentration.
I feel it. The Astra. The Hexion. Channel it, Aiden!
Damn it, wait, let me see what's next. Finn's excitement made him drop the book on the floor.
Shit, where is it? Got it. Weave the Hexion with your will. Imbue it with commands born of consciousness. Into arts?
Aiden jumped off the bed, eyes bursting open. He bent his knees, extending his arm forward.
It's merging. I can't control it.
He pointed his open palm at Finn.
Wait!
Finn scrambled away in shock.
Point that away, man. Wait! The art!
Aiden roared.
Ha!
Finn jumped to the side, both arms cradling his head. The bed groaned from a stray kick, knocked aside effortlessly by the strength of a sovereign body. Uncontrollable laughter soon broke the silence that followed Aiden's shout. The short-haired young man tentatively opened an eye.
What?
He looked around the room, but found no sign of anything arcane.
To the abyss with you, man. You're more twisted than Myra,
Finn said, as his face colored.
That was a good one, though,
Aiden said, catching his breath.
You can't blame me. You're a vicious guy, you know that?
Finn stood up, brushing off his pants.
Don't blame me when revenge comes knocking.
Aiden's laughter sounded strange, foreign after so long without practice.
How long had it been since he had genuinely laughed? Weeks, maybe longer.
Finn picked up the book and silently read the pages, but the amused smile never left his face.
He needed that just as much as Aiden did. Perhaps more.
This place, this life, can try to break me. Aiden closed his eyes, delving deep within his soul.
Do your worst. I'm not alone in this, and I'm not powerless anymore.
Chapter 14. Unbreakable Veil. A day passed in restless wait. Helvan's warning had been difficult to heed, but Aiden stayed away from fiddling with the ball of crimson fire that burned within himself.
But it should be all right now.
Though he tried to convince himself, it was hard to justify experimentation without even a sliver of knowledge of what to do. With a sigh, he picked up the same book Finn read before. Leather-bound, title scripted in golden letters, paper thin and silky. Its appearance alone displayed a luxury only sovereigns bolstered. The 6 Paths was written in its spine. Aiden found a chapter that explained the affinity test after briefly flipping through the pages. The book went out of its way to mix a complicated jumble of unknown words, but slowly and surely, Aiden started to understand the perspective of its author.
Affinity does not equal strength, he read the words in his mind.
It made sense. Myra had lesser affinity to the blood path, but she was far from weak. It, however, determines the potential for an Empyrean to ascend the ranks. That caught his attention, making him skim through overly drawn-out explanations to find the information he needed. Empyreans were ranked into 4 different tiers of strength and capability. The lowest was reverence, which included both him and Myra, from what he understood, followed by eminence, ascendance, and transcendence. But that was not all. Each rank was further divided into 3 quantifiers of progress: lesser, median, and greater.
It's more complicated than I thought.
Aiden lost track of time in the gratification of finding at least some answers he needed. It felt as if some of the weight on his shoulders lessened the more he understood about how to get stronger, how to become a greater reverence. It was simple, the tome said.
One simply needed to widen their astra from the inside out, leveraging imbued hexion to create an outward pressure against its boundaries.
Simple, it said, yet Aiden had no idea what that meant. White hair glistened in the corner of his vision, making him turn his attention away from the book to meet Helvin's wrinkled frown. He walked with steady steps, unfitting for his age. Everything about him felt wrong. He displayed prime strength, but appeared to be someone ready for their burial. Time path. Aiden understood the source of the man's power now. Helvin was an Empyrean, capable of reducing the influence of the flow of time on himself, which allowed him to appear and disappear out of nowhere. It was a neat, deadly trick, only granted to those who opened the obsidian door. What did he see on the other side? Aiden couldn't help but wonder if the words behind the doors were all the same, or if each guarded a distinct place. Did you find some of the answers you sought? Helvin motioned to the closed book on Aiden's lap. Helvin. Aiden rose to his feet. Some, yeah. Still not sure how to imbue hexion, or how to expand my astra from within. Imbuement will be taught to you later, but you're not to try to ascend a reverence's rank before heightening. Even I don't know what kind of side effects expanding a small, unheightened astra can create. Helvin glanced over his shoulder at nothing. It's better not to risk it. Gramps! The door opened behind him. Finn entered the room, his forehead drenched in sweat. Are you avoiding me or something? As impatient as ever, Helvin shook his head. I told you before, there's nothing you can accomplish without an astra. Heightening will come in due time, in a place where we have the resources to fund it. That place is not here. So what are you here for? Finn harumphed. To throw us riddles and disappear? Silence, Helvin commanded, and the air became solid. A malicious aura emanated from the white-haired elder, condensing and compressing the air until it was hard to breathe, impossible to even think straight. Helvin turned around, his obsidian eyes absorbing all light in the room, and the pressure increased. Finn fell to his knees, while Aiden was pressed against the bed. This is what you will face, Helvin snapped. Can you save your family when you can't even stand under my presence? Where is the jovial mask you so obnoxiously wear, Finn? Will you prostrate at your father's feet as you do at mine? Finn's calm smile fell off his face at the mention of his father. A bestial snarl distorted his features with rage. Blood dripped down his chin as he bit his lips. Shut up. Frustration shaved away at Aiden's patience, while hatred flowed inside him. He remembered Calandor, the man who struck his mother. The Sovereign had projected the same tangible oppression he now felt. But Aiden endured it in silence. He had spent his entire life leashing that hatred. It was an old friend at this point. Aiden would use it to fuel his power, not let it become a fire that consumed his reason. Aiden gritted his teeth, mustering the strength to stand. It felt like two giant hands pressed his back against the bed, and his vision had long since become hazy from the lack of breath. Yet his heart still beat. A guttural howl exploded out of Finn's lungs. He thrashed on the ground, punching the stone, gathering rage-filled strength to rise with a bent back. Blood traced crimson trails down his neck. His eyes were bloodshot, the picture of someone on the edge of violence. It was not the first time the magic of a sovereign had reduced Aiden to a quivering mess. The district overseers had done it, and so had Estefania, Calandor, and Myra.
but he remembered fighting off their control, even if only for a moment. He immersed himself in the memory, in that brief victory against sovereign oppression. The darkness that surrounded his Astra quivered in response, on the verge of awakening from a deep slumber. With a roar, Aiden pushed against the bed and rose to his feet.
The pressure was still there, but it was manageable somehow. "Good," Helvan said. "You two aren't hopeless after all." The pressure vanished with the elderly sovereign's nod. Aiden crashed back onto the bed, all the stamina in his body gone as the illusory weight disappeared. Finn walked to his bed with trembling steps, though the rage refused to leave his features. Now that he could think and breathe, Aiden said, "What was that? Every Empyrean can do that?" Helvan pulled out a chair and sat down facing the two trainees. "Every Empyrean worth their hexion can project their presence out into the world. It's not only a tool for oppressing the weak, but for limiting the abilities of the strong. Presence is the outward manifestation of astral power. But that isn't all," he paused. "By unfolding my presence, I can tell what rank you belong to, if your Astra is unshielded." "Isn't that bad? They'll know that we are Empyreans," Aiden asked. Finn remained silent, his gaze distant. Helvan picked up a book, flipped through its pages with uncanny familiarity, and said, "The Empyrean Principles: Soul Dive, Presence, and Shielding. I wish you had started with this one." Finn broke the silence with a scoff. "You guys aren't good instructors, is what I'll say. I gave you the tools. All you had to do was read." Helvan shook his head. "But time waits for no one. In 3 days, we will depart from this place and make our way to Elysium, where we will have both the resources and the security to train you better. Before that, you will only need to grasp the basics of shielding. It will do us no good if you are discovered as an Empyrean disguised as a servant. If the Orin finds you, not even death will end your suffering, for they have an evoker in their midst." Great. Someone who, according to the book, could enslave the soul of the deceased for all eternity. Aiden needed no further encouragement to learn. Quite the opposite. The prospect of building the foundations of his strength was more than another step in the path to save Dan and his mother. It resonated deeply with the injustice and rage that squirmed inside every miner. A way to fight back. "Teach me," Aiden said. At the same moment, Finn uttered, "I'm ready." Helvan rose from the chair, manifesting 2 mats out of thin air and arranging them side by side. "Sit," he motioned. "Legs crossed, palms resting on your knees, eyes closed." "Show off," Finn grumbled. Aiden did his best to copy the straight-back posture to the minute details, while Finn did the same. The elder examined them, rising to his feet and pacing around them. "Aiden, you can relax. We aren't about to fight to the death. This is just a visualization exercise. Malleable body, malleable mind." "Finn," Helvan stopped in front of him. "Relinquish your hatred until you have the means to act on it. If you can't control your emotions, you will never amount to anything other than a carcass that died with an ugly frown." The words must have stung, for a healthy blush colored Finn's face. Still, he obeyed, and after a few minutes, his breathing was peaceful. "We can begin." Helvan sat in front of them. "First, I will teach you how to soul dive. If you can't find the pathways to your soul, where your Astra will eventually form, then forget about shielding. You will never be able to perform the 3 tenets of Hexion manipulation." The soul is the root of our being, of our consciousness. Helvin's tone suddenly bordered on hesitation. Of our emotions. Someone without a soul is nothing but a husk driven by duty, but they can still project Hexion into arts just the same. I want you to think about a memory that instills strong emotions in you. The lasting ones, those which come to the forefront of our minds, are not usually pleasant. The tendrils of hate and anger are difficult to shake off. Aiden already knew how to find his soul. It came naturally to him at the moment Hexion condensed into his astra, the one that now rested in the center of his being, the rotating ball of crimson fire. He felt it as clearly as his crossed legs, or how a bead of sweat rolled down his neck. Finn could not claim the same. The same snarl of rage caused by the mention of his father returned. Even a fool could guess there was bad blood between them. The memory he was reliving must not have been a comfortable one. Aiden's mind trailed alongside those thoughts until he remembered his father, how his head had dropped lifelessly to the floor, and the grim look on Overseer Corvanus as he cleaned the blood from his blade. Find the source of your hatred, Finn. Helvin's words brought Aiden back from the pain. Trace its origin. Relive that memory. Feel its pain. Follow it. Track the events which caused so much hurt. For at the source of all, you will find yourself. Helvin closed his eyes, heeding his advice, but a sad expression overtook his face. Aiden might have been mistaken, but it almost looked like the old man could not find his soul. He dismissed the thought by how absurd it sounded. Found it, Finn rasped. There is nothing inside. It's just darkness. Of course, you don't have an astra, Helvin said matter-of-factly. That darkness is what your untrained soul looks like. Did you find yours, Aiden? Yeah, found it. I believe the grandiose sight of a torch is still fresh in your minds. A transparent sphere forged of the unbreakable material known as ecrin. It resembles glass, yet it is more durable than Shavitri steel. Helvin took his time with each word. Something about his wording bothered Aiden. A torch, not the torch? The sovereign implied that the ever-present light source of his district was not unique in any regard. I want you to imagine the same material encompassing the entirety of your soul, guarding all the darkness within itself, protecting it. Impervious to attacks, unfazed by even the most powerful arts. A shield. His voice shifted from wondrous to serious. The unbreakable veil. The difference between life and death. Got it! Finn shouted with excitement. Abyss, take me! It's there! What? Helvin was taken aback. Take this matter seriously. I'm taking it very seriously, you grumpy geezer. Finn's head slammed into the mat. A frown replaced Helvin's surprise as the surrounding pressure increased. Finn's eyes bulged out of their sockets. Not even his finger twitched under the white-haired sovereign's imposing presence. By the fallen god, you're speaking the truth. Helvin folded his presence within himself. It's flawless. Finn got up with a snarl. A little trust wouldn't hurt, you know. Maybe trace it back until you can find my finger shoved up your ass. Helvin silenced him with a look. Aiden ignored their conversation, letting their voices grow muffled as he dove into the deep recesses of his soul. A sphere, not of fragile glass, but of the unbreakable material that made the torch, or the torches. He needed something vast enough to encompass his soul, to endure the overbearing presence of a hostile Empyrean. Images of the torch flashed under his eyelids, unblemished, pure, everlasting, impervious to the flow of the ages and the ravages of men. Out of nothingness, a facsimile of the Ekron sphere burst into existence around his soul, shining with the same luster as the torch. With a thought, Aiden appeared next to it, so close it took but the lift of a finger to touch its smooth surface. The sphere crumbled to pieces at his touch. "Ah!" he screamed as the shards of his shield tore at the darkness. "Cast the image away, Aiden!" Helvin arrived at his side in an instant, a firm hand pressed over his chest. "Will it to nothingness. Quick, boy, don't let it damage your soul more than it already has." "Disappear!" Aiden shouted within his soul, and the shards of glass vanished. Not Ekron, glass. That's what I imagined. He shivered at the mind-numbing pain, a torment with no beginning and no end, one that not even the dyad vessel could suppress. "Damn it!" Aiden sagged against Helvan's hand. "It's harder than I thought." "Your conscious mind doesn't agree with your unconscious idea of vulnerability," Helvan sighed, returning to his sitting position. "Self-inflicted soul wounds heal, so there shouldn't be any lasting effects on you. Just don't let them accumulate." "Easier said than done," Aiden grumbled, as the pain began to fade. "That is often the truth, but I hoped a young mind would be more malleable." Helvan winced a smile. "You all right, man?" Finn nudged him with an elbow, his excitement gone. "I don't know. Maybe." Aiden looked at him up and down. "I guess you weren't lying about being a genius." The short-haired man chuckled. "Rest for a while, Aiden. Practice the first step with caution. In the meantime, Finn, are you ready for what comes next?" Helvan turned his attention away from Aiden. "Haven't you heard, old man? They all call me a genius." Finn flashed him a cheeky smile. The Sovereign ignored the remark. "Will the shield to absorb the color from the darkness. Let it be something that even the strongest rays of light are unable to pierce. If you succeed, the inside of your shield will become pristine white." Finn closed his eyes momentarily, bursting them open in less than a second. His white teeth shone proudly through his grin. "What's next?" Helvan looked devoid of words. "Well, you can go practice with Myra, I suppose." Aiden shut away the distractions, the noise, watching as his torn soul struggled to mend itself. There were cuts in the darkness, wounds with a deeper shade of black than the living ink. "The technique is known as the unbreakable veil," Helvan spoke. "At least, it should be unbreakable, but it all depends on the limit of one's visualization. Some people have a harder time reining in their imagination. But remember this, Aiden. Inside your soul, you are the ruler." Helvan produced a piece of transparent material, sending it flying at Aiden with a flick of his hand. "Break that." The limits of his body were no longer a mystery to Aiden. He could break steel with his bare hands and crack stone with a half-hearted punch. A piece of glass should have provided him with no challenge, yet as he mustered all his power to break it, the piece remained immutable. "Ekron." Aiden gave up on the fruitless attempt. "Precisely," Helvan nodded with a smile. "Priceless, yet useless, for only the most powerful transmuters can ever hope to shape it. The methods of its creation are a mystery. You can keep it. It might help you with visualizing your goal." It was a priceless remnant, but Aiden did not refuse the offer. Pride would get him nowhere. It did not build a shield around his soul, and neither did it possess the power to save his family. If accepting a gift from a sovereign helped him achieve his goal, Aiden would take it.
I will return tomorrow. Some guests wait for me. The white-haired elder stood up with little effort. Make your shield in the image of the shard of Ekron that lies in your hand. Cast aside the incredulity that has shackled your will. Tomorrow, Helvan smiled. Withstand my presence without letting your shield break, and I will give you some answers about that providence of yours. Sounds like a deal. Aiden isolated himself from all distractions, diving deep into the dark recesses of his soul, and honed his will to visualize a sphere of protection around it. Not glass, but a material that not even the power of a sovereign body could break. Ekron. The shield formed around him, brought into existence by sheer force of will. Aiden appeared in front of it, and without hesitation, punched it. It shattered under his strength, a failure that produced nothing but pain. The fragments disappeared before causing much damage to his soul. But Aiden did not flinch. He moved through the hurt, with it, and willed another shield to form. Even if it broke 1,000 times, all he needed to do was rebuild it stronger each time. No matter how many attempts it took, no matter the pain.
Chapter 15. He Who Ventured Beyond. Helvan glanced at the painting in his office, the same one Aiden had so boldly stared at, a depiction of warriors in battle. Runes mingled with imagery in seamless artistry, making it impossible for undiscerning eyes to spot them. But their effects struck nonetheless. The headache and dizziness forced him to look away moments later. The elderly sovereign had long since come to terms with losing his ability to see the runes, but witnessing someone else flaunt what he had lost brought a sour taste to Helvan's mouth. The boy might think he hid his talent well, but Helvan had known of his gift the second he inspected that shoddy notebook filled with drawings of runes. Sighted, the last fragment of eternity. Helvan prayed to the fallen god, sending his wishes into the unliving void, knowing no one would hear them. Let it be enough. Implanting the heart of a hemomorph into a human was thought to be impossible. The documentation of similar experiments supported that claim. After all, no human could win against one of them in a battle of wills. But Aiden was different. The shackles of fate on the Haven were weakening as the cycle of reincarnation spun once more. It was the last chance, the final stand against a foe who knew no defeat. A chance to lead the Haven onto a better path. Helvan only wished he had the strength to see it through, to guide the young. But he was broken beyond repair. The Maker had made sure of it. Duty was all that remained in the empty hole inside his spirit. The door to his office opened, casting away the recurrent doubt haunting his every idle moment, and Myra ushered forward 2 little men. Minors. The tallest of them, an adult if the wrinkles on his frown were any indication, spoke in a trembling tone that reeked of fear. "Lord," he stammered. Helvan searched his mind for the memory of sympathy, for how to emulate it in his tone before he spoke. "Have a seat." The fear in their faces announced his failure. Without wasting time, Helvan called upon his providence, timeless void, and summoned a binding oath out of thin air. The miners gasped, their eyes wide with terror. "Forgive me, but this is for the greater good of the Haven." Helvan cemented his resolve, casting away the doubt and shadow of reluctance. "What is it that you wish?" he asked, even though he knew the answer. "Revenge, Lord," said the youngest of the 2. The hesitation on his face vanished. The trembling in his lips steadied as fire filled his eyes. "A life, then," Helvan sighed. The hatred against sovereigns ran deep in the Catalyst districts, a consequence of their wanton cruelty and the assurance of no repercussions. It always ended this way. This time was bound to be no different. Myra bit down the regret on her face, but stood firmly behind them. "Give me a name." Helvin's voice was like the sentence of an executioner. "But know that the price of a sovereign's life cannot be paid with just one of yours." He expected hesitation to strike one of them, but there was only resolve, the kind of which Helvin no longer had the means to understand. They knew nothing of the method that would seal their fates, but they knew their lives had ended the moment they heard the whispers running in the shadows of the gloom caves. A man who killed sovereigns. In some places, it was a woman. It all depended on each district's circumstances. Yet the fact remained. Someone was willing to right the wrongs no one else could, and their payment was blood. Helvin had not started those rumors, but he reaped their rewards with pleasure. "We are ready, Lord. My sister," the youngest of them spoke, his features growing haunted with each word. "She never done nothing wrong. Wouldn't hurt a fly. But that monster, he don't care. She was the only thing that made life worth living in that shithole." The eldest gripped the chair, but the limits of his flesh did not leave a scratch on it. "If we have to die to send that bastard to the abyss, that's a bargain. Least I get to see my wife and daughter on the other side."
Very well.
Helvin let his will inscribe the words on the oath.
The name of the man you want killed?
"Overseer Alterus," the miners snarled. "I, Helvin Carimonder, vow to kill Overseer Alterus. In return," he raised an eyebrow at them, "Ed Brightlight and Cain Brightlight, my lord," the father spoke. "In return, Ed Brightlight and Cain Brightlight hereby forfeit their lives to the witnesses of the beyond, to be used in aiding the greater good of the haven." The words solidified on the piece of living leather. "Is that acceptable?"
Yes. Lord, the eldest miner met Helvin's eyes. Make the bastards suffer. They placed their hands on the oath, removing them with familiar surprise as it burst into flames. The ashes of their vow seeped into their souls, binding their lives to Helvin's whim. The same energy of karma fell dead within his hollow, soulless husk. There was no compunction to fulfill the oath, for Helvin had long since lost his soul. But they did not need to know that. A word given is a contract on its own. Timeless void whistled to life, and the head of the man who had caused them such pain appeared on the desk. The sovereign's face was frozen in a rictus of despair, bloodshot eyes wide and mouth opened in a soundless scream. It was as fresh as anything stored in Helvin's providence. The miners stood up from their chairs as if they had produced spikes. "Lord, is that—" The eldest walked up to the table, raised a fist, and punched the severed head in the nose. It bounced against the ground, fresh blood trailing along Helvin's floor and desk. But he forgave the insolence. The man screamed, his previous composure lost as he trampled the carcass until not even Alterus's mother would recognize him. Energy faded from his body minutes later, leaving him no more than a sobbing mess.
"How?" the youngest asked with undisguised suspicion. The witnesses' eyes and ears spanned the entire haven. The least Helvan could do was put their hearts at ease. "The moment you contacted our people with the resolve to seek vengeance, to seek us, Alterus's fate was sealed." "Did the bastard suffer?" "Yes," Helvan lied. Time was too precious a commodity to engage in needless torture, but the truth was better kept from the two miners pledged to him. Myra, sympathetic to their plight, had done a great job manipulating the deceased sovereign's blood to contort his features in a rictus of suffering.
Hope he freezes in the abyss. The young man embraced his father. It's done, Dad. It's done.
Helvan walked in silence, alone, taking solace in his thoughts. The darkness in the hallways seeped into the mood of those who had to endure living in hiding, and he was no different. Not much longer now. The missing pieces had just signed their souls to his service. Tomorrow, they would make their way to Elysium, where his two initiates would see the real world for the first time. The experience was bound to either break them or make them stronger. The weak presence of an Empyrean drenched the room ahead with the scent of fresh blood. Only one soul sang its song to Helvan's awareness, not two, just one. Impressive. Finn was a prodigy in every regard, but his visualization was unfettered beyond common sense, molding foreign concepts with the ease a child had when believing a lie. Unbreakable Veil took years to master, yet the boy had done it in a minute. The only other capable of doing so was the man whose name was not safe to utter, even within the boundaries of the mind. A name Helvan had sealed away under mental locks, so wandering thoughts could roam freely without risking a calamity. How my brothers would have fared had they known this technique. Would I have been born at all? Helvan scoffed at the thought. Probably. If that alone was enough to stop the Maker, then their battles would not have spanned the centuries. Helvan opened the door, his insecurities and doubts cast away as Finn's head snapped toward him with a worried frown. "Gramps," Finn said, his usual petulant act nowhere to be seen. A chill ran down Helvan's back as he followed Finn's pointed look. Blood seeped from Aiden's eyes, nose, and ears. Abyss take me, so much blood. It was as if he had just come back from one of Myra's trainings. He stood perfectly still, his unveiled soul and even breathing the only proof of life. Helvan spread his presence through the Hexion in the air, filling the room with a pervasive and unseen touch. The sounds of thunder traveled from Aiden's soul to every raised hair on Helvan's body. Once. Twice. It followed a rhythm of creation and destruction, a song of resilience and will. It was impossible to gaze inside his soul. Only an evoker was capable of such feats, but Helvan knew what the child was doing. He's punching it. By the fallen god, the imbecile is punching the very fabric of his soul. How long has he been like that, Finn? Helvan asked. Since you left, old man. He abandoned the book in his study and turned his attention to Aiden. He won't answer. He won't eat. He hasn't moved an inch from there. How is he still alive? 1 day of pummeling holes in his soul? Helvan increased the pressure of his presence like a ferocious, ethereal wind, unleashing the entire authority of his Astra in the room. Finn took a step back, his face paling, but quickly adjusted his breathing and stood straight, his shield held, unbreakable as it was supposed to be. Aiden flinched, his shield screeched and cracked under the force of Helvan's presence, but it held, for a single second. For 1 instant, Aiden withstood the strength of an Archon, suppressed as Helvan was, but that did not take away from the feat. When Aiden opened his eyes, Helvan remembered what fear felt like. Chapter 16. The Price of Power. Aiden met failure with emotionless composure. The sphere surrounding his Astra could be called many things, but indestructible was not one of them. Another punch sent cracks worming their way through the entire structure until it crumbled to pieces. The fragments of yet another failed attempt, gone in an instant. Another one. He willed a new shield of Ekron to form around his soul, and the crystalline luster of the material graced his sore eyes once more. One punch cracked it like a broken mirror.
Another reduced it to pieces. The cycle continued for hours. The pain became mind-numbing, distracting. It pulled at him, whispering sweet, wordless lies in his ears. As time passed, Aiden understood its meaning. "Let it go," it begged him. "You've done enough," it lied. No. He would stop when his fist broke against the sphere. Not a moment sooner. 3 punches until the shield broke. 4, 5, 6. Progress. Aiden doubted he could keep the frustration at bay if he did not see the fruits of his hard work. How can Finn do this in a second? In one damned try? Unbreakable? The thing that guarded his soul might win a contest of durability against rotten wood. What a joke. The tears in his soul howled a furious tune, like a wound exposed to frigid wind. Aiden willed the shield to form once more, but a pulsing throb shot through him, making his mind falter under the pain. Focus returned as the torture faded, and he floated next to his Astra, the small red ball of flame that illuminated a world of darkness. It almost spoke to Aiden through its warm, flickering flames, but he did not understand the words of Hexion. Only the heightened heard its mystic tongue. Nothing was going as smoothly as he had hoped. For every attempt at creating the shield, a spasm of pain sent Aiden crawling back to oblivion. If only the tears in his soul disappeared.
If only they did not add to the list of things that took pleasure in making his life harder, perhaps he could forge something worthy of Helvan's attention. The cuts shivered and shrank. The change was so minute that it was impossible to confirm with sight alone, but Aiden needed no eyes to see inside his own soul. Within the domain of his shield, he was the master of all things. Can it be this simple? He commanded the wounds to close, and they obeyed. I'm so stupid. It is that easy. The wounds closed, their progress perceptible even to physical sight. Yet as they diminished, so did the flickering flames of his Astra. What had been the size of a child's head now resembled an infant's closed fist. The crimson flames flickered and went out, as if blown away by a tempest. The only thing that remained was a ruby ball. Shit. That can't be good. Aiden focused his entire attention on the piece of jewelry that rested at the center of his being, his Astra. He might have done something bad, perhaps irreversible. Was it wise to attempt to will it aflame? Would it consume itself to heal, trapped in a cycle that ended in its destruction? Something deep inside his soul urged him to try. It did not speak to him since the sixfold corridor, a voice hidden behind thought, the melody of his soul. He trusted it once more. Heal, he commanded. Nothing happened. Heal! No perceptible changes. If everything inside his soul obeyed him, then his Astra remained unbroken. For something unbroken could not be healed. The only difference from before was the flames, the Hexion that had burned warmly on its surface. If that were the case, then he needed the mysterious crimson fire to live once more. Burn! The core shivered. No, that wasn't right. Something inside the core shivered, a place that even his perception had trouble reaching. He willed his body forward on a whim, and the projection of his consciousness shot inside it. The interior of Aiden's Astra looked remarkably similar to his shielded soul. A crimson sphere of ruby material surrounded him, the darkness replaced by a deep shade of red, of blood. At the very center, a hole in reality shivered, a gateway to a familiar, nameless place. It led to the mysterious land woven in crimson hues,
where the three majestic bodies of flame hung suspended on the horizon. The source of his power, the homeland of Hexion. The Crimson Door chose him, its Hexion filling his being and forging a precious core in his soul. The limits of his affinity were not recorded in the books provided by Helvin, and that meant the extent of his capabilities did not abide by common sense. Helvin claimed only the heightened could weave Hexion into arts, and Aiden believed him. But the old man said nothing about him not being able to call upon it. Aiden focused a wordless command to the other side of the black hole, urging the Hexion to come. It obeyed. He had expected resistance, but the crimson flames were eager to comply. They yearned to fill the hollow husk that was his Astra, limited only by the black gateway that connected him to freedom. With relief, he projected his consciousness outside. The Astra burned like a dead ember, but the little flames continued to grow as more Hexion flooded from the mysterious land beyond the rift. The progress was slow, but if he took enough care, it would be enough to heal his soul from the damage of a failed shield. Back to work. Another shield surrounded his soul, and Aiden got back to punching. Aiden dismissed the crumbling shield with a flicker of his will, opening his eyes to face Helvin as he sensed the Sovereign's foreign presence crashing down on him. Damned old man. He had been so close to improving the technique just a little more, but it all went to pieces as Helvin's pressure weighed on his soul. "We head to Elysium tomorrow," Helvin said, making his way back to the door, his message delivered. "Wait!
You promised me some answers." Aiden stood up, his joints grinding painfully from the uncomfortable position. "I believe I said that I would consider it, but it all depended on your progress." Helvin regarded Aiden with a raised eyebrow. "Shield yourself. It is time for your assessment." Aiden grasped the shard of Ekron in a white-knuckled grip and scrunched his eyebrows together to form the image within his soul, a visualization of a concept he still thought impossible. That was the problem. Deep down, he believed nothing was unbreakable. Imaginary chains, that's all it is. If only he knew how to break them. Finn did not have those, so why should he? It was so simple. Just will it to be indestructible, and his soul would obey. That, however, was as far as the theory reached. If his mind refused to follow, then his soul had no reason to comply. Mustering all the pain of hours of incessant repetition, Aiden willed a shield around his soul. Unbreakable, like the torch. Can't break it with a punch. Can't break it. Helvin's presence bombarded him like the weight of an insurmountable boulder crashing on top of his head. The transparent boundary whined, cracks spreading throughout its spherical creation, little pieces falling and willed to oblivion in an instant. Aiden mustered his will to strengthen the shield, to reinforce it against the assault, but he might as well have not bothered. The fissures grew wider, the broken fragments stabbing at his soul, until it gave in and crumbled to nothingness. Cold stone greeted his knees as all the strength in his body fled with the last shreds of his will. 2 seconds. What a joke. Aiden did not raise his head to look Helvin in the eye, for he knew the man did not need to follow up on his promise. His progress was non-existent. "Finn, leave us." Helvin's voice brooked no disagreement. Finn knew when not to provoke someone in a sour mood. Aiden would give him that much. He left without a word, almost fleeing from the room. The silence stretched between the two of them until Helvin broke it. "Your soul is undamaged. A ridiculous notion after how reckless you have been." Aiden looked at him and saw no disappointment, but acknowledgement. There is only one way to accomplish that. You have channeled Hexion, if only a measly trickle. But that is not all. You have commanded it from beyond the rift. So what? Aiden crawled to his bed, and exhaustion hit him like a hammer. It's not possible with an unheightened soul, Helvin said without hesitation. Or it should have been. Perhaps the core of the hemomorph is at play again. Say, have you perhaps felt an instinct you couldn't quite explain? No, Aiden lied. It matters not. Helvin sighed. But I will grant you one answer for that feat alone, if it makes you stop frowning. Really? Aiden stammered. Helvin moved his head in a minute nod. There was so much Aiden needed to ask. Runes and his ability to see them were out of the question. He did not trust the man enough to reveal something that could get him killed. He wanted to ask about his family, how they were doing, but wasting this opportunity on insecurities did nothing but keep him away from the power needed to protect them. Aiden needed to know more about his path, a clear road to tread forward in search of power. But Helvin was not the best person to teach him about the blood path. The man was a wielder of time. Myra had the knowledge and experience to guide him, much as he dreaded the idea of spending time in her clutches. How do I make my providence stronger? Aiden asked. It was the best use of Helvin's reluctant concession. Use your providence on me. Helvin nodded, as if expecting the question already. Are you sure? You might piss yourself, or worse. Aiden's voice carried a mocking tone, but he still remembered Helvin's previous threats to kill him for this very reason. Do it. Say less, you shitty old man. Aiden grabbed his hand and unleashed 1/3 of Dyad Vessel's stored power. Helvin's eyes widened, but not a whisper or grunt escaped his mouth. Quite the bite, he merely said. That's it? Aiden remained still, stunned into silence. Helvin withstood a moderate amount, given that Dyad Vessel had not been full, with nothing but mild surprise. Whoever he truly was, Aiden knew the Sovereign was not someone to mess with. Perhaps even a full release would not hinder the man for more than a second, which meant little to those who embarked on the time path. You haven't made your abilities a secret, Aiden said. That whole thing about making things appear out of nowhere to spook folk is not very subtle. Unless you're wielding time to run around and bring things from a safe, then what you have is a providence. That's what your broad knowledge of the Empyrean arts tells you? Helvin turned from Aiden and ran his hand over the opened books on the table. You've read one of these, yet the shallow wisdom it provides is enough for you to be certain. Laughable. You are not denying it. Fancy as his words might be, they were only the elusive dance of someone avoiding questioning. And if you have one, you know how to use it better than me, Aiden said. Helvin stared at him with obsidian eyes that devoured all light in the room. I want you to teach me. Aiden stood up, taller than Helvin by a hand, and forced himself to meet his gaze. Very well. Helvin sat down with a sigh. I did promise one answer, and this is certainly a stretch, but I will entertain it. Now reveal your scripture to me. The word rang with a tune of hollow incomprehension, but Helvin had to be referring to the blue screen and its mysterious text. Aiden summoned it with a nudge of his will. This? What do you think? I am thinking it is impossible to read your mind or see through your eyes. Helvin shook his head as Aiden frowned at his words. Unless you will it to be shared, I will not be able to see it, Aiden. Start with that, then, you shitty geezer. Aiden bit back a reply, but did as Helvin said. The screen flickered from blue to green, and he felt the attention of somebody else on it. The connection was one-sided as far as Aiden understood, its existence based entirely on his will, so he let Helvin read it,
Dyad vessel, Helvin muttered the words with a pensive frown. A two-way passage, if I'm not mistaken, able to store and release. Interesting. And you have made quite a bit of progress in ascending your providence. Median corruption already in only a few weeks. You will have Myra to thank for that, I suppose. Aiden's decision proved fruitful. With only a few meaningless words woven into the ethereal light, Helvin could dissect all the known information about Aiden's providence. It also confirmed Aiden's theory of Helvin possessing a similar remnant of his own. There are realms of power, Aiden, each one providing a qualitative increase in the capabilities of your providence. The first one, as you might have noticed, is the corruption realm, followed by refinement and purity. Each realm has 3 stages, lesser, median, and greater, which provide a quantitative increase in the providence's capabilities. You will not learn new abilities, but you might understand how to use it in a better, less intuitive way. Helvin paused for a moment, letting the words sink in. If you want to get stronger, advance through the stages and break through to the next realm. That's a whole lot easier said than done, Aiden chuckled, at undergoing an abyss worth of pain to make the providence stronger. It did not sound appealing. Sure, just call some guys to beat me up. Oh, and make sure to bind them with oaths so they can't run when I use the providence on them. Why would I do that? You have the perfect, most interested candidate at your disposal, Helvin smiled. Who's that? Aiden blinked in confusion.
Yourself. Helvin nodded, as if the suggestion was entirely mundane. It will be more efficient, as you can reabsorb a portion of each release back into the providence. Probably, you will not know until you try it. What? I believe you heard me. Helvin cut through Aiden's voice with determined callousness. Unleash your providence on yourself. Reabsorb it. Repeat. But that's painful? Insane? Helvin chuckled. The road to power is trod in blood and pain, Aiden. If you're not willing to do it, others will. And when you face those whose resolve trumped yours, you will die. Simple as that. A gaping hole carved itself in the bottom of Aiden's stomach. The idea sounded plausible, as Helvin explained, but it meant experiencing the same excruciating pain more than once. It was possible, yet insane. What kind of person willingly underwent such torture? The regimen would shave away all that was left of him. Once it was over, would anything remain? Aiden did not know, but that did not stop him. Remember, Aiden, those who flinch at every hardship usually die without even noticing. Helvin departed, his words echoing in the empty chamber. Aiden sat on the mat, killing his hesitation by bringing the image of his family to the forefront of his mind. He felt his providence, its well of pain missing 1/3 of its capacity. With a shuddering sigh, he rolled up his pants, exposing the skin underneath. Dyad vessel opened, unleashing its ferocious bite upon Aiden. Pain stole his thoughts. Everything went blank. Chapter 17. The Sight of Elysium. Aiden gritted his teeth as his fingers broke under calloused hands. The bone snapped like a rotten piece of wood, its pointy, shattered ends piercing his flesh in a torturous cycle that dried the well of tears in his eyes. The Providence whispered its tune of flesh-piercing stabs as another partial release racked his body in a dozen different spots. But its song was not real. No one else heard it but him. There was no proof of its existence after the short-lived throbs that stole the wind from his lungs. No sign of wound.
He opened his eyes with a gasp and looked at his fingers for the third time. Unbroken. Normal as far as the eye could see, but the mind was harder to convince. The trickle of pain flowed back to Dyad Vessel, half of the pain returning to the Providence, half lost forever in the nightmares Aiden was sure to have. No matter how much he tried, it was impossible to release less than 1/3 of the Providence's reserves. 3 uses. In a proper fight, even one could mean the difference between life and death, but that was only true when facing a single opponent. The tune of Dyad Vessel filled his mind as he willed it to action again. But instead of the phantom pain that made his eyes water and muscles cramp, there was nothing. The imaginary space it occupied in his mind felt hollow. The Providence's reserves drained to what was less than 1/3 of its full capacity. A limit. An end to the pain. Thank the Maker. Led waited, his eyelids closed, but before sleep claimed him, he summoned the scripture one last time. Its cold blue light shone peacefully, but the information it displayed remained unchanged. The power that lay at the end of the road of progress never seemed so distant before. The next morning flew by in a rush. Myra, who remained unnaturally aloof despite Aiden's and Finn's attempts at conversation, summoned the two, Aiden and Finn.
That was for the best, Aiden decided. Better to suffer her silence than entertain one of her recent training sessions, torture thinly disguised as education. This is how we make beggars look like sovereigns. She drew a silver scissor. To Aiden's surprise, the red-haired sovereign commanded the scissors with a level of expertise unbefitting her powerful hands. After half an hour, Aiden's hair was combed back with a lustrous gel that both held it in place and gave it a peculiar, minty aroma. A pristine white suit hung tight on his skin, but it did not hinder movement. The fabric stretched effortlessly with each flexing muscle, a creation that had to be related to magic. Finn strode in front of him, dressed similarly, groomed to perfection, with a confident smile on his face. "Looking good, my lord." "You're not bad yourself, my lord." Aiden bowed with a smile. The title still brought some uncomfortable memories, but he brushed them aside. This was one more step to getting his family back. Nothing more. Helvin strode into the room, 2 strangers following close behind. Miners? What in the cold abyss are they doing in a place like this? Aiden scoffed at his thoughts. These were his people. His appearance of a changed body did not change that, but without realizing, he started thinking of himself as a sovereign. I'm still a miner, no matter how I look. One was well into his 30s, while the other one looked just a few years older than Aiden. Both resembled no one Aiden had ever met. They might have been no longer in Catalyst District 99. Perhaps he would never see it again. Since everyone is gathered here, let me reiterate one thing. Helvin looked at each one of them, likely assuring himself he had their attention. Once outside, no one talks unless Myra or I say so. Not a word, not a whisper. Understood? A round of silent nods greeted him in return. Aiden, forfeit your name now, for you will be known as Draven Orisanth henceforth. He looked away from Aiden before he could voice his protest. Draven. Aiden knew there was more to that name than met the eye, but he had more important things to worry about. Still, he could not shake the feeling that Helvin knew it from before he saw the scripture, before he saw what it called him. Finn, you will be Aemon Orisanth. We will discuss more about your background after reaching Elysium, but before that, just keep your mouth shut. Aemon? What the abyss kind of lame name? The withering look Helvin threw at Finn made him stop in his tracks. They gathered around in a circle, hands linked as instructed. Myra held the hands of both strangers, while Finn, or Eamon, closed the circle on each side. Helvin stood at the center, eyes closed, the perpetual frown making a home of his wrinkled forehead. "Close your eyes," he said. "It is done." Aiden opened his eyes to see familiar ruins stretching to all sides, an ominous grave tune resonating in his bones. The gate stood behind him in all its dreaded glory, the blue light of shining runes whispering its dangerous tune. He looked away before anyone questioned his resistance, adding a dizzy stumble to avoid undue attention. "Shit!" Eamon gasped and wiped the tears from his eyes. "What kind of thing is that? Is that a door?" "Silence!" Helvin snarled. Catalyst District 99, or what used to be Aiden's home. It felt hollow with no one waiting at the shoddy house he once lived in, an empty husk that brought nothing but painful memories to mind. They made their way deeper into the district, in silence and nerve-wracking tension. Instead of heading to the center of the district and the platform that stood under the torch, they headed to the opposite side of the gate, the Overseer Tower. Aiden did not know which one was more dangerous, the gate and its forbidden nature, or the place the Overseers called home. But he was about to find out. The streets became empty, as word of their arrival spread unseen from one miner to the next. The Overseer Tower, a piece of solid stone magnificently sprouted from the earth, rose from the ground and connected to the ceiling in a seamless proof of Empyrean craftsmanship. It had no windows on the lower floor, only a gray metal door. No guards patrolled the outside, for there was no need to stay vigilant against the so-called ratlings. If they threw their bodies mindlessly at the door, the only result would be the unpleasant sound of bones breaking, nothing but an inconvenience. Helvin stood at the front, the two miners behind him, Myra at the back, Eamon and Aiden flanking both sides. A peculiar formation that resembled prisoners being escorted, and perhaps that was the intent. The elderly man raised his hand and knocked on the door once, a simple nudge that carried no genuine force at first glance, yet the iron dented under his wrinkled knuckle, and the whole tower seemed to vibrate. Abyss take me. How could someone be so strong? Is this the result of commanding Hexion? It has to be. The door opened, and Overseer Corvanus, the bastard who killed Aiden's father, greeted Helvin with his impassive face. "Eminence Caramanda, a pleasure to meet you. Do come in and make yourself at home." Aiden took a step back, the fear of being recognized fresh on his mind. But the Overseer did not even glance in his direction. Corvanus's face was as punchable as ever. He wondered if a punch with all his strength would be enough to kill the Sovereign in one shot, but he knew that for the fantasy it was. Without Dyad Vessel, the Overseer would make quick work of him. Helvin stepped inside without a word of acknowledgement. Eminence, the second stage of power an Empyrean could reach, was enough to command respect even from an Overseer. The room put Aiden's definition of the word luxury to the test. Bookshelves spanned the entire sides of the room, tomes crafted in leather and metal linings shining under the amber light of an assortment of light spheres that hung from the ornate ceiling in an intricate pyramidal design. 4 red couches made of dark wood surrounded a table of a similar look, a set crafted with luxury as the foremost aim, and comfort as a sweet aftertaste. The 4 of them sat, the 2 miners standing behind Helvin, sweat dripping down their necks, while Corvanus strode up the stairs in the center of the room to the higher levels of the tower. The blonde-haired man came back a few minutes later with a silver tray and 4 porcelain cups with steaming, fragrant liquid. Poison, if Aiden had to guess. Not even Helvin's glare made him touch the thing. Corvanus looked at Aiden, his eyes examining him from top to bottom with worrying scrutiny.
Myra's experiment had made it impossible to recognize him. The idea of a miner walking in sovereign skin was ridiculous, even if he stood as living proof. Yet Corvanus's eyes lingered on Aiden for an uncomfortable minute. "Is everything ready?" Helvin said, as he took a sip. "The remnant requires time to power up. Nothing but a few minutes, I assure you." Corvanus stood with his hands crossed behind his back, no couch left for him to sit on. Serves him right, Aiden thought, savoring the only petty revenge he could reap. One day, Corvanus would pay for what he had done, but Aiden refused to let hatred compromise the safety of his family. "Not today, Corvanus. Not today." "That's acceptable." Helvin put the cup down, its contents drained. "Your fellow overseer?" "Away on patrol, as reported." It was clear Helvin knew the man, perhaps using his network of connections befitting the witnesses of the beyond. But was he so well known that an overseer had to give him reports? Aiden found it suspicious.
There has been an uprising in violence and resistance ever since the last ascension, but we are acting to ensure it settles down with minimum bloodshed, the overseer sighed. Travor's actions raised a lot of questions in Elysium. With the prices to procure catalysts as high as they have been, people start to question the wisdom in wanton slaughter. Helvan raised an eyebrow at the blonde-haired man, who winced and looked away. Corvanus nodded before saying, "The man is competent beyond measure, but his bloodlust tends to get the better of him." A single knock shook the tower again. Rather than the force of the blow being enough to make it tremble, it felt as if the building thrummed by itself like a living thing. The door opened before anyone could say a word, and Overseer Travor entered the room with an exhilarating grin. "You found the rattling, Corvanus." Travor strode inside with energetic steps, but surprise took hold of his face as he saw their gathering. "Am I missing something?" "The rattling? No." Corvanus shook his head and motioned to Helvan. "This is Eminence Caramonder. You will do well to show him some respect." "Of course. It is a pleasure to meet a master of the art such as yourself," Travor said with a bow, before turning to Corvanus. "What do you mean? Whatever was blocking my tray stopped just a few hours ago. I would not have noticed if I did not channel Hexion into it every day." He unbuttoned his white uniform, retrieving a necklace that ended with a glass vial filled with blood. Helvan sighed, picked up Aiden's untouched cup, and took a sip. Myra's face soured as if she took personal offense at the man's presence. "Pardon me, Eminence. This is a matter I must attend to." Corvanus touched Travor's shoulder and tried to escort the man away, but the Sovereign did not budge. "He's close, Corvanus. That damned rattling. He will regret the day he fled my blade." Travor's eyes glowed with red light. Myra extended an alarmed hand to Aiden, who frowned in confusion before passing Finn's untouched cup to her. She snarled and sat back with an angry scowl. "Madwoman, they know I'm close and you want tea? Knock yourself out then." "He is here," Travor shouted, surprise and confusion overcoming the urgency on his features. The vial shone like a red light sphere. Something tugged at Aiden's heart, and the bottom of his stomach fell from the couch as he understood the implications of Travor's actions. The trace led to him. Myra did not want tea. She had tried to hide his presence from the trace. Travor ignored Corvanus's protests and walked up to Helvan. "Eminence, please step aside, for a wretched criminal has infiltrated your crop." He looked at the two miners behind Helvan, and slowly a look of confusion settled on his face. "I do not recognize them." He grasped his pendant, and it shone brighter. With a stuttering motion, he turned his face to Aiden. "It's pointing to you?" Corvanus's face darkened, and he moved closer,
his steps the echoes of impending doom.
"That can't be possible. You're a sovereign."
He paled further, and blood seeped from his wrist until it formed a saber. "Eminence, what did you say your path was again?"
"I did not." Helvan sipped the tea, uninterested.
Overseer Trevor drew his blade and pointed it at Helvan.
"By the power invested upon me by the Maker, I demand you answer."
Helvan laid back in the seat, refusing to answer.
"Corvanus, assist me. He is the one who aided the Ratling's escape."
Crimson veins stood under Trevor's skin, and his muscles bulged with sheer strength. A veil of power spread out from him as he unfolded his presence. Shit. Aiden brought Dyad Vessel to the forefront of his mind, but it was of no use. The Providence was all but empty after his training. Corvanus's blue eyes turned into amethysts. "You truly are competent, Trevor."
Light shone from under his uniform as he raised his right arm, fabric tearing under his changing flesh. His skin turned a deathly shade of white, tensing until it strengthened beyond cured leather and iron. Black lines ran along his fingers and on the back of his forearm. Sharp obsidian claws sprouted from his fingernails, as if born from the marks. A nasty spike pierced out of his flesh, adorning his elbow with another weapon. "Save the compliments for later." Trevor took a step back. "Release your presence already. We can't let him use Kronos' domain. This traitor is dangerous." Blood splashed on Aiden's face. He tensed, ready to engage, but the sight in front of him made him hesitate. Overseer Corvanus's clawed hand impaled Trevor in the center of his chest, a beating heart clenched in his grip. "What?" Trevor looked down at his heart. "Corvanus, why?" "To fulfill my duty." The heart exploded under Corvanus's strength. He pulled his arm out from the man's chest, the metamorphosis fading with flashes of purple light. "As always." "Traitor!" Trevor collapsed in a puddle of his blood. "You will need to come with us now, Corvanus." Helvan stood up, walking beside the body of Overseer Trevor, and with one glance, his head exploded in a shower of gore. Though Aiden saw no motion, one of the old man's boots was now soaked with fresh blood. Helvan continued to talk to the remaining overseer as if they knew each other. They are working together. It was easy to deduce, but the implications of that revelation shook Aiden to the core. Did Helvan know that man's hands were drenched with his father's blood? Did he even care? Aiden knew he could trust no one, especially not Helvan, but seeing proof still hurt. Like it or not, he had started to see the old man as an ally. Anger boiled inside of Aiden. I had hoped it would not come to this. With my position compromised, the Golden Flame Inquisition will send evokers, perhaps even dreamers, Helvan. Corvanus wiped his arm with a cloth, knelt, and retrieved the pendant from Trevor's corpse. "You knew him." Aiden directed his words to no one, standing up with a boiling rage that scorched his soul. "He killed my father, Helvan." Helvan did not turn. "Your father's fate was never Corvanus's to decide, Draven." "He almost killed me." "Damn it, Helvan! The man killed my father and got me whipped half to death!" Aiden shouted at the elderly man, destroying the couch with a backhanded blow. The miners stepped away with horror on their faces. They were scared not of Helvan or the others, but of Aiden. The realization broke his heart. "I dealt no sentence to you. That sin died with the last breath of Overseer Trevor's passion for violence." Corvanus pointed at him, his impassive facade crumbling to frustration. "I gave you a way out, you cretin. An apology was all it would have taken for me to fake your death.
yet you chose to run your tongue. You fucking dare! Shut your mouth! The overseer's face was red with anger. Your impudence cost the lives of good people. Melissa and Tom. They were innocent, rendered to nothing but corpses because of your childish outburst. Or did you forget that? A blank void overcame Aiden's mind. The Sovereign, Overseer Corvanus, the man who killed his father, the man who did nothing as both Mel and Tom died, screamed with an anger he had no right to feel. The emotion that flooded his voice was real. He took their death as a personal failure. You tied my hands, made me watch like a powerless bystander as those people were slaughtered. Enough, Corvanus. Helvan patted him on the shoulder. So much for staying silent. Eamon winced. Myra is the quiet one now. Is it just me, or is that weird? Shut up, Eamon, the red-haired woman snarled. Of course, Master. My apologies. Corvanus, will you please lead us to the remnant? I might remember insanity if I remain here 1 minute longer.
Helvan walked up the stairs, accompanied by a grim-faced Corvanus. Myra was the next to follow, ushering the miners to hurry in front of her. Eamon approached Aiden with silent steps, his smile gone. You good, Draven? I don't know. Aiden sighed and let a new breath wash away the dark emotions inside him. You want to jump that Sovereign? He nudged Aiden with an elbow, his smile tentatively returning. We're probably going to lose, but I'm down if you are. I'm not sure that would do any good. Corvanus's words rang deeply in Aiden's soul, their echoes demanding he face his actions. I thought all the wrong that happened to me was because of them, because of him. But I have to stop denying my part in it. I'm as guilty as him, maybe more. Aiden walked up the stairs alone. When he looked back, the expression on Eamon's face made him wince. It resembled his own, for reasons unknown. The windows of the Overseer Tower were a portal to a view few had the privilege to witness. The wide expanse of Catalyst District 99 stretched in all directions, sprouting from under the torch and ending once it touched the forbidden surroundings governed by the gate and its ruins. Everything looked so small from up there. A circular plate hummed with the melody of the runes behind them, its intrusive noise a challenge to ignore. It was something Aiden got better at with each passing day, pretending he did not hear it, averting his gaze as if the sight caused him pain. Pretending, averting, lying. It's ready, Corvanus said, his voice sullen. Gather around then, hands linked. Helvan chimed in with the instructions. Aiden walked to the center of the barren room, stepped onto the rune-inscribed metal, and ignored the sight of several runes he had never seen before. The low noise increased to an overbearing thrum that echoed inside his bones, rushing alongside his blood, throbbing painfully in his eardrums. Everyone else displayed no reaction other than an averted gaze, so Aiden did the same. Or tried to. Sweat dripped down his neck in concerning rivulets. You all right, man? Eamon nudged him with a confused frown. Aiden nodded out of instinct, too fast. If Eamon noticed, he let the matter rest. Eamon at one side, Corvanus at the other, Aiden took their hands and ignored the dark thoughts that plagued his mind. Bile rose in his throat as the blood on Corvanus's hand melded between his fingers, but he swallowed it and closed his eyes. Remember, once we step foot into Elysium, not a whisper. Aiden felt the old man's gaze on him, but that too he ignored. The remnant whined an acute screech, enough light bursting from the runes inscribed on its surface to blind any curious glances Aiden might have tried to steal. It vibrated slowly at first, but its intensity picked up with each passing second until it shook the foundations of his soul. The thrum grew to a crescendo, then went still. Aiden opened his eyes with tentative curiosity and wariness, but the sight that lay outside the windows stole the wind out of his lungs. A long row of towers stretched to one side, each similar to the one he set his feet in, their numbers spanning farther than his sight could reach. 99, he knew with no need to count, all connecting to places similar to the cave he grew up in. But that was not what drew his attention. Beyond the row of towers, beyond the hint of the wall that gave origin to them, lay an endless expanse of green. His eyes searched for an end, his soul craved the comfort of the known, but his heart beat with excitement as he gazed deeply into the horizon that stretched without limit. The ceiling lay in the distance, the light of countless torches decorating it like precious gems floating in vibrant blue water. Helvin walked beside him and placed his hand against the window. Shoulders sagged like he carried an unsurmountable weight. After a silent, deep breath, he turned around, his obsidian eyes showing not a hint of joy or wonder. Welcome to Elysium. Chapter 18. Shared Scars. The novelty of vast unknown horizons and chirping birds was lost somewhere along the trails carved in the emerald hills surrounding the 99 Overseer Towers. The amazement at discovering where wood came from stilled to a somber silence as Helvin's rigid frown ushered them forward with uncaring practicality. "Look at that one," Eamon whispered, his eyes filled with the same excitement Draven tried to hide. "These tree things are not just green. That one has some pink parts on it." "With so much wood, we'd never need to sleep in the cold again," Draven said without thinking. "Damn it, man," Eamon sighed. "Do you need to be this gloomy all the time?" After one day of walking in the wilderness, laughter came easier. Corvanus's words might have faded to echoes in Draven's memory, but the dull throb of their stab was still present, the accusation in his eyes even more so. The fresh air in his lungs, the melody of flying birds and flitting little animals drowned his assuaged thoughts. Though he refused to forget them, dwelling on his mistakes would only prevent him from overcoming them. "How's the unbreakable veil going?" Eamon stared at the green surroundings. "And you ask why I am gloomy?" A sigh escaped Draven's lips. Shattering and remaking the veil each time improved its integrity, but the process was slow and mind-numbing. But to drain the darkness, to weave it into the making of the shield that protected his soul, was a different task altogether. The inky black refused to heed his commands, as if it possessed a will of its own. Perhaps it did. Draven's inner voice was not something that originated entirely from himself, after all. Helvin insisted he could not visualize, but the issue ran deeper than that. The thought was far-fetched, a little insane when he ran his mind over it, but it resonated with the silent voice of his soul. He was incomplete, broken. Something was missing. A portion of himself he never knew he lacked, but its absence was undeniably there. Bringing the matter to the white-haired sovereign was out of the question, so Draven resorted to reading the many books that weighed like feathers in his leather backpack. "How did you do it so fast?" Draven's attention wandered to Eamon, who walked beside him, his white uniform now stained with brown dirt near the boots. "You did it in seconds." "Huh?" "The veil," Draven said. "Who knows?" Eamon shrugged carelessly, ignoring Draven's frustration. "I might remember if you tell me how you manage that gloom touch of yours." Myra and Helvin walked in the front, their silent glances from side to side carving a worrying hole in Draven's stomach. The two miners, Ed and Kane,
walked a few paces behind the two sovereigns, with a quiet exchange of excited whispers. None listened to their conversation, but Draven did not trust appearances. After what happened in the Overseer Tower, he was certain he could trust none of them. Not here. The Providence was not a secret at this point. Both Myra and Helvin knew about it. Among all of them, Draven trusted Aemon the most, but not enough to disclose the limitations of Dyad Vessel. Some things were better kept unspoken. Come on. Dyad Vessel, Draven said, shaking his head at the surprise in his friend's face. Drop that gloom touch or whatever. Dyad Vessel, Aemon repeated the words, as if trying to memorize them. Gloom touch sounds cooler, but you're not ready for that. No, it doesn't. It sounds like I'm passing some kind of disease to somebody. Draven lowered his voice, suppressing the defensiveness in his tone. It's gross. Buddy. Aemon's hand fell on Draven's shoulder, mock pity on his face. I'd say that's a pretty good name for what that thing does to people. It gives me shudders just thinking about it. He retracted his hand, looked at it for a second, then sneakily wiped it on his pants.
It's not that bad. Draven remembered the eyes of the masked instructors, pushed down the memory of their deaths, and swallowed his words. A deal is a deal, though. But you'll probably be disappointed. Aemon hummed, a frown overtaking his features in a whispering tune of consideration. I mean, it just sort of happened, you know? I did as Gramps said, and everything followed suit. It can't be that simple. Draven shook his head and pressed him. You just will the changes to take place, right? I'm doing that, but the blasted darkness barely moves. I've been trying to drain it for a day now, and the shield, which can barely be called that, as that thing breaks with the mildest breeze, is only a little foggy. I don't know what to tell you, man. Aemon shrugged, but the hint of a smile annoyingly crept its way into his mouth. But it does feel good to know I am better than you at something. It's almost like the feeling you get when you fill your belly. Get what I'm saying? He slapped Draven on the back and laughed, a contagious sort of merriment that sneaked its way into the dark mood both felt deep down and made it lighter. The day before faded with the dimming brilliance of the countless torches in the ceiling, some even obscured by floating masses of white helvan called clouds. The night welcomed them, bringing them together as the warm campfire chased away the tiredness of a day spent walking. The miners had the worst of it, their short legs and small stature making the trek a challenge to be met with utmost focus, even when the rest of the group actively slowed their pace to accommodate the two short men. Draven sipped a hot drink and watched the flames dance in front of his eyes. Images formed in the silhouettes of the ever-changing ethereal orange of the fire, gone as soon as they appeared. He tried to fix their image into his mind, to visualize them in clear shape, but his thoughts were a mess of chaotic black. Aemon claimed to recall images in his head as clearly as he saw them in reality, but the feat seemed unreachable, no matter how many times Draven tried. He did not know if Empyrean art or personal talent aided the man's ability to instantly dive into the land of dreams. Not there, Aemon muttered in his sleep, something that was becoming more and more frequent ever since he walked the six-fold corridor. He moved them. Draven contemplated waking him up, but let the matter rest. If Aemon was so eager to sleep, then the dreams he must experience might also be at least somewhat enjoyable. It's sooner, Draven. Chills ran down Draven's back at the mention of his name. The dream seemed to fizzle out as he looked at Aemon's sleeping form. Sweat drenched the man's forehead, even though the climate was comfortable. To the abyss with this. He said my name. Draven stood up, walking closer to his friend, intending to wake him up and inquiring about what he saw. Dreams often meant nothing, but those had by a dreamer were different. They carried meaning, often glimpsing into fate itself. Draven. Myra walked out from behind a tree that marked the perimeter of their watch. Draven turned his attention to the red-haired woman. Myra. Follow me, she said, walking away from the fire and into the clear night. The canopy of trees made way as if to pay respect to the peaceful air above, opening in a circle of fluttering leaves that did not hinder the sight of the distant clouds. Have a seat. Her words were curt and devoid of her usual cheer. There was nowhere resembling a chair, so Draven sat on the ground, assuming a cross-legged posture out of habit. The Sovereign kept looking at him in silence, her eyes scanning him from top to bottom, her presence brushing against his shield and undoubtedly seeing through the poorly implemented technique. It's true. Your Astra has grown a bit. The glint in her eyes became filled with accusation, the dry rasp in her voice bordering on anger. You can channel Hexion. So? He said. She laughed at his question, but there was no mirth in her chuckle, only resentment. You take everything for granted, don't you? Even what should be impossible. Irritation stewed under his skin. I take everything for granted? Draven gritted his teeth at her expression, at her words, at her demeanor. Fuck off, Myra. Who do you think you are? He stood up, not sparing her another glance. Why don't you go solve your own shit before shoving your problems on me? You? I didn't say you could leave. She snarled, and the air surrounding her gained the metallic tang of blood. To the abyss with this. Draven did not turn back or deign her with a reply. Run away, Draven. Her voice trembled with anger. Like the rattling you are. Draven's foot stood frozen in midair. Something primal roared within his chest, and it yearned for blood, for violence. He was facing her before the realization even dawned on him. Say that again, he snarled. Myra crossed her arms, her caramel eyes bursting with crimson light. You came from nothing. You were nothing before I put my hands on you, a sniveling little boy on the verge of wetting himself. And you have my gratitude for that. The sound of rushing blood pounded in his eardrums. But I suggest you stop thinking you own me. You don't. No one does. Her hands fell to her sides. Your very existence mocks all the hard work I've done. How dare a ratling? Draven leaped at her before she finished her sentence, throwing a right hook to her temple, wide, telegraphed, a feint. She raised her forearm to block it, the familiar mad smile that had been absent for so long returning to her face. He ducked low, his leg arching for a low kick to take her balance. She raised one leg, dodged the kick, and punched him in the face. He rolled away, blood flowing from a busted nose, heat spreading in his face. All that talent, and this is all you got? She scoffed, her hands falling behind her back. Helvin is mad if he thinks a ratling could ever rival a sovereign. For all the disguises you wear, you can never hide who you truly are. Truth be told, you will never amount to anything more than a minor. Draven stood up, anger beating inside his chest in a violent tune. A few deep breaths, and it cooled down to a smoldering rage. Dyad Vessel drank the pain from her blow, but it was not enough to unleash it even once, not after the training he had done the previous day. Surrounded by powerful people like Helvin and Myra, he never thought he would need the Providence so soon. Now the oversight was reaping its toll. I won't make the same mistake again. If it was empty, he just needed to fill it. Closing the distance, he swung at her, leaving himself open for a punch in the ribs. The blow came as expected, the explosion of pain cracking bone.
Not enough.
He stumbled back and sent a high kick at her, slow, predictable. Myra grabbed him by the leg, lifting him with dangerous ease and bringing him down. The ground rushed at him, but instead of protecting his face, he smiled as it came closer. He opened his hand wide and let his fingers spread. It took all his will not to flinch as 3 of them broke under the impact. That's all you amount to. You can shove all the talent in the world inside a rat, but it will never make for the fundamental difference between it and a superior species. Why can't you understand that? She released Draven's leg, a parting kick aimed at his ribs. He grunted in pain, in annoyance. It's not enough. More! He bit his tongue until his mouth filled with blood. Then, supporting himself on his forearm, he slammed it down. The bone broke with a resounding crack and a muffled chuckle. Dyad vessel tinkled in his mind.
Are you mad?
He grabbed her leg with his unbroken hand and let all the hurt inside his providence flood into her. All the misery, all the resentment he had been bottling down after her teachings, during her torture. He let it all out until Dyad vessel was empty.
Ugh!
She trembled under his grasp, stumbling back.
Taste it, you fucking mad woman. That stings!
She pulled her leg effortlessly out of his grip.
Did you have to break your arm? Are you stupid? You are stupid, she sighed. This is why I didn't want to do this. I'm just not cut out for it. Makes me feel bad.
Huh? Draven pulled himself up, confusion killing his will to fight.
Cold abyss, Myra. Can't you do your job properly?
Helvin appeared in front of them out of nowhere.
I told you the importance of your role in this. I know, but I can't. I just can't be all, you ratling. You are beneath me, puny ratling. She knelt next to Draven, the anger in her eyes gone, as if nothing had happened. Are you okay? What's going on? If he had ever doubted, now he was certain. Myra was mad. Someone not doing their job as they were supposed to. The old man shot an accusatory glance at Myra. I was hoping the stress and insults would be enough to trigger an advancement to your providence. It was a mistake. Helvin vanished. Yep, not cut out for this at all. Myra helped Draven to his feet. Hope you didn't take those things to heart, Draven. A pink blush spread over her cheeks, and she looked away. I had to at least try it. Draven snatched his arm away from her. Fury, shame, betrayal, it all clashed inside his heart. Disdain, hate, oppression, those emotions he could handle. It was all familiar where he grew up. But playing with people's feelings like this was cruel. Give me the cold treatment, call me in the night for a talk, and beat me up? I mean, you started it. Just saying. She winced. Just leave me alone. Draven picked himself up.
He was done involving himself with sovereigns. He tried to stumble away, the few broken bones steadily filling Dyad vessel, but Myra held him back. Cool Hexion flowed from her fingers into his flesh for the first time since he walked the six-fold corridor. It was soothing, full of life, warm. I didn't mean the things I said, Myra pleaded. Most of it, anyway. I was annoyed after seeing the level of affinity you had with blood. It made me look like a joke. But I was also thrilled. That was before Helves came to me with his plan, though. Draven refused to look at her, It's cruel, Myra. He gave up trying to convey why. She was a sovereign, someone who would never understand what it meant to be raised in a catalyst district. Forget it. You wouldn't get it.
I know. The grip on his arm tightened. Believe me, I understand.
How could you?
Draven turned to look at her, and her sad face only filled him with fury.
Your people will never get what it means to be lesser, to have your life decided as an afterthought, to be worth less than dirt.
She met his eyes with a steady gaze. Where do you think Helves found me, Draven? Draven's eyes widened.
He was living proof appearances could deceive, but the idea was still hard to grasp. Before him, his father had undergone a similar process, if Helven's words were to be believed.
I'm a half-miner, too, she whispered in a broken tone.
But, the words abandoned him alongside his anger.
I owe Helves a lot. He rescued me from a life. Well, let's just say your district is one of the fortunate ones. So if he asks something, even if I don't like it, I'll at least give it a try. She took a deep breath and blinked away the memories. You and Eamon are like me, but you guys haven't seen the world. I tried to prepare you for what's ahead, but I failed. Myra took Draven's arm again, channeling the Hexion to mend his bones and wounds. You gave me the body to fight, and taught me the skills to use it.
But I'd be lying if I said I don't resent you for that. It was hard to meet her gaze, to utter aloud the words she undoubtedly already knew. But it was necessary. Draven had enough of bottling things up.
I know, she smiled sadly. Put me beside the people I once hated, and the past me could not tell the difference.
Draven wondered how the boy who once sneaked out to see the gate would react if he saw him now. Resent her as he might, her smile resonated within him, for he knew her pain all too well. I can't help you with your providence. Her eyes wandered from side to side, as if looking for an elderly man in the shadows. But I can teach you what I know about the path of blood. The light drifting from the torches far in the distance illuminated her hesitant face. For the first time, Draven saw Myra not as the unstable sovereign he had assumed she was, but as a broken woman, doing her best to hold all her fragments together. In her eyes, he saw his own reflection. Chapter 19. The Resolve to Break Barriers. The forest seemed to part before Draven's momentum. The night was the only time when sitting down to eat and rest was allowed. Helven made sure any delays were swiftly dealt with. The fast pace was not enough to shave away the stamina of Draven's Hexion-forged body, but it sure took its toll on the miners. Ed and Cain were still reluctant to start any conversation other than amongst themselves, yet Eamon had a way of drawing people out of their shells. The exhaustion probably aided in overpowering their fear. Cain, are you good? I already told carrying you for a bit is no big deal. Eamon slowed his pace to check on them.
No, Lord, that's not...
Cain, their youngest, stammered between breathless gasps. Drop the Lord thing, man. Eamon shook his head, frustration at repeating himself apparent on his face. Eamon is enough.
Yes, Lord Lord Eamon.
The youngster shook his head again.
I meant Eamon.
Eamon frowned, whispering complaints about his name to himself, but kept on walking. Cain and Ed looked at his back, and even a fool could see the wariness in their features. How rare it must have been for a sovereign to treat them like people. How outlandish for one of them to offer help. If Draven were in their shoes, he would have seen the action as nothing other than a trap. The same thought must have been crossing their minds. Red hair floated in the wind on Myra's wake, free and vivid as living fire. She strode forward, her steps ready, devoid of hesitation, and filled with a grace only those who mastered the art of combat could achieve. She turned her head, as if sensing Draven's gaze, and smiled. Draven looked away faster than a child pulling his hands away from a hot piece of coal. What's her deal? The conversation they had the previous night was still clear in his mind, but he struggled to make sense of her words, or the offer she made. Was it a trap? He laughed as soon as the thought came to mind. Of course not. But maybe she had another motive, a hidden goal or a mission that Helvin ordered her to follow. A plan within a plan. Even so, a chance to learn about the Empyrean arts, to use Hexion in ways other than to heal the damage he consistently dealt to his soul, was tempting enough to make the possibility of refusal a fool's choice. I wouldn't recommend it, man. Eamon winced and shook his head as if trying to shake some fleas loose from his hair. Huh? Draven said, drawn out of his musings. She's pretty. Nobody can deny that, but come on. Eamon came close enough to make his whisper secretive. She is not right in the head, my guy. And not in a cute sort of way. More like I'm gonna kill you in your sleep sort of crazy. It's not like that. Draven's voice came out louder than he intended. Myra and Helvin looked back. A ripe blush spread through Draven's cheeks. Can't fix crazy, Draven. Eamon patted him on the shoulder. Why is it that only you got the cool name? He whispered to himself again, his face souring. The wind blew gently against Draven's back as the trail into Elysium deepened amidst the cover of trees and life. Mountains speared the air in the distance, small silhouettes of flying animals casting shadows on those who walked below. Yet only one thought occupied Draven's thoughts, a single-minded aim that he could not afford to forget. Get stronger. Dan and his mother depended on him. Helvin's vow was not enough to inspire confidence in their safety. Their well-being, their very life and future, lay in his hands, and Draven knew his strength was lacking. He could not save himself, much less other people. It was time to change that, even if that meant abandoning the warning that blared in his mind. He did not need common sense. It was power that he needed. Myra, Draven forged ahead, ignoring Eamon's misguided whisper of encouragement. Draven? The name is still a bit weird, not gonna lie. It's not too bad, though. Almost sounds like driven. Or craven. Oh, forget that last one. She motioned to her side, her figure falling behind Helvin. So? That thing you said last night? I'll take it. Draven met her eyes and forced himself not to look away. Please teach me about the path of blood. Took you long enough. Her pure, sincere laughter did not fit the twisted smile on her face. The first thing you gotta know— I'm not done, Draven interrupted. I need your help with something else. Offer a hand and you take the whole arm, The smile fell from her face as she examined him closer. Why do you look so pale? Overseer Trevor did something to me before. The memory of that still sent waves of phantom pain crawling beneath Draven's flesh. It was like something chewed my body from the inside. I don't know how to explain it. She whistled and looked away. Yeah, I got the gist of it. Sovereign's hard at work. Can't say I'm not familiar with the concept. They slowly drifted apart from the group, and her voice fell into the comfort of secretiveness. But there shouldn't be any damage left after your heart procedure. I've checked. I feel fine, and that's the problem. With a sigh, Draven braced himself and took a step toward a path of no return. I want you to do the same to me. Worse, if you can. No. Her voice was clear. Her answer brooked no disagreement. The refusal caught Draven off guard. It did not fit the image of the red-haired sovereign he had in his mind. Myra, as he knew her,
would have delighted in causing others pain. But the twisted smile he had grown familiar with was nowhere in sight. Instead, she looked like she was about to vomit. "I won't do this sort of stuff." When she looked back at him, there was fury in her caramel eyes. "What kind of person do you take me for?" It's not like that." Draven tried to find the right words to salvage the situation, but the damage was done.
Still, like a fool who did not know when to cut his losses, he insisted.
"I need to train my providence, Myra. It's my best chance of saving my family. If you need it that badly, Draven, do it yourself."
Her anger was silent, her tone unaltered, but her face was stone cold.
"I'm not taking this on my consciousness. I'll teach you how to channel, weave, and emit Hexion, but I won't walk around torturing people." "Myra, listen, we're done, Draven. Find me when the torch is dim, not a second before."
Her mind was set as she rejoined Helvin at their silent pace. Draven's steps carried him to Aemon's side, a gloomy expression no doubt plain for all to see. He took the hint and asked no questions, a small mercy after what had just happened. Draven was noticing just how much he had misjudged Myra, and how little he knew of the person who made him what he was. "You won't help? Fine. I'll take your advice." Draven took a small knife from his backpack. Aemon's eyes took on a dangerous glint. He plunged the metal into his left forearm, ignoring the hot sting and the blood that dripped around the knife. His hand refused to move, though his mind ordered it to twist the instrument of pain. Something instinctual stopped his muscles. The primal need for survival, the fear of pain, kept his hands frozen as he walked. With a grunt, he tore down the restraints. Tears stung his eyes as the knife slowly twisted, carved, stung, and bore down into his flesh. The white uniform's sleeve took on a healthy crimson hue. Dyad vessel drained the pain away like a bottomless pit of hunger unending.
"Dude, what is wrong with you?"
Aemon gripped his hand, stopping the blade from cutting further.
"Did you completely lose it? Snap out of it!"
"I'm fine, Finn." Draven looked at him and blinked away the tears. "I'll do what I have to do." Aemon's eyes widened, his grip on the knife's handle loosening. Draven took the handle once again and began methodically inflicting agony on his arm. Pain was not torment. It was the shackles the strong used to imprison the weak in eternal servitude. Draven refused to remain a prisoner of himself. Pain was the stone that would pave a way to the power he needed, and he would forge each brick in blood. Bandages wrought his arms in blood-stained patches. The terrified glances of the miners dissuaded any notion he had of making conversation with them, but the looks from Myra and Helvan regarded him with no hint of surprise or disgust. Aemon had fallen silent for once. It had become a habit to unleash the dyad vessel in short bursts against himself. Even as he walked, it took only a nudge of his will to make the providence comply. It had become an instinct deeply engraved in his body and mind, something akin to the movement of a limb. His steps faltered with each release, but Draven got better at handling the pain. Draven von Astreus dyad vessel. Corruption, greater. Blood path, reverence, lesser. The reward for Draven's efforts, another stride in the path to power. Greater corruption. Helvan had said advancing past greater was a threshold hard to break through, for it required something other than routine and diligence to be surpassed. Yet there was only one way to know for sure. He felt dyad vessel within himself. It was nearing full capacity after an entire day of cold knives carving against his arms. 2 uses. So long as he had one of them ready in case of an emergency, he could continue to cultivate the providence without fear. Pain coursed through his body, the sensation of steel cutting flesh, burning bright lines of torment in both his arms. He clenched his hands and steadied his step to prevent a stumble, and not even a grunt escaped through his teeth. Draven inspected the Providence with his mind. It was like feeling something with eyes closed. Ethereal hands traced the outlines of his power and observed any noticeable changes. It remained the same. The geezer was telling the truth. What he faced resembled a bottleneck, a barrier that prevented progress, a tier of power that required something else to cause growth, something Draven had not experienced before. Pain. Different pain. The answer came easily, though it was nothing but speculation at the moment. The Providence had fed on broken bones, wounds caused by blunt bruises and cuts. But there was so much more when it came to getting hurt. Fire, needles, poison. They all approached the body with a distinct touch, and he had to become familiar with all of them. The thought was enough to make him shiver, but not to falter his resolve. Draven rummaged through the contents of his backpack and retrieved a needle. Its original purpose was to sew, but the stiff piece of metal would know a new role today. "Abyss take me, man," Eamon whispered at his side. "Did that woman's madness pass over to you?" Draven ignored him and got to work before his mind conjured up excuses to make him stop. The Providence drank greedily as the needle pierced his skin, sharp stings sending cramps forming around the wound. Under his nails, between the joints of his fingers, through the stringy tendons of his clenched fist. He could not hold down the grunts after minutes of the gruesome task, but he could feel it was working, and that alone drove him to seek more. When he unleashed Dyad Vessel once more, something within him buckled. It did not break, not yet. He was close. A vast collection of injuries caused by distinct methods, the only ingredient missing to fuel his breakthrough. Draven did not look forward to it, or so he told himself. But something within him craved the power pain offered. If enduring it was its only price, he would pay it gladly. Chapter 20. The Three Tenets. The darkness of the night fell as the torches above dimmed to a silvery hue. Myra sat across from him, the dissatisfaction on her face clear, even in the absence of light that had once hindered his sight in a time long past. "Care to explain what about all this self-mutilating you've been doing all day?" she said, with a bite in her voice. "Not really." Draven shrugged. "Just took your advice to heart. That's all there is to it." "I didn't mean it that way. Are you a fool?" She fumed, made as if to stand up, then sagged back to the ground. "You are a fool. The least I can do now is try to mend what's broken." She untied the bandages around Draven's arms, the red cloth falling to the ground with the weight of dried-up blood. Her eyes widened at the sight of the wounds. Cuts. Punctures. Draven shied away from looking at them. Their throbbing alone was enough to tell him he had done a thorough job. "This," she gripped his arm tightly, "is amazing." "What?" "The minor cuts are almost fully healed." Myra twisted his arm, the droplets of blood pouring out of the deeper wounds, falling unnoticed by her eyes. "Only the major wounds are yet to close. You didn't learn overnight how to weave Hexion, did you?" Her eyes fell on him with the intensity of a child gazing at their new toy, full of curiosity and dangerous ideas begging to be tested. "No?" If Draven had done something of the sort, it was not intentional. Myra breathed out, a relieved yet disappointed sigh that echoed with conflicting emotions.
Good to know even someone with as much affinity as you can't go around breaking common sense. I guess we just gotta add quick healing to night vision. Perks of having a core inside your heart. So, you know. Draven looked down with a sigh. I'm not a genius or anything. There's plenty I can't do, no matter what Eamon goes on spouting. The unbreakable veil around his soul was one of them, for it was only indestructible in name.
All his attempts, all the damage and healing to his soul, and the shield had only gotten a little more durable than stone. As for absorbing the darkness into it, he would have a better chance at plucking out a torch from the ceiling.
About the night vision? Of course!
The revelation seemed to fill her with enthusiasm.
You just gotta learn how to cover your weaknesses, that's all. Speaking of which, what do you say about learning how to become a true Empyrean?
A smile took over Draven's face by instinct.
Sounds good. Let's cut to the chase then.
Her face became serious, her voice beckoning his attention.
Every Empyrean worth their Hexion must learn the 3 tenets: channel, imbue, and emit.
Sounds simple enough.
To channel is to will the Hexion to heed your call, wrenching it away from one of the 6 realms through your astra and into your soul. The strength of your will and the structure of your astra will determine how well you perform it.
Think I got that one down. The description of it sounded familiar. It was what he had been doing every time he needed Hexion to heal the tears in his soul.
I'm not surprised.
She shook her head with a smile.
Your will is strong. You even shook off my hold once, given that I had been distracted and drained, truth be told. It's quite something, though. The more hardship one lives through, the stronger their will becomes.
Hard to beat a miner when it comes to living a rough life, she whispered.
The second tenet, imbue, is as straightforward as its name. Spread your will over the Hexion, slowly claiming it as your own.
She paused with a frown, the tip of her finger tapping against her lips in search of better words.
Like a drop of blood staining water, your will must meld with the Hexion and create something new, something that belongs to you. And what is yours will obey you alone.
Inside his soul, Draven was the indisputable ruler. Imagination became reality at the mere manifestation of his will. In truth, however, some commands did not go unchallenged. The shield, for once, was not made of unbreakable ecran, and the darkness that stained his soul moved according to his will at the speed of thick ink that was about to become solid. "Say, Myra," he interrupted her.
Master,
she interrupted him in return. "You're the student, and I am the master. I've always wanted a wide-eyed little pupil calling me like that. Do it." Sometimes Draven wondered what was wrong with her.
Master, I have a question.
Of course, little Draven. Anything for my student. She nodded in satisfaction. Be quick about it, though. Master dislikes interruptions.
Whatever.
Draven coughed to mask the slip of the tongue as he saw the frown on her face.
All right. You said that what is mine will obey my will, right?
She nodded.
Then that only applies within my soul? What if I'm trying to command something outside of it?
She glanced at him, her eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe.
Is this about your troubles with Unbreakable Veil?
Read like an open book. Yeah, Draven sighed. Don't take Eamon's progress as the norm. That little freak is a natural when it comes to visualization. He's a dreamer for a reason, you know. She threw her gaze up at the silver dots that almost seemed to dance amidst the night. It took me a whole 3 months to master it, and I'm no slouch. 3 months? Why didn't the old man tell me this? That lightened his mood a little. At the pace Draven progressed, it would be lucky if mastery of that technique came after years of practice. but it was reassuring to know that he was not expected to learn it in one go. The third tenet, emit. Well, you just blast people with Hexion molded into arts. Her muffled laughter echoed in the clearing like a breeze of fresh air. It's the most fun part, truth be told. Of course, to know how to mold the Hexion into arts is a different beast altogether. A globe of blood formed above her hand in a flash of crimson light. It bubbled, then its shape became that of a leaf. The details mimicked to such a degree that it would be impossible to tell the difference were it not for the unusual color. The leaf changed into a small mouse. The little critter raised both hands, innocent eyes of red staring directly at him, and then disappeared in a cloud of red that melded with Myra's skin. That's amazing. Can you teach me how to do that? Draven bit his tongue and added, Please, master. I'm afraid that is beyond my pupil's comprehension. She whipped her hair back, and her shoulders rose high with pride. In time, you will learn all the secrets of the blood manipulation art. She switched her imperious voice to a casual tone. Might be safer to start at the beginning, though, don't you think? There was truth in her words, and the skill displayed with such ease added a layer of authority to her wisdom that had not been there before. Whatever Myra was, whoever she was, it did not matter. Before Draven stood a master of the blood path. I want you to dive into your soul. Myra's voice became a trance-inducing melody that filled Draven with concentration. Should be easy enough for you. Don't think I haven't noticed you doing it while you walk. Draven appeared in front of his core effortlessly. You commanded Hexion before, so you've been using your will by instinct, which is pretty good. Her voice reached him even though his eyes were closed, his awareness focused within. But grasping the full extent of your will is a different matter, and you'll need to do that if you ever want to go beyond the second tenet. Myra's presence surrounded him. Draven's shield cracked, the crooked lines of fractures spreading through its entirety until not a single spot remained untouched. It shattered into countless pieces after 4 seconds of enduring the ethereal weight.
How is this possible? Draven willed the Hexion to heal the wounds in his soul before they stole his focus away. Even Helvin's presence wasn't this strong. That made little sense. How could Myra be stronger than him? The look of respect in her eyes whenever Helvin came along was clear as day. She looked up to him like a kid admiring a hero. The old man was holding back. The realization put a bitter smile on his face. The unseen pressure wrapped around the sphere that was his soul and squeezed. Suddenly, it became hard to breathe, impossible to even move. This was the difference between those who mastered the unbreakable veil and those who did not. It decided who lived and who died. In the gasps of pain, he understood how lucky he had been, how shelter had softened him. If Draven faced an Empyrean in battle, Dyad Vessel would be of no use. Nothing short of a shield would help him. If his opponent could suppress him like this, then his life was theirs for the taking. Like the abyss it is. He refused to have his life at the mercy of others. With a roar, Draven let go of thought and pushed back. The entirety of his being condensed in front of him, and a cloud of ethereal red solidified in the recesses of his soul, his will. It poured out from the projection of his awareness like water leaking out of a broken bucket, but the flow did not lessen or weaken. It only grew stronger. With a roar, Draven directed the cloud at the pressure that strangled the breath from his lungs, and he willed it to get lost. Ah! Myra's muffled grunt brought him back to reality. Rage fled him, and the cloud of red disappeared without a trace. But he did not despair, for Draven knew where to find it. It lay sleeping inside his being, eager to hear the whispers of his thoughts, ready to burst into action. It was a piece of him. Cold abyss. Draven, are you even a kid? The red-haired Empyrean looked at him with surprise written all over her slack jaw.
Of course not, I'm 16.
Or am I? The days flew by without a sign, so the date of his birth remained lost inside those winding tunnels. Probably.
That's not what I meant, stupid.
She slapped the ground and stood up. If her muttering did not raise the hairs on the back of his neck, her pacing in circles certainly did.
You can only train will to a certain extent. You know, stuff like hardships and meditation is only going to take you so far.
Draven most certainly did not know, but he was not about to say it. Interrupting Myra was dangerous when she muttered to herself.
Only incessant training over the years can increase the amount of will you're born with. But nobody can be born with the amount you just showed. It's just not wrong.
She winced as their eyes met. Her nervous pacing stopped, but her gaze remained just as troubled, if not more.
Sorry, but we're wrapping it up for today.
What do you mean? It's barely been 5 minutes. Draven stood up and walked after her. What kind of lesson is this? I haven't learned anything.
Aiden.
She whispered his name in a way that allowed no overhearing.
Before I speak to Helves, I can't teach you anything else. It might sound trivial to you, and I can't expect you to understand how big of a deal this is.
Then fucking tell me, he roared. Myra's eyes flared red, the unnatural hue only those who trod the blood path could muster. Draven did not look away or ask for forgiveness for his outburst. He was not in the wrong. Not this time. People kept walking away without explaining things. Every time something out of the ordinary happened, their first reaction was to vanish without a trace or explanation. He was sick of it. If you won't tell me, how am I going to understand it? Draven let his tone fall closer to politeness, but the rage still seethed underneath those words.
Has that ever crossed your mind?
Silence spread in the empty clearing, as the icy wind of a silvery night carried the frustration in his voice like a visible fog. It could be seen on his face. It could be felt in the air itself. You got a point. Myra looked almost embarrassed, the color in her cheeks matching her fiery hair.
All right. To put it simply, every person is born with a similar amount of will. Some have more than others from the get-go, but it's so negligible that it's pretty much common knowledge to just say everyone starts from the same point. When you channel Hexion, when you practice any of the 3 tenets, that reservoir of will gets larger, with time. She chuckled at her own words. I'm really downplaying this, you know. To notice any difference usually takes months. So you can imagine how long it takes to actually grow it in a meaningful way.
So what? She raised a finger and silenced him.
You wanted to hear it? Shut up then. Some of the most powerful Empyreans can triple the amount of their will, but it usually takes them their entire life to do so. I'm talking about hundreds of years here.
Empyreans can live that long? It seemed unfair when a minor would be lucky to reach their 40s. The gloom made sure of that.
And then there is you. Not even a strand of hair on your chin, but you already have more than, what? She asked herself. 3 Empyreans combined? What am I supposed to make of it, Draven? You're either as old as Helven, or there is something else going on.
Why does this even matter? Draven scoffed. Surely that could not be true. Her knowledge had to have limits.
Oh, it matters a lot.
The disbelief on her face gave way to genuine laughter.
Will is the sole threshold that limits the amount of Hexion one can emit at once. A battle between Empyreans is a battle between will. Whoever has more can suppress the other. What do you suppose would happen if someone had enough to match 3 Empyreans? The miners that stand out the most are the ones that don't last long. His mother's voice echoed inside his head. For months now, he was no longer just a miner. He was something else. Not a sovereign, not a miner, a forbidden mixture that justified cleansing. They would be strong, Draven said. Feared. Strong enough to draw out the dangerous sort of attention we don't want? Myra nodded, her face making clear of the gravity of the situation. I don't know what to make of it, and that's why I got to go ask the old man about it. He probably knew this already. So annoying. She walked away into the night. He never tells me anything. Draven did not fancy sitting in the open all by himself, especially not with Corvanus prowling around with his sullen face frozen in an eternal frown. On his way back to camp, he pondered her words, and no matter how much Draven told himself to be careful, a part of him only saw the revelation for the opportunity it presented. 3 times the amount of will other Empyreans have. No matter how dangerous it sounded, he would be a fool not to make use of it. When he lay down, sleep was the last thing on his mind. Draven could not afford to waste a second. His core lay in front of him, a miniature red sun in appearance, its red flames burning warmly to the touch. He summoned the cloud of will with a flicker of thought, manifesting it around his projection. Hexion lacked meaning if its only use was to heal one's soul. It was nothing but a fancy sort of sovereign air. But the second tenet offered a way to change that. Draven would be a fool not to take it. Chapter 21. The Ark. In Near Citadel. A red sun burned before Draven, its dwindling flames never stretching far from the crystalline shell that fueled it. No matter how much Hexion he beckoned from the rift, it all faded away as the fire grew stronger, larger, daring enough to venture beyond the safe reaches of his Astra. The space inside it was beyond sight, all but a step away from his consciousness. Draven could enter it as he pleased. But there was no need, for the Hexion was bound to answer his beckoning, regardless of where his projected image stood. So he called it. The Hexion answered in a stream of blood that burst into red flames the moment it exited the sphere. What had once been a small sun expanded to 3 times its original size, its flames roaring and stretching their bright tendrils inside it. Some strands of Hexion touched his cloud of will, but they recoiled at the contact, refusing to mix like water and oil. A thought set his will into motion. If the second tenet meant melding the 2 forms of energy, then the feat was possible. Draven refused to let the nature of Hexion dictate the course of his life. It would bend to his will, one way or another. Its power was his, and it was time to take it. The blood mist attacked the flickering flames, its intent directing each movement with a mixture of primal instinct and calculated decision. The ignited Hexion recoiled, fled, and shied away from the contact. It did not want to submit, yet, oddly enough, it did not flee through the rift. If you want to stay, you will submit. If you choose to heed my call, then become my weapon. The Hexion whistled a tune that resonated with his soul, a melody that conveyed more than mere words ever could. Draven smiled as his will surrounded the burning sun until not a speck of light escaped through its thick veil. He closed his grip around his Astra, and his will clashed with the Hexion's flames from all sides. This time, it did not recoil. It did not reject his intent. The crimson fire of the small sun consumed his will, used it as fuel to burn brighter, to condense. The flames diminished, though their hue only grew stronger. A burst of irrational fear made Draven question if he screwed up, but the answer lay just in front of him. He did not need eyes to see, for he felt it with his soul. What had once been scarce and transient became abundant and everlasting. The roaring flames of his astra melted into a deep crimson liquid that was neither Hexion nor will. Perhaps it was both. Its glow revealed the true might that lay hidden inside every Empyrean soul, the strength that the Sovereign used to reign unquestioned. The liquid revolved around Draven's astra, as if exploring every corner of the perfect sphere, its new home. Satisfied, it pierced the crystalline red shell without difficulty and entered the astra, where it lay dormant, like a puddle of shining blood. This is just the beginning,